Still My Heart, Keep the Change. A magical rom-com with identity crimes, rebellious bread, and a prince who needs a nap. By Wynn Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco.
Chapter 1. The Price of Flour. Tamsin. The cobblestones of Elderwyn Square bit into Tamsin's worn boots as she strode toward the crowd gathering around the message board, her auburn curls already staging their daily escape from the fraying tea towel she'd hastily tied around them that morning. The villagers clustered thick as treacle around the freshly posted parchment, their faces cycling through confusion, disbelief, and the particular brand of fury reserved for royal proclamations that made no bloody sense. "What's all this, then?" Tamsin pushed through the throng, ignoring Mrs. Kettlewell's disapproving tisk at her flour-dusted apron appearing in public before noon. Old Henrik, the village's self-appointed herald of bad news, gestured dramatically at the decree. "Royal nonsense, as usual. Something about taxes." Tamsin squinted at the ornate script, her stomach already souring. She cleared her throat and read aloud, her voice gaining a razor's edge with each word. "By royal order of His Most Gracious Majesty, King Aldwyn IV, Protector of the Realm, Defender of..." She skipped ahead through the pompous titles. "All magical ingredient taxes shall be tripled, effective immediately, to fund enhanced border security and the continued prosperity of our great kingdom." She paused, letting the words settle like curdled milk in everyone's minds. "Enhanced my ours," she muttered, then continued reading. "This decree is non-negotiable and will be enforced with the full authority of the crown. Failure to comply will result in immediate seizure of all magical goods and possible imprisonment." The square erupted in angry murmurs. Someone behind her cursed creatively in a dialect that would make sailors blush. "Tripled," Henrik repeated, his weathered face pale. "My arthritis poultices already cost more than I can—" "How's anyone supposed to afford healing draughts now?" interrupted Marta, the village seamstress, clutching her toddler closer. "Little Pip's fever elixir was already dear enough." Tamsin felt heat rise in her chest, the familiar burn of injustice mixing with something sharper, a reckless fury that tasted like smoke and rebellion. The royal treasury was already fat enough to choke a dragon, and now they wanted to bleed the villages dry for some mysterious border security that none of them had asked for. "Typical," said a dry voice beside her. Granny Nettles had appeared with her usual unnerving stealth, leaning heavily on her gnarled cane. Her hazel eyes glittered with something that might have been amusement if you didn't know better. "Crown's feeling generous with other people's coin, I see." "Generous like a fox in a henhouse," Tamsin agreed, rolling up the degree with deliberate care. Several villagers were already drifting away, shoulders slumped with the weight of impossible choices. Pay the new taxes and go hungry, or ignore them and risk the crown's so-called justice? Granny Nettles watched the dispersing crowd with the expression of someone cataloging details for later use. "Some problems," she said conversationally, "require creative solutions." Back in the blessed warmth of the broom and butter, Tamsin slammed flour containers onto the prep counter with enough force to make the hanging pots rattle. Sir Crustington's jar sat in its usual spot near the oven, bubbling with what she chose to interpret as sympathetic indignation. Tripled. She yanked open the spice cabinet, sending cinnamon bark and dried lavender cascading onto the wooden floor, as if anyone in Elderwyn has coins stuffed in their mattresses just waiting for some royal git to demand it. Sir Crestington hissed, his surface roiling with agitation. Exactly, Tamsin agreed, rescuing the scattered spices. It's not like they're asking for a reasonable increase. Triple means old Henrik can't afford his joint salves. Triple means Widow Morrison goes without the heart-ease herbs that keep her breathing steady through winter. She hauled out her mixing bowls with perhaps more aggression than strictly necessary. The honey thyme rolls weren't going to bake themselves, and she had a bakery to run, assuming people could still afford bread once the crown finished squeezing them dry. The mathematics were brutal. Her enchanted flour alone would cost nearly 12 silver per stone at the new rate. Tamsin's fingers tightened around the measuring cup until her knuckles whitened. The crown could dress it up with fancy wax seals and flowery language, but highway robbery was still robbery, even when perpetrated by people wearing ridiculous hats and calling themselves Your Majesty. At what point did dutiful subjects become willing victims? And at what point did victims finally decide they'd had enough? Add-in spelled honey, blessed salt, and the moon water she used for her finest pastries, and she'd have to charge prices that would make her regular customers laugh bitterly before walking away empty-handed. Add in spelled honey, blessed salt, and the moon water she used for her finest pastries, and she'd have to charge prices that would make her regular customers laugh bitterly before walking away empty-handed. I could switch to mundane ingredients, she told Sir Crustington, who bubbled dismissively. Right, you're absolutely correct. Might as well serve sawdust and call it cake. She measured honey with vicious precision, the golden stream catching the afternoon light slanting through her kitchen windows. The familiar rhythm of baking usually soothed her temper, but today her movements carried an edge, kneading the honey thyme dough like she was throttling the neck of whoever had signed that damned decree. The dough yielded under her floured hands, supple and warm. She worked it with the methodical aggression she'd perfected over years of converting frustration into perfectly risen bread. Knead, fold, turn. Knead, fold, turn. Each motion drove her calculations deeper. 12 silver for flour, 8 for honey, 3 for thyme oil, 2 for the binding salts, 25 silver just for ingredients, for one batch of rolls that she usually sold for 8 silver total. Impossible, she muttered, shaping the dough into neat rounds. I'd have to charge 16 silver per roll just to break even, and that's not counting my time, the oven enchantments, or the cost of keeping this place from falling down around my ears. Sir Crustington's bubbling intensified. Oh, you think it's worse than impossible? That's reassuring. She dusted her hands on her apron, leaving floury handprints across the worn linen. At this rate, I'll be closed within a month. Half the village will be choosing between medicine and meals, and the crown will be swimming in silver they've stolen from. The bakery door chimed as someone entered without knocking. Tamsin turned, expecting a customer, and found Granny Nettles settling into the corner chair like she belonged there. Door was open, the old woman said, not sounding the least bit apologetic. She propped her cane across her knees and fixed Tamsin with a look that suggested she'd been listening to the entire rant. Thought I might have a word. If you're here to commission a curse cake for the tax collectors, I'm fresh out of wormwood, Tamsin said, sliding her rolls into the oven with perhaps more force than required. Tempting, but no. Granny Nettles tilted her head toward Sir Cressington, whose agitated bubbling had settled into what might have been attentive silence. Smart creature, that one. Knows there's more than one way to balance the scales. Tamsin closed the oven door and turned to face her uninvited guest. If you're suggesting I start watering down my flour or skimping on enchantments, stories no, child. Half measures don't solve whole problems. Granny Nettles' eyes glittered with something that made Tamsin's skin prickle. I'm suggesting that sometimes, when the system's broken, you don't fix it. You work around it. Sir Crestington hissed agreement. Care to elaborate on that cryptic wisdom? Tamsin asked, though part of her already suspected where this conversation was heading. Oh, I think you're clever enough to puzzle it out. Granny Nettles rose, leaning heavily on her cane. Just remember, there's more than one kind of redistribution. Some of it even happens to be legal, depending on how you define abandoned property and finder's rights. She made her way to the door with deliberate slowness, pausing on the threshold. Lovely evening for a walk, I'd imagine. Good moon for tracking spells, if one were so inclined. The door chimed shut behind her, leaving Tamsin alone with her thoughts, her furious sourdough starter, and the increasingly appealing scent of rebellion baking in the oven. That evening, Tamsin stood at the forest's edge beyond Elderwyn's scattered houses, a handful of enchanted flower cupped in her palm. The moon hung full and silver above the treetops, casting everything in shades of pearl and shadow. Perfect light for magic, perfect cover for activities that the crown might find objectionable. She whispered the tracking spell her gran had taught her years ago, originally intended for finding lost sheep, but magic was wonderfully adaptable when it came to expanding definitions. The flower began to glow with a soft blue light, individual grains lifting from her palm to swirl through the air like luminous snow. Track the grain, she murmured, focusing her intent. Find what was harvested from royal lands. Show me where it travels. The enchanted flower scattered on the night breeze, each grain seeking its target with the persistence of a bloodhound. They formed a glowing trail that led east through the forest, following the old merchant road toward the capital. Tamsin pulled her cloak closer and set off after them, her worn boots silent on the moss-covered path. The forest seemed to approve of her mission. Branches lifted out of her way, roots flattened themselves to smooth her passage, and even the owls kept their voices low. She followed the glowing trail for nearly an hour, her heart hammering with nervous energy and something that felt dangerously like excitement. The trail led to a crossroads where three forest paths met, illuminated by a clearing that let the moonlight pool like spilled silver. A heavy grain cart sat abandoned in the center of the space, its canvas cover bulging with what had to be several tons of wheat, barley, and oats. The driver slumped against a nearby oak tree, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. Tamsin crept closer, her pulse thundering in her ears. The cart bore the royal seal, a golden crown and wheat sheaf painted on the side in pretentious detail. This was grain that had been harvested from crown lands using crown labor, then sold at inflated prices to the same villages the crown was now taxing into starvation. "Abandoned property, my ass," she whispered. "This is theft with a fancy seal." She spread her hands toward the cart, calling up every redirection spell she'd ever learned. The magic came easier than it should have, flowing through her like warm honey mixed with lightning. The grain sacks began to glow with the same blue light as her tracking flower, responding to her intent. Half, she decided, half goes where it was always meant to go, back to the people who grew it. The magic caught her meaning and ran with it, lifting approximately half the cart's cargo into the air with gentle precision. Grain sacks floated like soap bubbles, drifting through the forest canopy toward Elderwyn's communal stores. They'd arrived silently, settling into the village granary as if they'd always belonged there. The driver never stirred. His supply manifest would show the proper amount delivered to the capital, minus the spoilage and transport losses that any reasonable person would expect on a long journey. No one would question a 20% loss to mice and rough roads. Tamsin pulled a scrap of parchment from her cloak pocket, scribbling a quick note with her ever-present bakery pencil. "Redistributed, you're welcome, a concerned citizen." She tucked the note under the driver's hat where he'd find it come morning and melted back into the forest shadows. Her heart sang with rebellious satisfaction as she picked her way home through the pre-dawn darkness, feeling more alive than she had in months. Let the crown try to tax what they couldn't prove had existed in the first place. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, with the kind of golden light that made even Elderwyn's crooked streets look picturesque. Tamsin hummed while she arranged fresh honey thyme rolls in her display window, their crusts gleaming like burnished copper in the morning sun. The village was already stirring to life. Shopkeepers sweeping their stoops, children racing toward the schoolhouse, and the ever-present cluster of gossips gathering around the message board to dissect yesterday's royal decree. She felt bright and dangerous, like Sir Crustington after someone had insulted his pH balance. Last night's adventure had left her buzzing with energy and the sweet satisfaction of a good deed accomplished through questionable means. The bakery door chimed, and Tamsin looked up to see a stranger approaching with the purposeful stride of someone on official business. Her good mood evaporated like steam from fresh bread. He was tall, taller than most men in Elderwyn, with the kind of broad shoulders that suggested regular sword practice. His dark blonde hair looked like he'd run his hands through it repeatedly, and his deep blue eyes were currently scanning her bakery with the methodical attention of someone cataloging details for later use. "Good morning," he said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a man trying not to sound important. "I'm Finn, of Harrowbridge, traveling scribe. I was wondering if you might have a moment to discuss local trade routes?" Tamsin forced her brightest, most innocent smile, the one she reserved for tax assessors and other necessary evils. "Of course! Always happy to help a fellow traveler. Though I'm afraid I don't know much beyond what flour costs and where the good mushrooms grow." Din's gaze settled on her honey thyme rolls, and she caught him breathing in their scent with genuine appreciation, points in his favor, assuming he wasn't here to arrest her for grain redistribution. "Those smell wonderful. Local recipe? Family secret, passed down through generations of stubborn women with strong opinions about proper kneading technique." She selected the finest roll from the display, still warm from the oven. "Care to try one? Only 4 silver." He accepted the roll with hands that immediately caught her attention. Too soft for someone who supposedly spent his days on the road. Too clean for someone who'd been traveling rough. These were the hands of someone who'd never gutted a fish or chopped his own firewood, someone accustomed to others handling life's messier necessities. "Exceptional," he said after his first bite, and the genuine pleasure in his voice sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. "The honey is local?" "From old Henrik's hives, just outside the village. He's been keeping bees since before I was born." She leaned against the counter, studying his face. "What brings a scribe to our quiet corner of nowhere? Can't imagine there's much call for documentation in a place like Elderwyn." Something flickered in his expression, too quick to interpret, but there and gone like a shadow across water. "Oh, you'd be surprised. Trade routes, tax assessments, grain deliveries. There's quite a bit of paperwork involved in keeping the kingdom's commerce flowing smoothly." Grain deliveries. Tamsin's pulse spiked, but she kept her expression pleasantly blank. How fascinating. Though I can't imagine anyone would want to haul grain carts through our forest paths. Rough roads, you know. Terrible for spoilage. Indeed, his blue eyes fixed on hers with uncomfortable intensity. "I don't suppose you've heard anything about missing shipments, cargo going astray between collection points and their intended destinations?" "Missing shipments?" Tamsin widened her eyes with precisely the right amount of confused concern. "Oh my, that sounds dreadful. I certainly hope no one's been waylaid by bandits or wild animals. The forest can be so unpredictable at night." She was lying as smoothly as warm butter, and from the way Finn's gaze sharpened, he knew it. But he couldn't prove it, and they both understood the game they were playing. "It's quite," he agreed, finishing his roll with obvious reluctance. "Well, I should let you get back to your baking. Thank you for the information and the excellent pastry." He turned toward the door, then paused with his hand on the frame. When he looked back, his smile was different. Less official, more genuinely warm. It transformed his entire face, softening the sharp angles and making him look younger, less like a threat, and more like, well, like someone she might actually want to know under different circumstances. "I may be in the area for a while," he said. "I hope I'll have the chance to sample more of your baking." The flutter in her chest intensified, which was both annoying and entirely inconvenient. The last thing she needed was to develop inappropriate feelings for someone who was almost certainly here to investigate her newfound career in creative redistribution. The bakery's always open to travelers with coin and good manners, she replied, matching his warm tone while mentally cataloging the way his cloak fell across his shoulders with the precise drape that screamed expensive tailoring. The door chimed shut behind him, leaving Tamsin alone with Sir Cresvington, who was bubbling with what she could only interpret as smug satisfaction. "Don't you start," she warned the sourdough starter. "Yes, he's handsome. Yes, he has nice eyes and excellent taste in pastries. He's also asking entirely too many pointed questions about missing grain, which means our quiet little rebellion just became significantly more complicated." Sir Crestington hissed agreement, and Tamsin found herself staring out the window at Finn's retreating figure with a mixture of irritation and unwilling attraction. Bloody hell. The last thing she needed was a mysterious stranger with compelling eyes and suspicious questions, making her pulse race while she was trying to organize a resistance movement. This was going to be a problem.
Chapter 2. His Majesty's Most Awkward Spy. The worn leather of his travel cloak scratched against Sven's neck as he tugged it higher, the familiar weight doing nothing to settle the knots in his stomach. "Finn of Harrowbridge," he muttered under his breath, the false name feeling clumsy on his tongue. "Traveling scribe. Documenting trade routes for merchant guilds. Simple. Believable. Behel Grook." Who could he believe? Except nothing about this felt simple, and judging by how his hands were already sweating, believable was going to be a stretch. Elderwyn's crooked lanes twisted ahead of him, like they were deliberately trying to confuse visitors. Cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic and the occasional magical mishap. Window boxes overflowed with herbs that glowed faintly in the morning light, and somewhere nearby a cat was having what sounded like a philosophical argument with a crow. The whole village felt alive in a way that made the capital's pristine streets seem hollow by comparison. "Focus," Finn told himself, pulling out the enchanted coin from his pocket. The metal was warm against his palm as he flipped it absently, watching it catch the sunlight, his brother's coin, the only thing of Garrett's he'd kept after the funeral. It had a nasty habit of heating up whenever he lied, which made undercover work approximately 3 times more stressful than it needed to be. The broom and butter sat at the corner of 2 impossibly narrow lanes, its weathered sign depicting a broom sweeping a loaf of bread in what had to be the most charming piece of false advertising Finn had ever seen. Ivy climbed the stone walls like it had tenure, and the windows were fogged from whatever alchemy was happening inside. The scent that drifted from the doorway hit him like a warm embrace: fresh bread, cinnamon, something floral that might have been honey, and underneath it all the indefinable smell of magic being used for purely domestic purposes. Right? He could do this. He'd negotiated trade agreements with 3 neighboring kingdoms and once talked a dragon out of eating a tax collector. One village baker couldn't be that complicated. Traveling scribe, he rehearsed one more time: documentation, trade routes, completely legitimate reasons to ask about missing grain shipments. The coin flipped itself in his pocket, sending a spike of heat against his hip. "Oh, come on," he muttered. The bakery door opened with a cheerful chime that sounded suspiciously like it was laughing at him, and Finn stepped into controlled chaos. Mismatched wooden tables crowded the space, their chairs arranged with the kind of haphazard charm that suggested they'd been placed by someone who valued comfort over symmetry. Shelves lined the walls, displaying an impressive array of jars, baskets, and what looked like a collection of ceramic creatures that might have been functional or purely decorative, possibly both. And there, arranging pastries with the focused efficiency of someone who'd clearly been awake since before dawn, was the most distracting woman Finn had encountered in his entire professional career. Auburn curls had been wrestled into a bun with what appeared to be a tea towel, though several rebellious strands had escaped to frame her face. She wore a practical apron that had seen serious use, and flour was smudged across her left cheek like war paint. When she looked up at the sound of the door, sharp green eyes met his with the kind of alert intelligence that made him feel immediately transparent. His carefully rehearsed introduction died somewhere between his brain and his mouth. "Well," she said, straightening and wiping her hands on the apron. You're not from around here. It wasn't a question. Yes. That is... No, not from here. Finn cleared his throat and tried to remember how words worked. Finn of Harrowbridge. I am a traveling scribe. One auburn eyebrow arched upward with skeptical precision. Are you now? Documentation, he said quickly, the coin in his pocket warming ominously. Trade routes, mostly. For the merchant guilds. They like to know which roads are reliable for commerce. Finn shifted his weight, desperately willing the coin to cool down before it burned a hole through his trousers. A faint glow seeped through the fabric, and he casually pressed his hand against his hip. Tamsin's eyes flicked to the movement, her brow furrowing momentarily, before she glanced at the kitchen, where something was making an alarming, whistling sound. She studied him with the thoroughness of someone appraising livestock, and Finn became acutely aware that his boots were too clean for someone who'd supposedly been walking back roads for weeks. His cloak might be worn, but the sword at his hip was definitely too fine for a simple scribe, and his posture probably screamed palace training to anyone with half a brain. Which this woman clearly had in abundance. Tamsin, she said finally, this is my bakery, and you look like you could use some breakfast. The relief that flooded through him was entirely disproportionate to the situation. That would be, yes, thank you. She moved around the shop with the kind of confident efficiency that came from years of practice, selecting items from different displays with quick, economical movements. Every gesture spoke of someone completely at home in her domain, someone who knew where everything was and exactly how it should be arranged. So, she said, not looking at him as she worked, trade routes. Must be interesting work. It has its moments. Finn watched her hands as she worked. Flour-dusted, capable, with a small burn scar on one knuckle that suggested she'd learned her craft the hard way. The eastern routes have been particularly eventful lately. The coin flipped itself again, and he nearly winced at the heat. Eastern roads, you say? Tamsin's tone remained perfectly neutral, but he caught the way her fingers tightened slightly on a honey-glazed roll. Lot of travelers that way recently. Merchants, mostly. Some concerns about cargo security. He was venturing into dangerous territory now, but the words kept coming. Missing shipments, that sort of thing. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Can't imagine why anyone would have trouble with cargo around here. We're a peaceful little village. The way she said peaceful suggested it might not be entirely accurate. She approached his table with a plate containing what had to be the most perfect pastry he had ever seen. Golden, brown, glazed with honey, and emanating the kind of warmth that spoke of skill and care, and probably a little bit of magic. When she set it down, their fingers brushed briefly, and Finn found himself staring at the contact longer than was strictly appropriate. That's beautiful work, he said, and meant it completely. The coin stayed mercifully cool. Something shifted in her expression. Surprise, maybe, or the kind of pleasure that came from genuine appreciation. Thank you. Grand's recipe, but I may have added my own touches over the years. He took a bite and made what was probably an embarrassing sound of appreciation. The roll was perfect. Sweet without being cloying, with hints of thyme that added complexity to the honey, and a texture that managed to be both substantial and light. It was the kind of baking that spoke of years of practice and an intuitive understanding of ingredients. This is extraordinary, he said, and watched her cheeks flush with what might have been pleasure. This bread, she said, but she looked pleased. No, Finn shook his head, taking another bite to buy himself a moment to think. No, this is art. This is someone who understands their craft on a level that goes beyond following recipes. The flush deepened, and she glanced away. You talk like nobility. His blood went cold, but she was already moving on. Most travelers don't have much appreciation for local specialties. They want cheap, fast, filling. She gestured around the bakery, and he noticed for the first time how everything seemed designed for comfort rather than efficiency. The mismatched furniture invited lingering. The warm lighting made everyone look better. The whole space felt like a hug. This place is about taking time, doing things properly. I can see that, and he could. Everything about the bakery spoke of care, from the way the bread was arranged to the small touches that made the space feel alive. It was the opposite of the palace's cold perfection, where every surface gleamed and every decoration had been chosen by committee. It must be a lot of work. Some days more than others. She glanced toward the back room where he could see evidence of serious baking operations. Large sacks, industrial-sized mixing bowls, the kind of equipment that suggested she supply more than just local breakfast needs. Actually been having to increase production lately. More orders coming in from neighboring villages. Business must be good. Good enough. Her tone was carefully neutral again. Though the new taxes are making things challenging. And there it was, the opening he needed, and yet somehow he didn't want to take it. He wanted to sit in this warm, flower-scented space and eat extraordinary pastries and listen to her talk about her craft with that combination of pride and exasperation that suggested she'd found her calling. Instead, he said, "Taxes can be difficult for small businesses." Difficult. She laughed, but there wasn't much humor in it. That's one word for it. The crown's been increasing levies across the kingdom, he said carefully. Trade routes, merchant fees, ingredient taxes must be impacting everyone. Everyone except the people setting the taxes. Her voice had an edge now, and Finn found himself thinking that he wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of her full displeasure. Easy to triple the cost of flour when you've never had to worry about where your next meal comes from. The coin was heating up again, and Finn realized he was nodding in agreement with criticism of his own family's policies. The worst part was that she wasn't wrong. He'd seen the reports, knew what the numbers meant in abstract terms, but sitting in this bakery and understanding what they meant to someone like Tamsin, someone who clearly poured her heart into her work, made the impact brutally real. Still, she said, brightening with what looked like deliberate effort, we manage. Community takes care of itself around here. Community takes care of itself. There was something in the way she said it that made him think she meant more than just neighborly support. Something organized. Something that might involve redistributing missing grain shipments. That's good to hear, he said. In my travels, I've noticed that more isolated communities often develop creative solutions to challenges. Her green eyes sharpened. Creative solutions? Cooperative purchasing agreements, shared resources, that sort of thing. Shared resources, she repeated slowly. Like what? Finn realized he was walking a tightrope. Push too hard and she'd shut down completely. Don't push hard enough and he'd never get the information he needed. Storage facilities maybe, bulk buying arrangements, ways to offset increased costs through collective action. She was quiet for a long moment, and he could practically see her weighing his words, trying to determine how much he really knew and how much threat he represented. We help each other out when we can, she said finally. That's just good sense. The chime above the door rang again, and an elderly woman shuffled in, moving with the careful precision of someone whose bones made their opinions known on foggy mornings. She had steel gray hair braided with what looked like small charms, and her eyes were the kind of sharp that suggested she missed absolutely nothing. "Morning, Granny Nettles," Tamsin called, her entire demeanor shifting to something warmer and more relaxed. "Morning, dear. And who's this, then?" "Finn of Hairbridge," he said, standing and offering a slight bow that felt natural despite his nerves. "Traveling scribe." Granny Nettles looked him up and down with a kind of thorough assessment that made him feel like she was reading his entire life story from his posture alone. "Scribe, you say? Documentation work, trade routes." She moved to the counter with the economy of someone who'd been doing this exact routine for decades. "Tamsin, dear, I'll take the usual. And perhaps our new friend would like to hear about our local history while he's documenting things." There was something in her tone that made him think local history might be code for something else entirely. "I'd be interested in any information about the area," he said carefully. "Oh, we've had quite a few interesting developments lately," Granny Nettles said, accepting a wrapped package from Tamsin. "Haven't we, dear?" The look that passed between them was loaded with meaning Finn couldn't quite parse, but which definitely involved more than just gossip about weather and livestock. Some changes to local supply arrangements, Tamsin agreed. Nothing that would interest a traveling scribe, I'm sure. You'd be surprised what merchants consider relevant, Finn said. Disruptions to established patterns can affect trade planning. Disruptions, Tamsin repeated, and there was amusement in her voice now. That's an interesting way to put it. Granny Nettles made a sound that might have been approval or might have been a warning. Well, I should be getting along. Nice to meet you, young man. I'm sure you'll find Elderwyn very educational. After she left, the bakery felt somehow smaller, the air heavy with unspoken communication. She seems like a fixture in the community, Finn said. Granny Nettles knows everyone and everything within 20 miles of here, Tamsin confirmed. And she has strong opinions about people who don't pull their weight. Strong opinions about fairness, I'd imagine. Here among other things. Tamsin was studying him again, and he had the uncomfortable feeling that she was putting together pieces of a puzzle he really didn't want her to solve. You know, for someone documenting trade routes, you ask a lot of questions about local politics. His heart rate picked up. Politics and commerce are closely connected. Tax policies, regulations, enforcement patterns, they all affect merchant decision-making. The coin was practically burning now. Right, she said slowly. Merchant decision-making. They looked at each other across the small table, and Finn felt the weight of everything he wasn't saying pressing against his chest. She was suspicious, rightfully so, and he was already compromised in ways that were going to make his actual mission nearly impossible. I should probably get going, he said. Thank you for breakfast and the hospitality. Of course, she paused, then seemed to come to some internal decision. You know, I've been having trouble with some of the heavier lifting around here. Flour sacks, supplies from the mill. If you're staying in town for a while and looking for work, the offer hung in the air between them. Finn knew he should decline politely and find some other way to gather information. Getting closer to her would only make things more complicated, especially when he was already having trouble remembering that she was a suspect rather than a woman who made extraordinary pastries and had flour on her cheek and moved through her domain with the kind of confidence that was doing uncomfortable things to his concentration. I could help with that, he heard himself saying. If you need someone reliable. Reliable, she repeated, and there was definitely amusement in her voice now. Yes, that would be useful. As he rolled up his sleeves to demonstrate his willingness to work, Finn caught her studying his hands with the calculating look of someone piecing together evidence. Too soft, too uncalloused, the hands of someone who'd never done real manual labor in his life. The hands of someone who was definitely not a traveling scribe. Tomorrow morning, she asked. Tomorrow morning, he agreed. Walking back to his lodgings that evening, Finn deliberately pulled out his enchanted coin and flipped it high into the air. It caught the last rays of sunlight before landing in his palm heads up the side that traditionally meant truth. He stared at it for a long moment, acknowledging what he'd been trying to ignore since the moment he'd met Tamsin's sharp green eyes. His mission had just become infinitely more complicated, because somewhere between her first suspicious glance and her offer of entirely undeserved hospitality, he'd started thinking of her as someone to protect rather than someone to investigate. And that was a problem he had absolutely no idea how to solve.
Chapter 3, Rise and Resist. Tamsin. Dawn had barely kissed the windows of the Broom and Butter when Mary burst through the front door like a colorful hurricane, her apron blazing with agitated yellow swirls that made Tamsin's eyes water. Tamsin, she shrieked, waving a scroll above her head as if it were on fire. You have to see this. The royal treasury's gone completely barmy. Good morning to you too, Mary, Tamsin said dryly, though she set down her mixing bowl and wiped flour from her hands. The girls' magical aprons were reliable mood indicators, and right now, the yellow glow was practically radioactive. What fresh disaster has the crown bestowed upon us? Fresh disaster is right. Miri slammed the decree down on the nearest table with enough force to rattle the teacups. They've frozen all potion ingredient imports. Frozen them. As in, no more dried moonwort, no crystallized ginger, no powdered phoenix down, nothing magical gets through the ports without a special license that costs more than my grandmother's cottage. Tamsin leaned over to scan the official document, her irritation mounting with each ridiculous clause. Import authorization fee, 2 gold crowns per ingredient type, she read aloud. Processing period, 6 to 8 weeks. Pending thorough magical contamination screening. She looked up at Miri's stricken face. This is insane. Insane doesn't begin to cover it. Mary's apron shifted to an alarming shade of orange. Marla's going to run out of her base ingredients by next week. Jem won't be able to repair enchantments without proper focusing crystals, and oh, her voice climbed to a dramatic wail. We'll all be eating plain bread and drinking water like common peasants. Here are worse things than plain bread, Tamsin pointed out, though privately she agreed. The decree was clearly designed to strangle magical businesses slowly rather than shut them down outright. More profitable that way. Desperation made people pay ridiculous fees. The back door's familiar squeak announced a new arrival, and Button slid through with his signature stealth, clutching a jam jar to his chest like precious cargo. His usually cheerful expression was replaced by grim seriousness that looked wrong on his freckled 15-year-old face. Morning, Tam, he said quietly. Got news from the network. Network? Mary bounced on her toes, her apron now cycling through anxious purples. What network? Buttons? Are you running messages again? I thought we talked about this. You can't just appoint yourself head of rebel intelligence. I didn't appoint myself anything, Button said with wounded dignity. The jam jar chose me. He held up the container, which contained what looked like ordinary preserves but probably held coded messages written in enchanted fruit pectin. And it's not rebel intelligence, it's community information sharing. Tamsin abandoned her bread dough entirely, wiping her hands on her apron as she studied Button's unusually sobering expression. What kind of information? 3 shops in Millhaven closed yesterday, he said without preamble. Copper's Cauldron, the Wishing Well Tea House, and that place that sold singing ribbons. All cited insurmountable tax burden in their closure notices. 3? Mary's voice squeaked. In one day? Gets worse, Buttons continued. Finwick's Enchanted Hardware in Bramblewood shuttered last week. The message says their enchantment licensing fees tripled overnight. Something about enhanced magical safety protocols. He twisted the jam jar's lid, and Tamsin caught a whiff of strawberry mixed with something that made her nose tingle. Definitely coded correspondence. And in Thornwick Village, they're saying the tax collectors have started showing up with those new detection charms that can sniff out unreported magical inventory. Tamsin's hand stilled on her flour-smudged apron. The systematic targeting wasn't accidental. This was a coordinated campaign to make magical trades unprofitable and magical practitioners desperate, which meant her little grain redistribution stunt had been a single raindrop before a storm that was already building. Right, Miri said, her apron now flashing between red and gold in agitated bursts. That settles it. Something must be done before they regulate us into starvation. Such as? Tamsin asked, though she suspected she already knew where this conversation was heading. Sabotage, Miri declared, throwing her arms wide. We enchant their precious decree scrolls to burst into flames the moment someone tries to read them aloud. Or, Buttons added thoughtfully, we could organize a village-wide baking strike. No bread, no pastries, no magical food preservation, until they back down from the worst of the taxes. Or we could make the tax collectors' lives significantly more difficult, Miri continued, warning to her theme. A little gastric distress charm in their morning tea, perhaps? Nothing dangerous, just memorable. You want to poison tax collectors? Tamsin asked. Not poison, inconvenience. There's a difference. The tap of a walking stick against stone announced Granny Nettle's arrival before she pushed through the front door. Cyril coiled around the handle and hissing softly at the heated conversation. The elderly woman took in the scene, Miri gesticulating wildly, Buttons clutching his jam jar, and Tamsin standing frozen with flour-covered hands, and made a disgusted sound. If you're going to plot treason, she announced with dry authority, settling her walking stick against the counter, At least do it properly. We're not plotting treason, Miri protested. We're plotting community improvement initiatives. Child, I've been plotting actual treason since before you were born, Granny Nettles said severely. What you're doing is having a tantrum with magical enhancement. There's a difference. Buttons straightened, apparently recognizing someone who shared his appreciation for proper espionage. You've been plotting treason. Not plotting, Granny Nettles corrected. Executing. Small at scale, mind you, nothing flashy. Her weathered eyes fixed on Tamsin. Though I suspect our resident baker here has already dipped her toes in those particular waters. He climbed Tamsin's neck. I don't know what you mean. Of course you don't, dear. Granny Nettles' smile was sharp. Just like you don't know anything about mysteriously redistributed grain appearing in our village stores yesterday morning. The silence that followed was telling. Miri's mouth fell open, her apron cycling through amazed blues and greens, while Buttons clutched his jam jar tighter and whispered, "That was you? With the grain cart? I heard the driver was so confused he filed 3 different incident reports." "I neither confirm nor deny," Tamsin began. "Oh, stuff and nonsense," Granny Nettles interrupted. "What you did was a decent start, but if you're serious about making a difference, you'll need proper organization. And proper organization requires proper venues." She gestured toward the door with her snake-headed cane. "Come along, Tamsin. Time you met some people." "What people?" "The kind of people who've been dealing with this problem longer than yesterday," Granny Nettles said tartly. "Bring your cloak and tell your assistants to close the shop for an extended lunch break." 20 minutes later, Tamsin ducked under a low archway, following Granny Nettles through a maze of back alleys she'd never noticed before. The older woman moved with surprising agility, her cane clicking rhythmically against ancient cobblestones. "For someone with a bad hip, you move like a woman half your age," Tamsin observed, sidestepping a puddle of questionable origin. "And for someone who claims to know this town, you're gawking like a tourist," Granny Nettles shot back without slowing. "Head down, basket visible. We're just 2 women making a delivery." Tamsin adjusted her grip on the basket of elderflower wine and lowered her voice. "A delivery to where, exactly?" "Medication for Marla's headaches," Granny Nettles said loudly as 2 royal guards passed at the end of the street. Then, much softer, "The kind that come from having the crown's boot on your neck." They merged into a small square dominated by a row of abandoned market stalls, most of them boarded up or draped with weather-stained canvas. Granny Nettles led her to the 3rd stall from the left, marked only with a faded No 7 painted on weathered wood. "Marla's shop is 2 streets over," Tamsin pointed out. "Is it?" Granny Nettles pressed her weathered hand against what looked like an ordinary wooden post. "How inconvenient." The wood flickered, and Tamsin felt the subtle tingle of ward magic activating. A concealed door swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "After you, dear," Granny Nettles said sweetly. The stairs led to a cramped cellar space lit by enchanted lanterns that cast warm, steady light over rough stone walls. But it wasn't the magical lighting that made Tamsin's breath catch. It was the dozen people clustered around a large table covered in chalk-drawn maps, coded message scrolls, and what looked suspiciously like detailed surveillance notes. Faces turned toward her as she descended the final steps. Mrs. Holbrook from the herb garden, young Tom from the Miller's family, Elena, who ran the village's small library, and half a dozen others she recognized from market days and casual street conversations, all of them looking at her with expressions of cautious hope. "Well," she said faintly, "this is unexpected." "The stall and hearth," Granny Nettles announced, settling onto a bench with satisfaction. "Elderwyn's least official social organization. You've been meeting under my nose this entire time?" "Not just meeting," said a familiar voice. Jem Bellamy stepped forward from the shadows near the far wall, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by quiet intensity that made him look like a different person entirely. "Planning, organizing, and coordinating resistance efforts across 6 villages." Tamsin stared at him. Jem, who sold minor enchantments and complained about the weather and made terrible jokes about spell components. "You're part of this?" "Part of it," Mrs. Holbrook laughed. "Tamsin, dear, he organized it." The Crown's been tightening restrictions for months, Jem explained, gesturing toward the chalk-covered board behind him. New licensing requirements, increased inspection fees, import limitations. They're trying to make magical trades economically impossible without making it officially illegal. More profitable that way, Elena added grimly. Desperate people pay higher fees. So we started sharing information, Jem continued, tracking which villages were being hit hardest, which tax collectors were most corrupt, where emergency supplies could be moved when shops started closing. He pulled a rolled map from the table and spread it flat, revealing a network of marked routes connecting dozens of villages. It started as mutual aid. It's become something more organized. The gathered villagers turned toward Tamsin with expressions that made her deeply uncomfortable, expectant, hopeful, like they were waiting for her to say something significant. "This is all very impressive," she said carefully, "but I'm not sure why you're showing it to me." "Because," said Mrs. Holbrook gently, "we need someone with your particular skills." "My skills?" "Magical food preparation," Jem explained. "We need someone who can coordinate what we're calling morale operations, delivering enchanted food that boosts courage, improves health, spreads hope throughout the network." "Also," added Tom quietly, "someone the tax collectors haven't started watching yet." Granny Nettles made a soft sound that might have been amusement. "Haven't they, though?" All eyes turned to Tamsin, who felt heat climb her neck again. "There might have been some suspicious interest from a traveling scribe yesterday. Nothing definite." "Ah," said Jem, the too polite stranger with expensive boots and soft hands. "You've seen him?" Hard to miss someone asking detailed questions about local trade routes and tax compliance. Jem's expression darkened, especially when those questions focused specifically on which merchants might be having supply difficulties. A cold knot formed in Tamsin's stomach. Finn's questions the previous morning suddenly seemed far more pointed in retrospect. "Right," she said slowly, "so we're all potentially under surveillance. The magical economy is being systematically dismantled, and you want me to," she gestured vaguely at the organized chaos around them, "help coordinate food-based resistance operations," Elena said promptly. "Your magical baking could maintain morale across the entire network, keep people fed when shops closed, and provide cover for message distribution. Also," added Mrs. Holbrook with a slight smile, "your recent grain redistribution efforts suggest you're already committed to the cause." Tamsin looked around the room at faces full of quiet determination and desperate hope. These weren't radicals or troublemakers. They were her neighbors, people she'd known for years, driven to secret meetings and coded messages by policies designed to slowly strangle their livelihoods. "If I agree to help," she said finally, "I do it my way, using pastries as the delivery method because bread deliveries attract less suspicion than mysterious midnight meetings." She gestured around the cellar. "No offense." "Untaken," Jem said. "Actually, food distribution makes excellent tactical sense." "And I want a proper communication system," Tamsin continued, warming to the idea despite herself. "Something reliable that doesn't depend on jam jars and coded elderflower wine deliveries." "What did you have in mind?" "Muffins," she said decisively. "Different flavors for different messages. Blueberry for all clear, cranberry for increased caution, chocolate chip for emergency protocols activated. People order specific types. I know what they need to communicate." The room buzzed with approving murmurs. Granny Nettles rapped her walking stick against the floor. "Sensible girl! Food codes are much more practical than all this cloak and dagger nonsense." "So you'll do it?" Jem asked. Tamsin looked around the room one more time, taking in the mapped routes, the carefully organized supply lists, the quiet faces of people who'd decided that enough was enough. Yesterday, she'd been a baker who occasionally bent minor laws. Today, she was being recruited to coordinate actual resistance operations. "I'll do it," she said, "but if we're going to run a proper rebellion, we're going to need better muffins." The afternoon passed in a blur of recipe development and tactical planning. Miri took gleeful notes as Tamsin worked out the magical enhancements needed for different message types. Courage boosting for morale deliveries, warming charms for winter supply runs, mild preservation spells to extend shelf life during longer distribution routes. "This is brilliant," Miri declared, her apron cycling through excited golds and pinks. "We're going to revolutionize the baked goods industry, also possibly overthrow tyrannical tax policies. Let's focus on sustainable operations before we start overthrowing anything," Tamsin said dryly, though she had to admit the systematic approach felt more promising than random grain redistribution. By evening, she had a viable system worked out. 3 neighboring farms would receive her first encrypted delivery run the following morning, testing both the muffin-based code system and her ability to maintain normal bakery operations while coordinating resistance activities. She loaded her delivery cart with carefully coated baked goods just as the sun began setting behind Elderwyn's crooked rooflines, then set out along the familiar farm roads with growing confidence. The first 2 stops went smoothly. Mrs. Patterson accepted her cranberry muffins with understanding nods, while the Hendricks family took delivery of blueberry loaves with appropriate appreciation for the all-clear message. It was near the old mill, on her way to the 3rd delivery, that she spotted the familiar figure. Vin, standing in the shadow of the mill's great wheel, supposedly documenting grain storage methods, but positioned perfectly to observe her entire route. Their eyes met across the distance, and even from 50 yards away, she could see the moment he realized he'd been spotted. He raised one hand in a casual wave, as if encountering her on this particular road at this particular time was complete coincidence. Tamsin waved back with matching false cheer, made her final delivery with forced normalcy, then returned to the bakery with her jaw clenched tight. That evening, she stood in her kitchen staring at her flour-dusted hands and acknowledging several uncomfortable truths. First, her small act of grain redistribution had somehow snowballed into coordinating an actual multi-village rebellion. Second, she was apparently better at organized resistance than she'd expected. Third, her suspicion of the too-curious traveling scribe had hardened into genuine wariness that made her stomach twist unpleasantly, because there had been something in Finn's expression when their eyes met. Not surprise or guilt, but resignation, like a man who'd been caught at a job he didn't particularly want to be doing, which raised the uncomfortable question of exactly what job he thought he was doing. And why it required watching her.
Chapter 4. Sugar and Secrets. The acrid smell of smoke drew him through Elderwyn's sleeping streets like a beacon, his boots echoing against cobblestones still damp with evening mist. Finn had been restless in his rented room above the tavern, his mind cycling endlessly through the afternoon's encounter near the mill. The way Tamsin had looked at him, that careful wave, the resignation in her eyes that matched his own guilty awareness. He'd told himself he was simply taking a late walk to clear his head. The flickering orange light spilling from the broom and butter's propped-open door suggested otherwise. Flour coated every visible surface like fresh snow after a blizzard. It drifted across the floor in soft peaks, clung to the walls in ghostly handprints, and powdered the mismatched chairs until they looked like abandoned furniture in some mad alchemist's laboratory. The smell of burnt bread hung heavy in the air, competing with something sharper, the magical residue of spells gone slightly wrong. Tamsin sat slumped on a large flour sack near the kitchen doorway, her auburn hair escaping its usual practical tie in exhausted wisps that caught the lamplight. She stared at the chaos with the particular expression of someone who'd moved past anger into dark humor. "Temperamental oven with opinions about tax collectors," she muttered to the room at large, then glanced up as his shadow fell across the threshold. "Oh, perfect, because what this evening really needed was an audience." "I saw the light," Finn said, stepping carefully around a particularly impressive flour drift. "Thought you might be having trouble." She gestured vaguely at the disaster zone. Sir Crustington and the oven had a philosophical disagreement about tonight's batch of protest bread. I got caught in the crossfire. From his perch near the cooling oven, the enchanted sourdough starter bubbled with what sounded distinctly like smugness. Steam rose from his glass jar in shapes that might have been tiny middle fingers. "Any casualties?" Finn asked, suppressing a smile at the starter's obvious attitude. "Only my dignity and approximately 30 pounds of flour," Tamsin pushed herself to her feet with a sigh. Also possibly my faith in the fundamental decency of kitchen appliances. Without being asked, Finn rolled up his sleeves and began gathering the worst of the flour from the nearest counter, his movements creating small avalanches that settled into neat piles. The familiar rhythm of cleaning felt oddly comforting after days of careful observation and calculated questions. "You don't have to," Tamsin said, but she was already reaching for a broom. "This is my mess." "Shared catastrophes build character," he replied, brushing flour from a stubborn corner where it had somehow climbed halfway up the wall. "Besides, I've cleaned up worse." That was true enough. Palace life involved plenty of diplomatic disasters that required literal and metaphorical sweeping under rugs, though most of those hadn't involved quite this much magical flour. They worked in companionable quiet, their movements falling into an easy rhythm as lamplight flickered across surfaces that gradually emerged from their floury burial. Finn found himself stealing glances at Tamsin's profile in the warm glow, the flour dust that caught in her eyelashes like tiny stars, the way she unconsciously hummed some half-remembered tune while scrubbing stubborn spots from the walls. She moved through the familiar chaos with practiced efficiency, even covered in flour and clearly exhausted. There was something deeply appealing about watching someone so completely in their element, even when that element was currently exploding ovens and judgmental sourdough. "Kettle?" she asked eventually, surveying their progress with approval. "Please." While she prepared tea, Finn settled beside the banked fire and let himself appreciate the comfortable disorder of her world. Mismatched chairs, jam jars repurposed as storage containers, recipe notes stuck to every available surface, in handwriting that ranged from careful to completely illegible. After years of palace formality, every object in its designated place, every conversation weighted with protocol, there was something almost revolutionary about Tamsin's cheerful approach to organized chaos. The kettle whistled, and she returned with 2 steaming mugs of chamomile tea that tasted of honey and something faintly herbal. They sat on the old bench near the fireplace, close enough that he could smell the lingering traces of cinnamon in her hair beneath the flour dust. "Thank you," she said quietly, wrapping her hands around her mug. "For helping? You didn't have to." "I wanted to." That earned him a sideways look over her tea. Most people would have kept walking. Midnight bakery explosions aren't exactly anyone else's problem. "Most people don't know what it's like to feel responsible for things they never asked for," he said before he could stop himself. The words hung between them, more honest than he'd intended. Tamsin set down her mug and studied his face with those sharp green eyes that always seemed to see more than was comfortable. "That sounds personal." "Doesn't it always?" He tried for lightness, but something in her expression made him continue. "Sometimes I think we're all just playing roles we never auditioned for, trying to meet expectations we didn't choose and aren't sure we can handle." Her laugh was rueful. "Are you reading my diary? Because that's exactly how I've been feeling lately." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, leaving a small streak of flour on her temple. "I inherited this place from my gran, along with all her recipes and her reputation and her mysterious sourdough starter who apparently has strong opinions about everything. Some days I feel like I'm doing her justice. Other days, I feel like I'm making it all up as I go along and hoping no one notices." The vulnerability in her voice made something clench tight in his chest. He wanted to tell her that she was doing more than justice to her grandmother's legacy, that from what he'd seen, she was building something entirely her own, something that mattered to people. Instead, he found himself talking about responsibility and expectations in careful generalizations, letting his genuine emotion show through while scrubbing away any details that might reveal exactly whose expectations were weighing on him. The weight of others' decisions, the pressure to be someone he wasn't sure he wanted to be, the growing suspicion that the right thing and the required thing might not be the same. "Family business?" she asked when he paused. "Something like that." Finn opened his mouth, then closed it. The words hovered there, about how his father had mapped out his entire life before he could walk, how his brother's absence had thrust him into roles he never wanted, how sometimes he felt like he was drowning in other people's expectations, How meeting her was the first time in years he'd felt like himself, rather than a collection of carefully crafted responses. It's complicated, he said instead, the truth retreating behind practiced diplomacy. His hand brushed the coin in his pocket, a reminder of everything he couldn't say. The space between them on the bench seemed to be gradually shrinking as they talked, their knees almost touching as they turned toward each other. When Tamsin reached over to brush flour from his sleeve, an unconscious gesture that suggested comfortable familiarity, Finn felt that dangerous pull again, the urge to tell her everything, his real name, his mission, the way he'd been watching her deliveries but finding himself more impressed than suspicious. The way he was starting to care about her in ways that had nothing to do with missing tax revenue. "Finn," she said quietly, and something in her voice made him look up. Her tired green eyes seemed to see straight past his careful facade, as if she could read the conflict he was trying so hard to hide. The moment stretched between them, heavy with possibility and unspoken questions. He opened his mouth, the truth sitting on his tongue like something that wanted to be spoken. "I'm not who you think I am. I came here to investigate you. I'm supposed to arrest you, and instead, I'm falling for you, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do about any of it." But years of diplomatic training ran deeper than recent revelation, and caution stopped the words in his throat before they could emerge. Instead, he reached over to gently brush a smudge of flour from her cheek, his thumb tracing along her cheekbone in a touch that lingered longer than strictly necessary. His enchanted coin burned against his ribs where it rested in his pocket. Another lie by omission, another moment of choosing comfort over honesty. Tamsin leaned slightly into his touch with a soft sigh, her eyes fluttering closed for just a moment. When she opened them again, Finn realized with growing panic that his feelings for her were already far beyond anything his mission parameters had anticipated. Every moment of easy conversation, every shared look, every laugh was making his deception feel less like duty and more like betrayal. He was supposed to be investigating her. Instead, he was sitting in her flour-covered bakery at dawn, drinking tea and falling for a woman who trusted him enough to let him see her vulnerable moments. A woman who had no idea he was lying to her about everything that mattered. "I should go," he said eventually, though nothing in him wanted to move. "Let you get some rest." "Probably wise," she agreed, but neither of them moved immediately. When they finally stood, the walk to her loft door felt both too long and too short. Finn paused at the bottom of the narrow stairs, suddenly conscious of the intimacy of the gesture. Walking her home, even when home was just one floor up from where they'd been sitting. "Thank you," Tamsin said again, "for the help, and for," she gestured vaguely between them, "the rest of it. Thank you for the tea, and for letting me stay." She smiled, a real smile, soft and unguarded in a way that made his chest tight. "Good night, Finn of Hairbridge." "Good night, Tamsin." He waited until he heard her door close softly, then made his way back through the village streets as dawn began painting the eastern sky in pale colors. His enchanted coin sat heavy in his pocket, a constant reminder of the choice he'd just made. Choosing comfort over confession had felt like the safer option in the moment, but as he walked back to his rented room, Finn acknowledged the uncomfortable truth. Every moment of genuine connection was only making his inevitable revelation more potentially devastating. At the first close, he capered, faltered, and he was supposed to be the crown's eyes and ears in Elderwyn. Instead, he was becoming something far more dangerous, a man with divided loyalties and feelings that had nothing to do with duty. The question was what he planned to do about it, and how much longer he could keep lying to himself that he had any choice left in the matter.
Chapter 5, The Crumb Line Awakens. Tamsin. The first hint that Dawn would bring more than the usual pre-opening routine came in the form of urgent whispering from somewhere behind her flour barrels. Tamsin paused in her morning inventory, wooden spoons still dripping with sourdough starter, and cocked her head toward the suspicious rustling sound. Absolutely critical that you maintain visual confirmation before switching to strawberry, came Button's earnest voice, muffled but unmistakably serious. Remember, apricot means newcomers spotted, blackberry indicates asking too many questions, and strawberry signals definitely not local. What if they're asking questions and they're not local? Piped up a smaller voice that sounded suspiciously like Tommy Wicket from the fishmonger's stall. Double jam, Buttons replied without hesitation. Half blackberry, half strawberry, mixed counterclockwise. Advanced technique. Tamsin set down her spoon and crept closer to the corner where her flower supplies created a natural alcove. Sure enough, she found Buttons crouched behind the largest barrel, with 3 village children arranged in a semicircle around him, like disciples receiving sacred wisdom. Each child clutched a small glass jar with determined expressions that would have been adorable if they weren't so deeply focused. But what if we can't find the drop point? Asked Sarah, the baker's daughter, from across the square. Her jam jar bore a carefully drawn map on the lid in what looked suspiciously like elderberry juice. Buttons pulled out a rumpled piece of parchment covered in an elaborate network of lines, symbols, and tiny drawings. That's why we have backup protocols. Each sector has primary and secondary locations. Are you running a spy network in my flower storage? Tamsin interrupted, stepping into view. The children jumped as if she'd materialized from thin air, but Buttons simply looked up with the unflappable confidence of someone who'd been expecting this conversation. Operation Jam Jar is officially operational as of yesterday, he announced proudly. We've established 17 drop points throughout the village using coded preserves and strategically placed pastries to track suspicious visitors. 17? Tamsin blinked. When did you even... Oh, I've been helping, Miri's voice rang out as she bounced through the bakery's back door, arms full of freshly laundered aprons that sparkled with more than just cleanliness. My aprons have been leaving coded messages in jam jar lids all week. It's been so much more exciting than regular laundry delivery. She beamed at Tamsin as if she'd just announced a successful souffle rather than a clandestine intelligence network. Your aprons, Tamsin repeated slowly, have been leaving coded messages. Enchanted embroidery, Miri explained cheerfully. The threads glow when they come into contact with specific magical signatures. We've been using them to mark locations where strangers linger too long or ask the wrong sorts of questions. Sarah held up her jar lid, which indeed bore tiny glowing symbols around the edge. My mom thinks they're decorative. She said they're very artistic. Tamsin rubbed her temples, trying to process the revelation that half the village's children had apparently been running surveillance operations while she'd been focused on grain redistribution and mysterious scribes with clean hands. This is very creative, she said carefully, but you do realize this is just elaborate child's play? Buttons finished with a knowing grin. That's what I hoped you'd think. He unfolded his parchment map completely, revealing a detailed layout of Elderwyn and the surrounding area marked with movement patterns, timing notations, and what appeared to be behavioral assessments, written in surprisingly neat handwriting. 3 suspicious individuals have been systematically visiting every magical establishment in town over the past week, he continued, his voice losing its usual excited chatter and taking on the focused tone of someone delivering a genuine report. 2 men and a woman, operating independently but following coordinated patterns. Tamsin leaned closer to examine the map, her amusement beginning to shift toward genuine attention. The level of detail was impressive and unsettling. Movement arrows tracked consistent routes, timestamps marked regular patterns, and careful observations noted behavioral quirks and physical descriptions. The first man matches your friend Finn, Button said, pointing to a series of blue marks. Clean hands, polite questions, interested in trade routes. He's been focusing on the bakery district, but also visited the herbalist, the candle maker, and both taverns. He's not suspicious, Tamsin said automatically, then caught herself. I mean, he's just... The second man is different, Buttons interrupted, indicating red marks that followed a more erratic pattern. Asks direct questions about magical licenses and tax compliance. Made the herbalist cry on Tuesday. And the woman? Tamsin asked, though something cold was already settling in her stomach. Button's freckled face grew solemn. She's the one we're really worried about. Military posture, judgmental eyebrows, and she's been asking specifically about unusual baking activities and irregularities in grain supplies. The cold feeling spread to Tamsin's chest. Show me her pattern. The black marks on Button's map formed a methodical grid covering every business that dealt with food, magical or otherwise. Unlike the other two visitors, this woman's movements suggested thoroughness rather than casual inquiry. She'd been cataloging, not investigating. She talked to Granny Nettles for almost an hour yesterday, Tommy added importantly. Made her very nervous. Granny kept wrapping and unwrapping her shawl. And she measured the distance between our bakery and the grain merchant's stall, Sarah chimed in, counted her steps twice. As if responding to the mounting tension in the room, a faint glow began emanating from the corner where Sir Crustington resided in his glass jar. Tamsin glanced over, expecting the usual bubbling protest to the morning's disruption, but what she saw made her breath catch. The light wasn't random. It was forming patterns on the glass surface, symbols that shifted and danced like living script, pulsing with an urgency she'd never witnessed before. That's new, Miri observed with fascination rather than alarm. He's never done light shows before. Tamsin approached the sourdough starter slowly, watching as the glowing symbols responded to her presence by brightening and changing configuration. Ancient-looking characters flowed across the jar's surface like water, some appearing familiar in the way that half-remembered dreams feel significant without being entirely comprehensible. Sir Crustington, she said softly, reaching out to touch the glass. The moment her fingertip made contact, the symbols pulsed brighter, and warmth traveled up her arm. Not magical heat, but something deeper. Recognition. Warning. Connection. Tamsin? Button's voice cut through her fascination. There's something else. She turned reluctantly away from the mesmerizing display, noting that the glow dimmed, but didn't disappear entirely. My agents identified the suspicious woman, Buttons continued, his earlier excitement replaced by genuine concern. She's Captain Elric Dunn's advanced scout. She's been sent to assess the village before an official inspection. The name hit Tamsin like a physical blow. Captain Elric Dunn, the Crown's most notorious enforcer, the man who'd systematically dismantled 3 separate resistance movements in the past 2 years with ruthless efficiency and an apparently supernatural ability to track magical irregularities. How do you know that? She asked, though part of her already suspected the answer. She was asking specific questions about enforcement protocols and magical permit compliance, Buttons said proudly. Plus, she has that special ledger that glows when people lie. Sarah's cousin works at the inn, and she overheard the woman talking to herself about preliminary assessments and containment strategies. The weight of genuine danger settled over the bakery like flour dust, making everything feel heavier and more fragile. What had started as village mischief and grain redistribution was apparently attracting the attention of people who took magical enforcement very seriously indeed. This is real, Tamsin said quietly, more to herself than to the children. Very real, Buttons agreed, which is why Operation Jam Jar needs to stay operational. We're the only ones tracking these patterns. She looked around at the 4 earnest faces watching her. Buttons, with his strategic mind and surprising competence, Mary with her enchanted aprons and infectious determination, and 2 village children who'd somehow become part of an intelligence network that was proving more valuable than any adult initiative. All right, she said finally. The crumb line is officially authorized. The what? Mary squeaked with delight. Your spy network needs a proper name, Tamsin explained, and since it runs on pastries and preserves, the crumb line seems appropriate. Mutton's grin could have powered the village for a week. Does this mean we get official recognition? It means you get safety protocols, Tamsin said firmly. No direct contact with suspects, coded reports only. Immediate retreat if discovered. And if anyone approaches you about your activities, you don't know anything about resistance movements, grain redistribution, or unusual baking. You're just children playing spy games with jam jars. Because that's all we are, Sarah said innocently, batting her eyelashes. Exactly. Maintain that cover at all costs. She watched as the children absorbed her instructions with the seriousness of seasoned operatives receiving mission parameters. It was both impressive and deeply concerning that village children were taking resistance work more seriously than most adults. Deployment positions, Buttons announced, folding his map with military precision. Remember, visual confirmation before jar placement and no heroics. The children dispersed with renewed purpose, their jam jars glinting in the morning light as they headed to their respective surveillance zones. Tamsin watched them go through the bakery windows, marveling at how they'd transformed from playful nuisances into what might be Elderwyn's most effective early warning system. "They're good at this," Miri observed, settling beside her with an armful of still glowing aprons. "Better than I expected." "Too good," Tamsin muttered. The pride she felt in their cleverness was tempered by anxiety about involving children in work that was becoming genuinely dangerous. Captain Elric Dunn's reputation didn't include tolerance for youthful enthusiasm or innocent mistakes. Alone, except for Mary's cheerful humming, Tamsin returned her attention to Sir Cressington's increasingly dramatic light display. The symbols had shifted again, now forming patterns that seemed almost like maps or diagrams, complete with connecting lines and what might have been directional arrows. She traced one of the glowing characters with her fingertip, feeling that same warm recognition pulse through her arm. Whatever was happening to her sourdough starter, it was connected to something larger than village rebellion. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Sir Crestington had begun his transformation just as dangerous attention was focusing on Elderwyn. "You're trying to tell me something, aren't you?" she whispered to the jar. The symbols pulsed brighter, rearranging themselves into what looked almost like writing she should be able to read if she could just remember the right language. Ancient knowledge stirring in her mind like flour being sifted, familiar but not quite accessible. For the first time since discovering the tax notice that had started everything, Tamsin felt truly out of her depth. Grain redistribution and encrypted muffins were one thing. Glowing sourdough starters responding to imminent magical enforcement were something else entirely. She had the distinct feeling that she was no longer just leading a small village rebellion. She was being pulled into something much older and more significant. Something that made her both protector and protected, though she couldn't yet understand which role would prove more dangerous. Sir Crestington pulsed once more, his light show shifting into patterns that almost looked like reassurance before settling back into his usual contented bubbling. But the faint glow remained, a constant reminder that nothing in Elderwyn was quite as simple as it had seemed just a week ago.
Chapter 6. Jam, Jabs, and Judgment. The morning sun cast long shadows across Elderwyn's cobblestone streets as Finn made his way toward the market square, ostensibly to observe the daily rhythm of village trade. What he actually discovered made him stop short beside the blacksmith's shop. One hand braced against the warm stone wall, jam jar lids, dozens of them, placed with deliberate precision at street corners, tucked beneath windowsills, balanced on fence posts. Each one caught the light differently depending on its position, creating a subtle but unmistakable pattern throughout the village. Finn crouched beside a particularly obvious placement, a strawberry preserve lid positioned at eye level on a garden gate, its surface gleaming like a beacon against the weathered wood. The morning light caught the metal rim, sending a deliberate flash that would be visible from halfway down the lane. From this angle, he could see the next marker, 30 paces away. Another polished disc, winking from beneath Mrs. Holloway's windowsill, then another at the intersection beyond that, perched on the corner post like a miniature shield. Sweet saints preserve us, he thought, fighting back an inappropriate grin that threatened to split his face entirely. The boy had actually done it. Buttons had created a functioning intelligence network using breakfast condiments, and the sheer audacious practicality of it made Finn's chest tight with something between admiration and maternal pride he had no business feeling. Following the trail of blackberry jam markers. Because, of course, there was a system to which flavors meant what? Probably color, coded by urgency or destination. Finn wound through Elderwyn's twisted lanes with growing respect. for the operation's scope. The placement showed genuine strategic thinking, high enough to catch sunlight and be visible to designated observers moving through the village, low enough to escape the notice of anyone not specifically looking for them, positioned to provide clear sight lines between key locations. Someone had mapped this village's geography with military precision, and that someone wore a patchwork jacket and claimed lucky feet. The trail led him past the miller's house where flower dust still clung to the morning air, around the herb garden behind the tavern where rosemary and thyme released their scent under his boots, and finally to a narrow alley where rainwater collected in wooden barrels, lined against the bakery's back wall. The space smelled of damp stone and bread yeast, shadows pooling between buildings in a way that made it nearly invisible from the main thoroughfare. There, crouched behind the largest barrel, with a piece of charcoal clutched in fingers stained black, and what appeared to be an official-looking ledger balanced on his knees, was Buttons himself. His usually animated face was set in lines of concentration that made him look older than his 15 years, more seasoned spy than village mascot. The boy's attention was fixed with laser intensity on a woman in a travel-stained cloak who was methodically visiting each shop along the main street. Even from this distance, Finn could observe her pattern. Enter shop. Ask pointed questions while her hand rested near her hip in a way that suggested a weapon. Take notes in precise script. Emerge with the stiff posture of someone gathering intelligence rather than shopping. Move to next location. Her movements were too controlled, too purposeful. Her shoulders held the rigid line of someone accustomed to saluting superiors. And despite the civilian clothing, everything about her bearings screamed military training. Captain Elric's advance scout, Finn realized with a chill that started in his stomach and spread outward like ice water. The enforcement was already beginning, faster than he'd anticipated. His mission to observe and report had become irrelevant. The Crown was moving to action. Buttons scribbled something in his ledger with careful precision, then adjusted his position for a better view around the barrel's edge. His movements were careful, practiced, far too sophisticated for a 15-year-old playing at espionage. This wasn't a game to him anymore, if it ever had been. The weight of real consequences had settled on his young shoulders like an ill-fitting cloak. Finn approached with deliberately casual footsteps, hands visible and expression crafted to suggest nothing more threatening than mild curiosity. The gravel crunched softly under his boots, and he made sure to scuff just enough to announce his presence without startling the boy into running. Afternoon, Buttons. Fascinating weather we're having. The boy's head snapped up like a startled deer, and for a moment his face showed genuine surprise, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, before his features shifted with visible effort into the mask of suspicious wariness he'd been practicing. Finn. The name came out flat, carefully neutral. What brings you to this particular alley on this particular afternoon? Looking for you, actually. Finn settled against the opposite wall, maintaining non-threatening body language. Wondered if you might be interested in helping with some grain documentation work. Pays better than... He gestured vaguely at the ledger. Whatever you're currently documenting. Those sharp eyes studied Finn with uncomfortable intelligence. Grain documentation? Trade route mapping, harvest projections, very official. Finn kept his tone light, but something in Button's expression suggested the boy wasn't buying a word of it. Official documentation, Buttons repeated slowly. The kind that requires knowledge of royal tax collection methods, perhaps? The question hit like a punch to the gut, but Finn maintained his easy smile. Just local trade patterns, nothing that complex. Buns closed his ledger with a soft snap that somehow managed to sound both final and deeply amused. How interesting. And here I thought you were just a traveling scribe with unusually clean hands and expensive sword maintenance habits. Bloody hell, even the children were catching on. The observation hit closer to home than Finn cared to admit. He'd noticed those same calluses on his palms just this morning, the telltale marks of quality steel rather than quill work. How many other details was he fumbling without realizing it? Not sure what you mean. but Buttons was already moving, darting toward the mouth of the alley with liquid grace that spoke of years spent navigating these twisted streets. Finn followed on instinct, his longer legs easily keeping pace as the boy led him through a maze of narrow passages between buildings. The afternoon shadows felt cooler here, trapped between stone walls that still held the morning's dampness. His boots echoed against wet cobblestones while Buttons moved with practiced silence, barely disturbing the puddles beneath his feet. Buttons wait. The pursuit ended abruptly when Buttons disappeared around a corner and Finn, following too closely, stumbled directly through what appeared to be a back entrance to someone's shop. The door swung open under his momentum with an alarming creak of hinges, sending him sprawling into a cramped space filled with shelves upon shelves of glass bottles that stretched from floor to ceiling in precarious, color-coded arrangements. Every bottle on every shelf began to rattle ominously as his entrance disrupted whatever delicate magical processes were occurring within them. The sound was like wind chimes caught in a tempest, high notes mixing with deeper vibrations that seemed to resonate in his bones, the air filled with competing scents. Lavender and sulfur warring for dominance, honey's sweetness clashing with something distinctly medicinal that made his nose burn, while several bottles changed colors in rapid succession. Azure to amber to an alarming shade of green that pulsed like a heartbeat. Oh, for the love of... A woman's voice cut through the cacophony, sharp with exasperation and barely contained panic. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Finn pushed himself upright, taking in his surroundings with mounting alarm as the magical chaos continued around him. Thistle and Hex, he realized, from the herb-scented mayhem and the copper-haired woman currently glaring at him, from behind a cluttered workbench, Marla, Quench, the potion shop owner, with her wild curls full of actual steam that seemed to be rising from her scalp and her round glasses slipping down her nose as she frantically reached for bottles that were beginning to emit concerning hissing sounds. This, Finn thought, as something behind him began to bubble with increasing enthusiasm, was not how he'd planned to spend his afternoon. I'm terribly sorry, he began, but she was already whirling around with the fluid motion of someone accustomed to brewing disasters. She demanded, is a traveling scribe skulking around back entrances like someone with secrets to hide. Before Finn could formulate an answer, a familiar voice emerged from the shop's shadows. Excellent question. Jem Bellamy stepped into view, arms crossed, and storm-glass eyes immediately cataloging Finn's defensive posture, the expensive sword hilt visible beneath his travel cloak, and probably several other details Finn would rather keep private. The enchantment seller's expression was sardonic, but there was something uncomfortably accurate about his assessment. Jem, Marla said without turning around, please tell me you're not going to make this more complicated than it already is. Wouldn't dream of it, but Jem's attention remained fixed on Finn. Though I am curious about our friend's apparent interest in following children through alleyways. The tension between Marla and Jem crackled through the cramped shop space. Sharp comments loaded with meaning, glances that spoke of unresolved history. Finn found himself caught between them, increasingly aware that their relationship was far more complicated than mere professional cooperation. I wasn't following anyone, Finn said carefully. I was simply... Documenting grain patterns, Marla interrupted, not looking up from the bubbling concoction she was now mixing with aggressive efficiency. Buttons mentioned your generous offer. Tell me, how exactly does one document grain patterns, because I'm fascinated by the methodology involved? Her questions came with the casual persistence of someone who already knew the answers. Do you start with harvest projections, import schedules, or perhaps you focus on tax assessment protocols? Finn felt sweat gathering at the base of his neck. Basic trade route documentation, nothing specialized. Of course not. Marla's tone was sweet enough to preserve fruit. Though I imagine someone with your background would be familiar with capital city protocols. Professional curiosity, you understand? Professional curiosity. The phrase hung in the air like a challenge. I'm not sure what you mean, Finn said, falling back on his rehearsed responses. I document local trade patterns, routes, volumes, seasonal variations. Jem stepped closer, his knowing smirk deepening. Fascinating work. must require significant writing, years of detailed record keeping. Naturally. Then perhaps you could explain why your calluses are in the wrong places for someone who spends his days with quill and parchment? Finn's hands clenched involuntarily. The calluses Jem had spotted were from sword work, not writing, hours of training with palace guards, not hunched over ledgers in some scribe's office. I use different tools for different types of documentation, he said, the lie sounding weak even to his own ears. Tools? Marlowe's voice was thoughtful. Like swords. The accusation hung in the air while several bottles on the high shelves began producing distinctly ominous sounds. Finn's headache, which had been building since his tumble through the door, intensified as the competing magical processes filled the air with increasingly complex scents. I carry standard travel protection, he said stiffly. Standard for whom? Jem's eyes glinted with amusement. Because that blade's been maintained by someone with access to royal armorer techniques. How in the name of all saints can he possibly know that? I take care of my equipment. Evidently. Marla knocked over a small vial with her elbow, sending acrid smoke billowing through the shop. The scent was sharp, invasive, and carried an underlying compulsion that made Finn's throat tighten with the sudden urge to confess everything. Truth serum. The realization hit him as he covered his nose and mouth, eyes already watering from the potent fumes. Accidental, Marla said cheerfully, not fooling anyone. So clumsy of me. Now where were we? Oh yes, your documentation work. I don't suppose you'd care to elaborate on your specific methodologies while we wait for the air to clear? Through streaming eyes, Finn watched Marla and Jem exchange a meaningful look. The unspoken communication between them was fluid, practiced. Whatever their personal complications, they were unified in their suspicion of him. I'm exactly who I claim to be, he insisted, his voice rougher than intended, as the serum-scented smoke made his throat burn. A traveling scribe documenting trade routes. But of course you are, Marla said soothingly, and I'm sure you'll be delighted to know that I'll be brewing a special tea blend for the next village gathering, something designed to encourage honesty among new friends who might be keeping unnecessary secrets. The threat was delivered with such sweet sincerity that it took Finn a moment to process the implications. A truth serum distributed at a public gathering would expose not just his identity, but potentially the entire network of people he was supposed to be investigating. That sounds... He swallowed hard, the compulsion to confess growing stronger. Lovely. Jem's sardonic expression suggested he wasn't fooled by the strained politeness. We'll be sure to save you a cup. Or 3, Marla added helpfully. I do so enjoy experimenting with dosages. Sin backed toward the door, no longer caring about maintaining his cover story. The truth serum was making his head spin, and both Marla and Jem were watching him with the focused attention of predators who'd cornered their prey. I should go, he said, his voice strained. Lots of documentation to catch up on. Naturally, Marla agreed. Do give my regards to Buttons when you see him next. Such a clever boy, always asking the most interesting questions. The man stumbled through the door and into the alley, gulping fresh air as the truth serum's effects began to fade. Behind him, he could hear the soft murmur of conversation between Marla and Jem, words too low to make out, but the tone unmistakably conspiratorial. His pounding headache was the least of his concerns. The uncomfortable certainty that his cover story was unraveling faster than he could contain it made his morning's discovery about Button's intelligence network seem almost quaint by comparison. As he made his way through Elderwyn's twisted streets, Finn could feel the weight of Marla and Jem's pointed stares burning between his shoulder blades like twin accusations. Whatever game he thought he was playing in this village, it was becoming increasingly clear that he wasn't the only one with secrets worth protecting. And if Marla followed through on her threat to distribute honesty-inducing tea at the next village gathering, his carefully constructed identity would be exposed to everyone, including the very people he was supposed to be investigating. The enchanted coin in his pocket grew warm, responding to his anxiety. Finn reached for it unconsciously, then stopped himself. Even that small gesture felt dangerous now, with suspicious eyes watching his every move. He needed to find a way to regain control of the situation before it spiraled completely beyond his ability to manage. The alternative was watching his mission and his growing feelings for a certain sharp-tongued baker collapse in a spectacular display of magical truth-telling.
Chapter 7. Toasted Lies and an Accidental Kiss. Tamsin. The basket of blueberry muffins felt heavier with each step through Elderwyn's twisted back alleys, though Tamsin knew the weight came more from their hidden contents than their actual mass. 3 dozen pastries, each one encoded with a different message for the farm families beyond the village proper. Grain locations, tax schedule changes, safe meeting spots, the rebellion's newest supply route, and she was navigating it alone in the moonlight like some sort of demented delivery fairy. Her breath came in quick puffs of visible air as she hurried along the cobblestones, each exhalation forming small silver clouds that dissolved into the midnight chill. Her boots moved silent as whispers on the moss-slicked stones, years of practice having taught her exactly where to step to avoid the telltale scrape of leather against rock. The familiar weight of her enchanted apron provided little comfort tonight. Its magic hummed faintly against her ribs, a reassuring warmth that usually made her feel invincible. But even its stain-repelling properties couldn't protect her from the mess she'd find herself in if anyone discovered what those innocent-looking muffins actually contained. The old mill bridge loomed ahead, its ancient stones transformed into something otherworldly by the moonlight, each weathered block gleaming like polished silver. Elderwyn slept around her shuttered windows, dark and chimney smoke long since dissipated into the star-scattered sky. Tamsin had almost reached the narrow passage beneath the bridge's arch, that perfect pocket of shadow where she could catch her breath and check for pursuit, when a figure stepped from the darkness like something conjured from her worst nightmares. Her heart practically launched itself into her throat, hammering so hard she was certain it could be heard 3 villages over. "Easy," came a familiar voice, low and warm with just a hint of amusement that made her want to throttle him. "It's just me." Finn, her name for him came out as half relief, half expiration, breathless from the scare he'd given her. "What are you doing, lurking around like some sort of—" She gestured wildly with her free hand, searching for an appropriately insulting comparison. "Protecting you, apparently." He fell into step beside her with that infuriating easy grace of his, and she realized with a start that this wasn't the first time she'd glimpsed movement in her peripheral vision during recent deliveries. Those fleeting shadows she'd dismissed as tricks of moonlight, the sense of being watched that she'd attributed to nerves, he'd been there, following, watching. "You've been making these runs for a week. Someone should be watching your back." The casual admission sent an unexpected flutter through her chest, something warm and treacherous that she absolutely did not have time to examine. "You've been following me?" "Escorting," he corrected, and there was a hint of defensiveness in his tone that suggested he'd been having this argument with himself for some time. "There's a difference." "Is there?" She shifted the basket to her other arm, hyper-aware of how his presence changed the entire dynamic of her carefully planned route. The shadows felt less threatening with him beside her, but somehow more dangerous in ways she couldn't quite name. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks remarkably similar to stalking. Would you prefer I let you wander around alone at midnight carrying?" He gestured vaguely at her basket, and even in the dim light she could see the skeptical arch of his eyebrow. "Whatever those are." Muffins," she said primly, clutching the innocent-looking basket a little tighter. "Perfectly innocent blueberry muffins." Right, his skepticism was audible, colored with the kind of dry amusement that made her pulse skip in ways that had nothing to do with fear. "And I'm sure the families receiving them are just desperate for late-night pastries." Before she could craft a suitably sarcastic response, something about the urgent nature of proper baked goods, perhaps, or the unfortunate timing of midnight cravings, the sound of hoofbeats echoed off the narrow stone walls surrounding them. Not the casual clip-clop of a merchant's cart returning late from market, or the familiar ambling gait of a farmer's workhorse. This was the synchronized rhythm of multiple horses moving in tight formation, accompanied by the distinctive metallic clink of armor and weapons that every villager had learned to dread. Tamsin's blood turned to ice water in her veins, the basket suddenly feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds in her trembling grip. "Crown Guard! Move!" she whispered, but even as the word left her lips, she realized the futility of it. They'd entered a section of alley that dead-ended at the old mill's foundation wall. No side passages, no convenient doorways, no escape routes except back the way they'd come, directly toward the approaching patrol. The hoofbeats grew louder, closer. Any moment now, the guards would round the corner and find them trapped like rabbits in a snare. Tamsin's mind raced through possibilities, each one more hopeless than the last. "Trust me," she whispered, grabbing Finn's hand with her free one. His fingers were warm, steady, and she tried not to think about how right they felt clasped with hers. "Don't let go, no matter what happens." She closed her eyes and reached for the magic thrumming beneath her skin, the same energy she channeled into her baking, but twisted now toward a different purpose entirely. The invisibility charm was old, temperamental, and came with a cost she'd never had reason to test before tonight. "Umbra nos tegat lumini fugit," she whispered, feeling the magic respond to her desperation. "Contactu cordis, veritas obscansa." The spell shimmered around them like heat waves rising from summer cobblestones, weaving through the air with an oily, uncertain quality that made Tamsin's stomach clench with doubt. Just in time, two guards on horseback rounded the corner with the measured pace of men who knew their quarry was trapped, their torchlight sweeping across the weathered stones where she and Finn pressed themselves against the cold wall. The ancient brick bit through her cloak, each rough edge a sharp reminder of how exposed they were, despite the magic thrumming between them. "Physical contact," she breathed against his ear, her voice barely a whisper of warm air that carried the lingering scent of cinnamon and fear. Sweat. Her heart hammered so loud she was certain the entire kingdom could hear it, a frantic percussion that seemed to echo off the narrow alley walls. "The magic only works if we're touching." The words felt dangerous to speak aloud, intimate in a way that had nothing to do with their predicament and everything to do with the way his breath caught when her lips brushed the shell of his ear. Finn's arm came around her waist without hesitation, his hand splaying wide across her ribs as he pulled her closer against his side. The solid warmth of him should have been reassuring, steady and real in a moment when reality felt as uncertain as her spell, but instead it sent her pulse into an even more frantic rhythm. Through their shared contact, skin to skin, where his fingers found the gap between her cloak and tunic, she could feel the magic strengthening, responding to their connection like kindling catching flame. It wrapped around them both like a cloak of twisted moonlight, silvery and strange, making the world beyond their small circle of concealment seem distant and dreamlike. A sudden shift from one of the approaching guards forced them deeper into the shadows. Tamsin stumbled backward, her spine pressing flush against the cold stone wall as Finn instinctively moved to shield her, his body now fully against hers, one hand braced on the wall beside her head, the other still firmly at her waist. Their faces were inches apart, breath mingling in the chill air. The invisibility spell shimmered more intensely where their bodies connected, but neither of them moved to create distance, even after the immediate danger passed. His thumb absently traced a small circle against her side, perhaps unconsciously, and Tamsin found herself wondering if he could feel her heartbeat hammering through her ribs. 5 seconds passed, 10. His eyes dropped briefly to her lips before darting away, and still neither of them shifted position. The guards' horses snorted and shifted restlessly, their hooves scraping against cobblestone with metallic rings that seemed impossibly loud in the cramped space. Steam rose from their flanks in the cool night air, and Tamsin caught the scent of leather and horse sweat mingling with torch smoke. Their riders scanned the dead-end alley with professional thoroughness, eyes that had clearly done this many times before, tracking fugitives through Elderwyn's twisted streets. One of them dismounted with the heavy thud of boots meeting stone, torch held high as he examined the ground for signs of passage. The flame cast dancing shadows that made every crack in the wall seem like a hiding place, every puddle a footprint waiting to be discovered. "Tracks here," he called to his companion, his voice carrying the satisfied note of a hunter closing in. "Recent ones. 2 sets, one light, one heavier." Tamsin's breathing became shallow, rapid, each inhale feeling insufficient as panic tried to claw its way up her throat. The invisibility charm required calm focus to maintain. Gran had been very clear about that, but terror was making her chest tight and her thoughts scattered like flour in a windstorm. Any moment now, the spell would falter under the weight of her fear, unraveling like poorly kneaded dough, and they'd be exposed. Her with a basket of coated pastries that would see her hanged for treason, and him with whatever secrets he was keeping behind those two blue eyes. The torch beam swept closer, orange light sliding across the wall mere inches from where they stood frozen. Her breathing hitched audibly, a tiny sound that seemed to thunder in the silence, and she felt Finn's fingers tighten against her waist in warning or comfort. She couldn't tell which. Without warning, Finn's hands cupped her face, tilting it up toward his. Before she could process what was happening, his mouth covered hers in a kiss that sent lightning crackling through her entire nervous system. The shock of it, warm lips, the taste of honey, and something uniquely him stole what remained of her breath. But somehow, impossibly, the panic receded. The magic responded to their connection, shimmering more strongly around their joined forms as if fed by the unexpected intimacy. What began as strategic necessity shifted into something else entirely. Tamsin's free hand fisted in the fabric of Finn's shirt, anchoring herself to him as the kiss deepened. He kissed her like she was precious, like he'd been wanting this for far longer than their brief acquaintance should have allowed. There was reverence in it, and hunger, and something that tasted dangerously like genuine affection. Her rational mind tried to assert that this was just cover, just survival, just two people doing whatever it took to avoid capture. But her traitorous heart knew better. The way his thumb brushed across her cheekbone, the soft sound he made when she pressed closer, none of that was acting. "Nothing down here," the mounted guard called, and his companion swung back onto his horse with a grunt of annoyance. "Tracks probably belong to some lovesick fool sneaking around to court the miller's daughter," the first guard replied. "Come on, we've got 3 more sectors to check before dawn." The hoofbeats resumed, growing fainter as the patrol moved on to terrorize some other corner of Elderwyn. But neither Tamsin nor Finn immediately broke apart. They remained frozen in their alcove of shadows, caught in a moment of suspended reality where the rebellion and the danger and their respective secrets faded beneath the electric connection humming between them. When they finally separated, both breathing unsteadily, Tamsin searched Finn's face in the dappled moonlight, looking for some indication of whether the kiss had been calculated strategy or genuine desire, finding only conflicted emotion that mirrored her own confusion, want, war with wariness, attraction tangled with what might have been regret or guilt. "Tamsin, he started, his voice rougher than usual. "Don't!" She stepped back quickly, breaking their contact and feeling the invisibility charm dissolve around them like morning mist. The loss of the magic's warm embrace left her feeling exposed, vulnerable in ways that had nothing to do with potential Crown Guard patrols. "Just don't!" She knelt to gather the muffins that had spilled from her basket during their mad scramble against the wall, grateful for an excuse to hide her burning cheeks. Her hands shook slightly as she checked each pastry for damage, and she silently cursed herself for the reaction. She was a grown woman, not some teenage baker's apprentice getting flustered over her first kiss. Although, to be fair, it had been quite the kiss. "The deliveries," she said briskly, standing with her reorganized basket. "I still have 3 families waiting." Finn nodded, though something in his expression suggested he wanted to say more about what had just happened between them. Instead, he fell into step beside her as they navigated the remainder of their route, and Tamsin found herself hyper-aware of every accidental brush of their hands, every shared glance loaded with unspoken questions. The first farm family, the Hendersons, accepted their midnight muffins with grateful whispers and worried glances toward the main road. Their eldest son had been conscripted for labor taxes, and the coded message in their pastries detailed when and where he might be able to slip away for a brief visit home. The second delivery went to Widow Fairweather, whose property taxes had mysteriously tripled after she'd refused to sell her late husband's orchard to a Crown representative. Her muffin contained information about a legal loophole Marla had discovered in the old land treaties, assuming anyone could find a sympathetic magistrate willing to acknowledge it. The third and final stop brought them to the Crane family farm, where young Tom Crane accepted the basket with the sort of eager gratitude that made Tamsin's chest tight. His parents had fallen behind on grain taxes, and without intervention, they'd lose their farm before harvest season. The message in their pastries outlined a plan to redistribute surplus grain from a royal storehouse, surplus being a generous term for grain that might accidentally fall off a cart during transport. All three families thanked her with the fervent appreciation of people who'd found hope in unexpected places, and all three looked at Finn with curious eyes, clearly wondering who the handsome stranger accompanying their midnight baker might be. "Friends," was all Tamsin said, though the word felt inadequate after what had just passed between them. The walk back to Elderwyn's center stretched longer than usual, thick with charged silence. Every step seemed to echo with the memory of that kiss, with the weight of secrets neither of them was ready to acknowledge. When they reached Tamsin's bakery, both of them slowed, reluctant to let the night end despite all its complications. "About what happened back there," Finn began, stopping at the bottom of her front step. "Nothing happened," Tamsin said quickly, fishing her keys from her apron pocket. "Just two people doing whatever it took to avoid getting arrested. Perfectly reasonable survival strategy." Tamsin. "Thank you for the escort," she continued, not looking at him as she unlocked her door. "But I can handle the deliveries myself from now on." "I don't think She slipped inside and closed the door before he could finish the thought, pressing her back against the solid wood and listening to the sound of his footsteps finally retreating down the cobblestone street. Only then did she allow herself to lift trembling fingers to her lips, still feeling the phantom warmth of his mouth against hers. Still tasting honey and possibility and the dangerous promise of something that could never be as simple as it seemed. Because men who kissed like they were revealing pieces of their soul didn't tend to be exactly who they claimed to be, and women who led magical rebellions through coated baked goods certainly couldn't afford to trust their hearts to strangers with suspiciously clean hands and swords that had seen royal armorer maintenance. No matter how those strangers kissed, no matter how desperately she wanted to believe that what she'd felt in that moment had been real.
Chapter 8. Confessions in Flower Dust. The narrow caravan bed felt like a prison cell. Finn lay flat on his back, staring at the canvas ceiling while his mind replayed every excruciating detail of what had happened in that alley. The way Tamsin had gone perfectly still when his lips first brushed hers. The soft intake of breath that had made his pulse race. And then, God's help him, the way she'd kissed him back with a hunger that had nearly undone his careful composure entirely. He rolled onto his side, then his stomach, then back again. The thin mattress creaked with each movement, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn quiet. Every position brought a fresh wave of memory. The warmth of her body pressed against his, the vanilla and cinnamon scent that clung to her hair, the way her fingers had briefly tangled in his cloak before she'd pulled away. Nothing happened, she'd said, just two people doing whatever it took to avoid getting arrested. Finn groaned and buried his face in his pillow. If that had been nothing, he was in serious trouble, because something about the way she'd melted into him just for a moment before her defenses snapped back into place had felt like everything. He'd kissed exactly 3 women in his life. The first had been a disastrous attempt at 14 with the ambassador's daughter, all teeth and uncomfortable nose bumping. The second was Lady Cordelia Ashworth at a court function last spring, a perfectly polite kiss that had fulfilled social expectations while leaving him feeling oddly empty. And then there was Tamsin. Tamsin, who'd made a small sound of surprise that had turned into something dangerously close to a sigh. Tamsin, who'd looked up at him afterward with those sharp green eyes, gone soft and confused, as if she couldn't quite believe what had just happened either. Tamsin, who was almost certainly the flower phantom he'd been sent to capture. Brilliant Finn, absolutely brilliant tactical thinking. By the time pale gray light began seeping through the canvas walls, he'd given up on sleep entirely. He dressed quietly in yesterday's clothes and slipped out of the caravan, hoping a walk through Elderwyn's empty streets might clear his head enough to figure out what he was supposed to do next. The village looked different at dawn. Softer, somehow, with mist clinging to the cobblestones. and the first hints of sunrise painting the crooked roof lines in shades of rose and gold. A few early risers were already moving about, old Henrik opening his blacksmith shop, Mrs. Pruitt hanging washing behind the tavern. But for the most part, Finn had the quiet streets to himself. He found his feet carrying him toward Market Hollow without any conscious decision, and when he rounded the corner onto Pudding Row, he stopped short. The broom and butter was already glowing with warm light, golden squares of illumination spilling from every window. Through the glass, he could see Tamsin's silhouette moving with quick efficiency between work surfaces, her auburn hair pinned up with what looked like a wooden spoon. Even from the street, he could tell she was working on something far more ambitious than the usual morning pastries. Finn approached the front door and knocked softly, not wanting to startle her. The movement inside paused, then resumed with what might have been a muttered curse. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal Tamsin, flour streaked across her cheek, and exhaustion evident in the set of her shoulders. Finn, she blinked at him, surprise flickering across her features. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," he admitted, which was certainly true enough. "Thought I might find you. That is, I wondered if you needed help?" She raised an eyebrow, and for a moment he was afraid she'd tell him exactly where he could take his offer. Then she seemed to deflate slightly, glancing back at the chaos visible in her kitchen. "Actually, yes, I could use an extra pair of hands. If you're offering." She stepped aside to let him enter, and Finn was immediately hit by the warm, yeast-scented air that always seemed to envelop the bakery. But tonight, this morning, the usual cozy atmosphere felt charged with something extra. Urgency, maybe. Or the kind of focused energy that came with important work. "What's all this?" he asked, taking in the numerous loaves already cooling on racks and the additional dough still waiting to be shaped. 3 neighboring villages put in requests for special deliveries, Tamsin said, tying a fresh apron around her waist. "Apparently word is spreading about certain services being available." The careful way she phrased it made his stomach clench. Special deliveries, services. She might as well have hung a sign advertising her involvement in whatever resistance network was operating in the area. "That's a lot of bread for one person to manage," he said carefully. "Tell me about it." She gestured toward a pile of flour sacks near the back wall. "If you're serious about helping, I need those moved to the main counter. My back's not speaking to me after yesterday's excitement." Finn rolled up his sleeves without comment, grateful for something physical to do with his hands. The flour sacks were heavier than they looked, and by the time he'd repositioned them all, he was beginning to understand why Tamsin's shoulders seemed permanently dusted with white. They worked together in relative quiet for the next hour, falling into an easy rhythm of preparation and production. Tamsin shaped loaves with the kind of unconscious skill that spoke to years of practice, while Finn took on the heavier tasks, hauling ingredients, stoking the oven fires, moving finished products to cooling racks. The charged awareness from the previous night was still there, humming between them like a plucked string. Every time their hands accidentally brushed while reaching for the same utensil, every moment when the narrow kitchen forced them to squeeze past each other with appropriate whispered apologies, Finn felt that kiss echoing through his nerve endings. If Tamsin was experiencing something similar, she hid it well behind a mask of professional focus. Though he couldn't help but notice the way she seemed to time her movements to avoid too much proximity, and how her cheeks flushed when she caught him watching her work. "You're surprisingly good at this," she commented as he lifted a particularly unwieldy tray of shaped rolls. "Most people who offer to help in the kitchen end up being more hindrance than assistance." "My mother insisted I learn basic domestic skills," Finn said, which was true. Queen Helena had been adamant that her sons understand how their household functioned, from the ground up. She said it built character. "Smart woman, though I'm guessing she didn't expect you to put those skills to use in a rebel bakery." The comment was delivered lightly, but Finn caught the subtle probe beneath it. Tamsin was still trying to figure out exactly who he was and what he was doing in Elderwyn. He couldn't blame her for being cautious. "I don't think she anticipated a lot of things about how my life would turn out," he said honestly. Tamsin glanced at him over the loaf she was scoring, something shifting in her expression. Mothers rarely do, I suppose. Mine certainly never imagined I'd end up running this place. You didn't grow up wanting to be a baker? Oh, I did. But I thought it would be simpler. She set down her scoring knife and stretched her back, flour puffing from her apron. I thought it would be about feeding people, making them happy, not about secret deliveries and coded messages and wondering if the next person through my door is going to arrest me. The raw honesty in her voice made Finn's chest tight. Here she was, essentially confessing her illegal activities to someone she barely knew, and all because exhaustion had worn down her usual guardrails. Where did it change? He asked softly. Tamsin was quiet for so long he thought she might not answer. Then she pulled another lump of dough toward her and began working it with perhaps more force than necessary. When Gran died, I inherited more than just her recipes, she said finally. I inherited her reputation, her connections, her expectations. She paused in her kneading, staring down at the pale dough. Everyone assumed I'd pick up where she left off, and at first I told them no, I just wanted to bake bread and mind my own business. But then you see a family losing their farm over taxes that increased threefold in a single year. Then you watch kids going hungry because their parents can't afford the new fees on basic ingredients. Then you realize that minding your own business is a luxury you can't afford when other people are suffering. She slammed the dough down on the counter with enough force to make the nearby jars rattle, and Finn found himself taking a step closer without thinking. I never wanted to be a revolutionary, she continued, her voice thick with emotion. I wanted to be a baker who maybe sometimes gave free pastries to kids who looked hungry. But apparently, that's not how the world works. Tamsin, Ran always said the family gift comes with a family curse. We can't help but care too much. She laughed, but it sounded more like a sob. She said it would get me in trouble someday. Turns out she was right. Finn's hands clenched at his sides. Everything in him wanted to reach for her, to offer comfort, to promise that things would get better. But how could he do that when he was part of the system causing her pain? When he was lying to her every moment of every day? For what it's worth, he said quietly, I think what you're doing is brave. She looked up at him then, something vulnerable and searching in her green eyes. Do you? Or are you just saying that because I'm clearly having a breakdown in my own kitchen? I'm saying it because it's true. The words came out more forcefully than he'd intended. You're risking everything to help people who have no other options. That's not something I take lightly. Their eyes held for a long moment, and Finn felt the dangerous urge to tell her everything. Who he really was, why he was there, how completely she'd turned his understanding of the world upside down in the space of a few days. Instead, he reached for a clean towel and began wiping flour from the counter, giving them both a moment to resettle into safer territory. Tell me about her, he said as he worked. Your grandmother. Tamsin's expression softened slightly. Gran was formidable. She taught me everything. Not just about baking, but about reading people, about understanding when to stay quiet and when to speak up. She had this way of making everyone feel welcome in her kitchen, from the mayor's wife to the poorest farm kid. He sounds wonderful. She was. She was also stubborn as a mule and had absolutely no patience for injustice. Tamsin smiled, the first genuine smile he'd seen from her all morning. She once made an entire batch of truth-telling tarts specifically to serve at a town council meeting where the members were planning to vote themselves a pay increase while cutting funding for the village school. Finn couldn't help but grin. What happened? Let's just say that particular proposal died a very quick and embarrassing death. And the council members learned to be more careful about accepting baked goods from the Bramblewick women. So rebellion runs in the family. More like a complete inability to mind our own business when we see people being mistreated. Tamsin shaped another loaf, her movements more relaxed now. Gran always said that magic without conscience is just showing off, but magic with purpose can change the world. The simple statement hit him like a physical blow. Magic with purpose. When was the last time he'd thought about his own magical abilities in those terms? His training had always focused on control, on precision, on using magic as a tool to serve the crown's interests. The idea that magic might have a higher calling, a moral imperative beyond royal duty, was dangerously appealing. "What about you?" Tamsin asked, pulling him from his thoughts. "What drew you to the traveling scribe life? It must be difficult, never staying in one place long enough to put down roots." Finn's hands stilled on the tray he'd been organizing. Here it was, another opportunity to come clean, to tell her something real about himself, instead of maintaining this exhausting charade. "I wanted a simpler life," he said slowly, which was perhaps the most honest thing he'd said to her yet. "Away from constant expectations and political maneuvering, away from people who only see me as useful for what I can do for them." That sounds lonely. It is. The admission surprised him with its honesty. Or it was, until he trailed off, realizing he'd been about to say something dangerously revealing, until he'd met a sarcastic baker with flour in her hair and fire in her eyes, until he'd discovered what it felt like to be valued for who he was, rather than what he represented. Tamsin was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Until I realized that running away from your problems doesn't actually solve them," he said, which was safe enough to be true. "Sometimes you have to stay and fight, even when the fight seems impossible, especially then." They worked in comfortable silence after that, the conversation having settled something between them. Finn found himself stealing glances at Tamsin as she moved around the kitchen, noting the way she hummed softly while she shaped dough, the way she checked each loaf with the focused attention of someone who took pride in her craft. By late afternoon, they'd produce enough bread to feed a small army. The kitchen was thick with flour dust and the rich scent of fresh-baked loaves, and both of them were showing the effects of hours of intensive work. "I think that's the last batch," Tamsin said, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. "Thank you. I honestly don't know how I would have managed this on my own." "Happy to help," Finn said, and meant it. Despite the complicated circumstances, despite the lies and the growing weight of his deception, he'd enjoyed the simple satisfaction of useful work. "When do the deliveries go out?" "Tomorrow night. Butler's going to coordinate the transport once the sun goes down." She caught his questioning look and added, "Best not to ask for details, plausible deniability and all that." Right, because she was still hiding her illegal activities from the suspicious stranger who'd shown up asking too many questions. Finn tried not to feel stung by the reminder that she didn't trust him. He'd done nothing to earn that trust and everything to undermine it. The sun was setting by the time they finished cleaning the kitchen, painting everything in warm orange light. Tamsin moved to bank the ovens for the night while Finn tackled the last of the flour-covered surfaces, and he found himself reluctant to see the day end. Working beside her had felt natural in a way that surprised him. Not just the physical rhythm of shared labor, but the easy conversation, the gradual lowering of barriers between them. For a few hours, he'd been able to forget about crown duties and royal obligations and simply be Finn, a man helping a remarkable woman with work that mattered. "I should probably head back to my caravan," he said when the last dish had been cleaned and stored. "Let you get some rest." "Actually," Timson hesitated, glancing toward the ovens, "the final batch won't be done for another hour or so. Someone should probably stay to keep an eye on things, make sure nothing burns." "I could stay," Finn offered, perhaps too quickly, "if you'd like the company." Something flickered in her expression. Relief, maybe, or just exhaustion at the thought of staying awake alone. "That would be nice, thank you." She led him to the back corner of the kitchen, where several large flour sacks were stacked against the wall, creating an impromptu seating area. The light from the banked ovens cast everything in warm golden tones, and the lingering heat made the space feel intimate despite its utilitarian purpose. Tamsin slumped against one of the sacks with a sigh that seemed to come from her bones. "I'm getting too old for 18-hour baking marathons." Finn settled beside her, close enough that their shoulders were almost touching. "You're what, 25? Hardly ancient." 26 and feeling every day of it right now. They sat in companionable quiet for several minutes, listening to the soft sounds of bread baking and the distant settling of the old building. The exhaustion of the day was catching up with both of them, and Finn found himself relaxing in a way that had become increasingly rare. "Finn," Tamsin said softly. "Last night, when we—" She gestured vaguely as if trying to encompass the alley and the guards and the kiss without actually saying the words. "I just want you to know that I don't normally, that is, I'm not the type of person who—" "I know," he said quietly. "Neither am I." She turned to look at him then, her green eyes serious in the lamplight. "So what was that?" It was a fair question, a necessary question, and one he had absolutely no idea how to answer honestly. "I don't know," he said finally, "but I don't regret it." Even though it complicated everything, especially because it complicated everything. She stared at him for a long moment, her expression cycling through surprise and confusion and something that might have been hope. Then, moving slowly as if giving him time to pull away, she reached toward his face. "You've got flour in your hair," she said, softly, her fingers brushing through the dark blonde strands above his ear. "Occupational hazard of helping in your kitchen," he managed, though his voice came out rougher than intended. "Probably. But—" She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, her touch shifted to trace the line of his jaw, her thumb brushing over the flour streak he had apparently missed on his cheek. Finn's breath caught. The gentle exploration of her fingers against his skin was doing devastating things to his composure, and when her palm settled against his cheek, he found himself leaning into the touch without conscious thought. "Tamsin," he said, her name barely a whisper. "I know this is a terrible idea," she whispered back, her face tilted up toward his. "I know you're hiding things from me. I know I shouldn't trust you." "You shouldn't," he agreed, even as his own hand came up to cover hers. "You really shouldn't." "But I want to." The confession hung between them like a challenge, and Finn felt his careful restraint beginning to fray around the edges. She was close enough that he could count the faint freckles across her nose, close enough that her vanilla and cinnamon scent was making him dizzy. "What are you saying?" he asked, though he was afraid he already knew. "I'm saying that I'm tired of being careful all the time. Tired of assuming the worst about everyone who walks through my door." Her thumb traced across his cheekbone, and he had to close his eyes against the sweetness of the touch. "I'm saying that maybe sometimes you have to take a risk on someone, even when you can't see all the cards they're holding." When he opened his eyes again, she was even closer, her lips just inches from his. All it would take was the smallest movement forward, and they'd be kissing again. Properly this time, without the excuse of danger or the need for silence. All it would take was one small choice to cross a line he might never be able to uncross. "Tamsin." She leaned closer, her breath warm against his mouth, her eyes drifting closed. Finn felt his own restraint dissolving, felt himself moving to close the impossible distance between them. A sharp, urgent bubbling erupted from the direction of Sir Cressington's shelf, followed by what sounded distinctly like an indignant hiss. Both of them jerked apart, the spell of the moment thoroughly broken. Tamsin's cheeks flushed red as she pulled her hands back to her own space, while Finn tried to convince his racing heart to slow down. "Sir Cressington has opinions about my timing," Tamsin said with a shaky laugh, not quite meeting his eyes. "Protective, is he?" Finn's own voice wasn't entirely steady. "Something like that." She glanced toward the shelf where the sourdough starter was still bubbling ominously. "He's been even more temperamental than usual lately. I think the increase in magical activity around here has him on edge. Or maybe the increasingly sentient bread starter could sense the presence of someone who didn't belong." Finn tried not to think too hard about what other magical surveillance might be keeping track of his actions. The timer for the final batch of bread chimed softly, providing them both with a welcome distraction. Tamsin moved to check the ovens while Finn stayed slumped against the flour sacks, trying to process what had almost just happened. He'd been about to kiss her again, more than that. He'd been about to confess things he had no business confessing to a woman he was supposed to be investigating. The combination of exhaustion and intimacy, and her gentle touch, had nearly undone every careful wall he'd built to maintain his cover. This was dangerous territory, more dangerous than any battlefield he'd ever faced. "They're perfect," Tamsin said, pulling the final trays from the oven. "Golden brown and ready for tomorrow's deliveries." "Good," Finn said, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was agreeing to. She returned to her spot beside him, but this time she left more space between them. Close enough for conversation, far enough to avoid accidental touches. The change felt like both a relief and a loss. "You should probably get some sleep," she said, stifling a yawn. "It's been a long day." "So should you." "I will, just want to make sure everything's properly cooled first." They settled back against the flour sacks to wait, the warmth from the ovens and the exhaustion of the day gradually winning out over the charged tension between them. Finn found his eyelids growing heavy, the soft sounds of the cooling bread and Tamsin's steady breathing creating a surprisingly peaceful atmosphere. He was just beginning to doze when Tamsin's head drooped toward his shoulder. Whether it was intentional or simply the result of exhaustion, he couldn't say, but when her temple came to rest against him, he found himself carefully adjusting his position to better support her weight. Her breathing deepened gradually, evening out the rhythm of sleep, and Finn allowed his own arm to curve around her shoulders, just to keep her comfortable, he told himself, just to make sure she didn't wake up with a crick in her neck from sleeping against the flour sacks. The peaceful intimacy of it was almost overwhelming. When was the last time someone had fallen asleep against him in simple trust? When had he last felt this protective, this tender, toward another person? A soft chiming sound from the direction of the front windows made him stiffen slightly. He recognized that sound. It was the enchanted mirror in his caravan, signaling an incoming communication from the palace. His nightly check-in, which he'd completely forgotten about in the aftermath of the day's events. He should go. He should wake Tamsin gently and make his excuses and return to his caravan to report to whoever was waiting for his intelligence update. That was his duty, his responsibility as a crown agent. Instead, he remained perfectly still, listening to Tamsin's soft breathing and feeling the weight of her head against his shoulder. The communication would time out eventually, and he'd have to deal with questions about missed contact later, but right now, in this moment, he couldn't bring himself to disturb the peaceful woman sleeping against him. The choice felt monumental in its simplicity: stay or go, duty or whatever this was becoming. Dawn light was just beginning to filter through the kitchen windows when Finn finally admitted to himself that he'd chosen to miss his check-in, chosen to spend the night holding a baker who might be the kingdom's most wanted rebel, chosen to let her sleep peacefully rather than maintain his cover. It was probably the most dangerous decision he'd ever made. He couldn't bring himself to regret it.
Chapter 9, The Manifesto Muffins. Tamsin. The first thing that penetrated Tamsin's consciousness was the scent of cooling bread and the uncomfortable realization that her neck had definitely not been designed for sleeping propped against flour sacks. The second was Miri's voice, pitched at a level that could probably wake enchanted livestock 3 villages over. Absolutely brilliant, Tam. I mean, the metaphors alone are going to send tax collectors running for their ledgers in pure literary terror. Tamsin's eyes snapped open to find herself still nestled against Finn's shoulder, his arm curved protectively around her. Dawn light filtered through the kitchen windows, casting everything in soft gold. For one blissful moment, she wanted nothing more than to close her eyes and pretend the rest of the world didn't exist. Then Miri's words fully penetrated her sleep-addled brain. "What's metaphors?" Tamsin sat up so quickly that Finn startled awake beside her, blinking in the sudden morning light. Miri stood in the bakery's doorway, practically bouncing on her toes while clutching what appeared to be a hand-lettered scroll. The parchment was covered in elaborate, rainbow-colored ink that shifted and shimmered as she moved, and Tamsin could make out ornate lettering at the top that made her stomach drop. "The Muffin Manifesto, a declaration of culinary independence," Miri announced with the dramatic flair of someone unveiling a masterpiece. "I stayed up all night working on the final draft, and I think it's ready for distribution." "The what now?" Tamsin scrambled to her feet, flour cascading from her apron like snow. Behind her, she was vaguely aware of Finn rising more slowly, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Listen to this!" Mary cleared her throat and began reading with theatrical flourish. "Citizens of crust and crumb, the time has come to rise. Like bread in a warm kitchen, we shall not be kept down by the heavy hand of tyranny." "Oh no," Tamsin whispered. "Too long have we endured the bitter taste of unjust taxation. Too long have our ovens grown cold while the crown's coffers overflow with the gold that should be buying flour for our families." "Mary, please tell me you haven't." "We, the bakers and believers of Elderwyn, declare our independence from the stale policies of oppression. Rise up like yeast, no taxation without confection. Let every scone be a symbol of defiance, every pastry a promise of freedom." The manifesto continued in the same vein, each bakery metaphor more elaborate than the last. Tamsin listened in growing horror as her assistant transformed their quiet rebellion into what sounded like a battle cry for every baker in the kingdom. The writing was actually quite good, clever, inspiring, and completely, catastrophically public. "Barry," she said when the reading finally ended, "please tell me these are the only copies." Her assistant's guilty expression was answer enough. Before Tamsin could properly panic, the bakery door burst open with enough force to set the bell jangling like an alarm. Buttons tumbled through his patchwork jacket, more disheveled than usual, and his face flushed with excitement. "Tam! You won't believe that the manifestos are everywhere." He paused to catch his breath, hands on his knees. "I mean everywhere. 3 villages already have copies, and the baker in Millhaven is apparently making special manifesto muffins with the slogans written in icing." "3 villages?" Tamsin's voice came out as a squeak. "Mrs. Pemberton at the inn says the farmers are practically cheering in the streets," Buttons continued breathlessly. "And old Henrik the blacksmith, the one who never smiles, he was laughing so hard at the rise like yeast bit that he nearly dropped his hammer." The room fell silent, except for the sound of Tamsin's blood rushing in her ears. Behind her, she heard Finn shift slightly, probably trying to process this latest development in what he likely thought was a simple granary distribution scheme. "The wordplay is really quite exceptional," he said eventually, his tone carefully neutral. "Very creative use of baking terminology." Miri beamed. "Right? I particularly like the bit about needing change instead of kneeling to kings." Tin closed her eyes and counted to 10, then to 20. It didn't help. The morning market was a gauntlet of knowing grins and whispered compliments that made Tamsin want to hide inside a flour barrel and never emerge. Every few steps, someone would approach her with poorly concealed excitement. "Brilliant strategy, dear," Mrs. Kettle murmured as she examined a loaf of herb bread. "That bit about proof of the people's power, absolutely inspired." "Inspiring leadership," added Farmer Willem with a wink. "My wife's already memorized half of it." By the time Tamsin returned to the bakery with her basket of market supplies, her face felt permanently flushed with mortification. The villagers were crediting her with writing the manifesto, and their enthusiastic praise made it clear that arguing would only draw more attention. She was still trying to figure out how to handle the situation when Jem burst through the bakery door, his usual composed demeanor replaced by sharp-edged anxiety. "Have you lost your minds?" He slammed a copy of the manifesto onto the counter, the colorful ink seeming to mock his agitation. "Going public with rebellion documents? Do you want to bring the entire Crown's army down on our heads?" Before Tamsin could respond, Marla appeared behind him, her copper curls wild and her eyes bright with defiance. "Secrecy is what got us into this mess," she shot back, pushing past Jem to face the room. "How long were we supposed to hide in the shadows while they bled us dry? At least now people know they're not alone." "Knowing you're not alone doesn't help when you're all sharing a prison cell," Jem's voice cracked with frustration. "We had careful plans. Bitten anonymity." "Careful plans that moved at the speed of cooling molasses," Marla interrupted, "while you were perfecting your precious anonymity. Families were going hungry." The bakery filled with tension as thick as smoke. Tamsin glanced between them, recognizing the weight of unspoken history in their exchange. Whatever had happened between Jem and Marla in the past, it was adding bitter undertones to what should have been a strategic discussion. This isn't about the past, Jem said, his voice dropping lower but losing none of its intensity. This is about survival. These manifestos will bring immediate retaliation. Good, Marla's eyes flashed. Let them come. At least then we'll know where we stand instead of pretending everything is fine while the world burns around us. You can't fight the crown with passion and righteous anger. Watch me. The argument might have continued indefinitely if Granny Nettles hadn't chosen that moment to shuffle through the door, her cane tapping against the floorboards and a leather satchel slung over her shoulder. "Honey dearies," she said pleasantly, as if she hadn't just walked into the middle of a heated rebellion strategy session. "Lovely weather for distributing seditious literature, don't you think?" She opened the satchel to reveal it was stuffed with freshly copied manifestos, each one gleaming with the same rainbow-colored ink as Mary's original. "I do hope you don't mind," Granny continued, settling herself on a stool with measured care. "I took the liberty of sharing your delightful little essay with my knitting circle." "Your knitting circle?" Tamsin managed. "Oh, yes, lovely group of ladies, very enthusiastic about your baking metaphors." Granny's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Of course, they meet in 6 different towns, so word travels quickly." The weight of what she was saying hit Tamsin like a sack of flour to the chest. Granny Nettles' knitting circle was clearly much more than a social group. "How many copies?" Jem asked, his voice hollow. "Oh, I've quite lost count. Bertha alone has connections in a dozen villages, and Maud's granddaughter works for the postal service." Granny waved a hand dismissively. "I'm sure it will all work out splendidly." Tamsin picked up one of the manifestos from Granny's satchel, studying it more closely. The ink seemed to shimmer with a subtle, magical signature, and when she ran her finger along the letters, they felt warm to the touch. "These are enchanted," she said slowly. "The ink, it's designed to resist tampering, isn't it?" Granny's expression remained innocently bland. "Is it? How curious. I wouldn't know anything about such things, being just a simple old woman with a fondness for needlework." The careful magic in the ink suggested planning that went far beyond Mary's impulsive late-night writing session. Tamsin studied the elderly woman's face, wondering how long her friends had been orchestrating this public revelation. Before she could ask, a low humming sound began to emanate from somewhere beneath their feet. It was soft at first, barely noticeable under the normal sounds of the village, but it gradually grew stronger until even Buttons looked around with confusion. "What's that noise?" Mary asked, pressing her ear to the floor. The humming seemed to be coming from the direction of Elderwyn Square, a deep, resonant tone that made Tamsin's teeth ache. It sounded like machinery waking up after a long sleep. "Whisper web," Jem breathed, his face going pale. "They are activating surveillance nodes." "What's a whisper web?" Tamsin asked, though she suspected she didn't want to know. "Enchanted listening network," Marla explained grimly. "Built into the infrastructure of most towns, they monitor for seditious activity, usually dormant unless there's specific cause for concern." The implications were clear. The manifestos had triggered some kind of magical alarm system, and now the Crown would be listening for evidence of rebellion activities. Every conversation, every whispered plan, every casual comment about taxation could potentially be cataloged and reported. Tamsin looked around the bakery, taking in the faces of her friends and allies. Jem, pale with worry, Marla defiant despite the danger, Miri still clutching her rainbow manifesto, Buttons wide-eyed with the thrill of real espionage. Granny Nettles sat calmly in the midst of it all, knitting needles clicking in a rhythm that sounded almost like code. The choice before her was terrifyingly simple. She could try to distance herself from the manifesto, claim ignorance, and hope her friends' enthusiasm died down before it brought disaster. Or she could lean into the role they'd all but assigned to her, the flower phantom, the voice of bakery-based revolution, the symbol of resistance the villages were already rallying around. "I need to make a delivery run," she said suddenly, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. The room fell quiet. "A delivery run," Jem repeated carefully. "To the resistance cells near the capital border. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it properly." Tamsin straightened her shoulders, feeling something shift inside her chest. No more half measures. No more hiding. "Tam?" Miri started. You wanted a manifesto? Fine. But if I'm going to be the flower phantom, then I'm going to be the best damn flower phantom this kingdom has ever seen. The decision felt like jumping off a cliff, but also like finally admitting she'd already been falling. Word traveled through the rebellion network with the same speed as gossip in a small village, which was to say faster than should have been physically possible. By afternoon, Tamsin's bakery had transformed into a coordination center that would have impressed military strategists. Mrs. Kettle arrived with a detailed map of safe houses between Elderwyn and the capital district. Farmer Willem contributed a wagon disguised as a produce delivery, complete with false bottom for concealing supplies. The blacksmith's apprentice offered to shoe her horse with special enchanted horseshoes that would muffle sound and leave no magical signature in their hoof prints. You'll want to avoid the main roads after Millhaven, advised a woman Tamsin barely recognized, spreading another map across the counter. There's a patrol station there, but if you take the forest path past the old mill, you can bypass it entirely. The Miller's Rest Inn has a contact, added someone else. Ask for room 7 and mention that you're carrying special flour. They'll know what it means. Tamsin watched in amazement as ordinary villagers transformed into efficient conspirators. The shy baker's apprentice from the next town over turned out to have memorized patrol routes. The elderly librarian produced a code book disguised as a collection of cookie recipes. Even quiet Mrs. Pemberton from the inn contributed a letter of introduction to rebellion sympathizers in 3 different villages. It was systematically impressive and absolutely terrifying. That evening, Tamsin sat at her kitchen table surrounded by maps, supply lists, and coded route information. Her perfectly normal bakery life had officially transformed into something that felt like the logistics center for a small army. Sir Crestington glowed approvingly from his shelf, his usual bubbling taking on an almost musical quality. The ancient sourdough starter seemed pleased by the turn of events, though Tamsin couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow seen this coming. She picked up one of Granny's enchanted manifestos, reading through Miri's passionate prose again. The words were clever and inspiring, full of the kind of hope that could either save a kingdom or destroy everyone foolish enough to believe in it. Rise up like yeast, she read aloud, shaking her head. I can't believe I'm about to risk my life over baking puns. But as terrifying as the situation had become, she couldn't deny the fierce satisfaction burning in her chest. For years, she'd watched injustice pile up like flour on her apron, impossible to ignore, but seemingly impossible to clean off completely. Now, finally, she was doing something about it. She was no longer just Tamsin the baker who occasionally redistributed grain. She was the flour phantom, carrying hope in her saddlebags and revolution in her recipe book. The thought should have been paralyzing. Instead, it felt like coming home.
Chapter 10. Royal Echoes and Realizations. The enchanted mirror's urgent chime cut through the caravan's cramped silence like a blade, its silvered surface shimmering with the telltale golden threads of long-distance court magic. Finn barely had time to set down his travel-stained tea mug before the familiar face of Lord Aldrich Voss materialized in the glass, his expression radiating the particular blend of panic and administrative frustration that only high-ranking court officials could achieve. Your Highness, Aldrich's voice carried through the magical connection with crystalline clarity, each word sharp enough to cut through steel and expectation alike. The formal address landed like a stone in Finn's chest, heavy with all the weight of duty he'd been trying so desperately to forget. I trust this communication finds you well positioned to provide the crown with actionable intelligence. Finn straightened instinctively, years of court training asserting themselves despite the informal setting, his spine snapping to attention as if pulled by invisible strings. The caravan suddenly felt even smaller, its walls pressing in around him like the stone corridors of the palace, heavy with unspoken expectations and the lingering scent of old leather and yesterday's tea. His travel mug sat abandoned on the narrow table, steam still rising from its surface, a small rebellion against the formality now crackling through the enchanted air. Lord Voss? The name felt foreign on his tongue, too formal for this cramped space that still smelled faintly of Tamsin's cinnamon rolls from yesterday's impromptu breakfast. What requires such urgent... Captain Elric has compiled his preliminary evidence regarding organized resistance activities in the outer provinces, Aldrich interrupted, his pale eyes glinting with the fervor of a man who lived for bureaucratic efficiency and found genuine pleasure in the precise arrangement of accusations. The mirror's magic captured every sharp angle of his face, every calculated pause designed for maximum impact. Elderwyn has been specifically flagged as a primary source of what he terms seditious baking activities. The words hit Finn like a physical blow, stealing the breath from his lungs as surely as if he'd been punched in the gut. His mind immediately conjured images of Tamsin's fierce green eyes blazing with righteous anger, her flour-dusted apron tied with defiant precision, the way she talked about her grand's legacy while they'd worked through the night, her voice soft and reverent in the warm glow of the bakery's enchanted ovens. The thought of Captain Elric's cold efficiency descending on the broom and butter like a winter storm made his stomach clench with something that felt dangerously close to panic. "I see," he managed, proud that his voice remained steady even as his heart hammered against his ribs like a caged bird. His fingers found the familiar weight of his anxiety coin in his pocket, the metal warm from his body heat and worn smooth from countless worried touches. "You?" Aldrich leaned forward, and the mirror's magic captured every detail of his skeptical expression. The raised eyebrow that had intimidated court officials for decades, the thin smile that promised consequences for unsatisfactory answers. The golden threads of the communication spell pulsed brighter, as if responding to the tension crackling between them across the miles. "Because your reports have been remarkably sparse." Captain Elric finds this concerning, particularly given the mounting evidence of systematic tax evasion and resource redistribution in your assigned territory. Finn's enchanted coin seemed to burn against his chest, its weight suddenly oppressive. He thought of the jame-coded messages Buttons had proudly shown him, of the careful organization behind what the court dismissively called seditious baking activities, of Tamsin's hands as she'd kneaded dough with the same determination she brought to everything else. "I require your official compliance assessment, Your Highness, immediately." The moment stretched between them, heavy with expectation and the weight of consequences Finn couldn't fully calculate. In the mirror, Aldrich's expression grew progressively more impatient, his fingers drumming against whatever surface supported him in the distant court. "I've found nothing suspicious in my investigation," Finn said finally, the lie sliding off his tongue with surprising ease. "The villagers appear to be simple folk struggling with the new tax burdens, but there's no evidence of organized resistance." The mirror flared with a pulse of recorded magic, its surface briefly taking on the distinctive amber glow that meant everything was being automatically documented for the palace archives. Aldrich's expression hardened, transforming from impatient bureaucrat to something far more dangerous. "How curious. Captain Elric's intelligence suggests otherwise." His voice carried new edges now, sharp with suspicion and barely contained authority. "He's compiled detailed evidence of resource redistribution, coded communications networks, and systematic tax evasion. Are you certain your investigation has been thorough?" "Completely certain," Finn replied, meeting the man's gaze through the magical connection and praying his voice wouldn't betray the hammering of his heart. Aldrich studied him for a long moment, and Finn had the uncomfortable feeling of being evaluated like a piece of potentially defective equipment. When the court official finally spoke again, his tone carried the weight of royal displeasure. "Captain Elric is already en route to conduct his own inspection. He'll arrive in Elderwyn within 3 days." Each word landed with deliberate precision. "I strongly suggest you identify the rebellion leaders before he arrives with his less diplomatic methods." The threat hung in the air between them, unsubtle and absolute. Finn had seen Captain Elric's reports from other inspections. The man approached resistance with the same methodical precision he brought to tax collection. Thorough, efficient, and utterly without mercy. "Your Highness," Aldrich continued, his voice softening into something that might have been paternal concern if it hadn't felt so calculating, "don't let sentiment compromise your duty to the crown. These provincial attachments are understandable, but ultimately temporary. Your true loyalty belongs to the kingdom and your family's legacy." The mirror connection terminated with a sharp chime, leaving Finn staring at his own reflection in the suddenly dark glass. The face looking back at him seemed foreign, still recognizably princely, but somehow fundamentally changed. He looked like a man who'd just realized he'd fallen in love with everything his family's policies were systematically destroying. For a moment, the caravan was perfectly silent except for the distant sounds of Elderwyn settling into evening. The closing of shop doors, muffled conversations, the comfortable rhythms of a village that had no idea a royal inspection was bearing down on them like a storm. Then the mirror flared to life again, this time with the distinctive amber glow of automatic recording magic. The palace surveillance network had activated, capturing every detail of his expression, every flicker of doubt or conflicted loyalty that might cross his features. In a few hours, this recording would be transmitted directly to the court's intelligence archive, where it would be analyzed for signs of compromised allegiance. Finn stared at his reflection, watching as the magical recording captured his moment of horrified realization. His face in the mirror showed everything. The way his jaw had tightened at Aldrich's threats, the protective anger that had flashed in his eyes when he'd thought of Elric interrogating Tamsin, the unmistakable look of a man whose loyalties had shifted without his permission. It was evidence of treason, documented in magical crystal, that couldn't be disputed or explained away. "Damn," he whispered, and even that mild expletive felt like insurrection. Desperation drove him to his travel pack, where he'd stored the contraband items he'd confiscated during his supposed investigation of magical irregularities. His hands shook slightly as he retrieved the memory erasure scroll he'd taken from Jem's enchantment stall, one of several illegal magical items he'd been instructed to catalog and destroy. Instead, he'd kept them. He'd told himself it was for thoroughness, for understanding the scope of magical lawbreaking in the region. Now he admitted the truth. Some part of him had already known he might need them. The scroll's magical seals cracked under his fingers with sounds like breaking glass, releasing the distinctive ozone scent of unbound erasure magic. The spell activated immediately, reaching toward the mirror's recording matrix with silvery tendrils that dissolved the incriminating evidence into harmless magical static. Within moments, the amber glow faded completely, leaving behind only the mirror's normal reflective surface. The evidence of his treasonous hesitation had been erased as thoroughly as if it had never existed. Finn carefully buried the spent scroll beneath his official travel papers and diplomatic credentials, the irony not lost on him. He'd just used illegal magic to protect rebels from royal justice. By any definition that mattered to the crown, he was now officially a traitor. The realization should have filled him with guilt or horror. Instead, he felt something suspiciously like relief. He lit a candle with hands that had steadied considerably, its warm glow transforming the cramped caravan into something almost cozy. Outside, Elderwyn continued its evening routines, blissfully unaware that their prince was committing acts of magical treason in a converted grain wagon. Working by flickering candlelight, Finn composed a warning letter with the careful attention he'd once reserved for diplomatic correspondence. Each word had to convey urgency without revealing too much, warn of danger without exposing his own position. It was delicate work, the kind of coded communication he'd learned in royal intelligence training and never imagined he'd use to protect rebels from his own family's justice. Inspection captain approaching with inspection mandate 3 days maximum. Suggests discretion regarding recent activities and materials. Consider temporary relocation of sensitive items. Source reliable. He read it twice, checking for anything that might implicate him if intercepted, while ensuring Tamsin would understand the scope of the threat. It wasn't poetry, but it might save lives, including, possibly, his own. As he sealed the letter with wax and his personal signet, an act that would be its own form of treason if discovered, Finn acknowledged what he'd been avoiding for weeks. Regardless of whether Tamsin could ever forgive his elaborate deception, regardless of whether she'd ever trust him again, once she learned his true identity, he'd chosen her side completely. It might cost him his title, It would certainly cost him his family's approval and possibly their love. It could very well cost him his life if Captain Elric proved as thorough as his reputation suggested. But sitting in the flickering candlelight, thinking of Tamsin's fierce determination to protect her village and the quiet courage of people like Buttons and Miri, Finn couldn't bring himself to regret the choice. He tucked the letter into his coat and blew out the candle, plunging the caravan into darkness. Outside, Elderwyn's streets were mostly empty, lit only by the occasional enchanted lantern and the soft glow spilling from still-open windows. His boots made almost no sound on the cobblestones as he walked toward the bakery, but each step felt momentous. He was walking toward Tamsin, toward the woman who'd unknowingly stolen his heart and transformed his understanding of justice. He was also walking toward the inevitable moment when she'd discover his lies, when she'd learned that the earnest traveling scribe was actually the prince whose policies had driven her to rebellion. The thought of her expression in that moment, the way her fierce green eyes would fill with betrayal and fury, made his chest ache with preemptive grief. She might never forgive him. She probably shouldn't forgive him. But he could at least ensure she survived Captain Elric's inspection to despise him properly. It wasn't much of a love story, but it was the only one he had left to tell. The broom and butter sat quiet in the darkness, its windows dark except for the faint glow of banked embers in the main oven. Finn slipped the warning letter under the door, pressing it far enough inside that Tamsin would find it first thing in the morning, but no casual passers-by would notice it during the night. As he straightened, his hand lingered on the bakery's wooden door frame. Tomorrow Tamsin would read his warning and realize someone in Elderwyn had access to royal intelligence. She'd start asking questions, making connections, possibly even figuring out his identity through pure stubborn cleverness. But tonight, she was safe. Tonight, the woman he'd fallen in love with could sleep peacefully in her flower-dusted world, surrounded by the magical warmth of rising dough and community that had taught him what justice actually looked like. And it wasn't much of a gift, but it was the only one he had left to give.
Chapter 11, Smoke, Spells, and Surveillance. Temple Tabors. Tamsin. The morning air carried the scent of honeysuckle and brewing tea as Tamsin made her rounds through Elderwyn Square, her wicker basket heavy with warm pastries for the early risers. Mrs. Pembridge had requested extra cinnamon rolls for her visiting grandchildren, and old Henrik always needed his weekly loaf of rye bread that stayed fresh longer than nature intended, a small magical courtesy that kept the village's elderly fed and comfortable. She was humming under her breath, mentally reviewing the day's baking schedule when the Victory Lantern caught her attention. The ancient bronze fixture had stood in the center of Elderwyn Square for as long as anyone could remember, its ornate scrollwork weathered but still elegant in the morning light. Tamsin had passed it thousands of times without really seeing it, just another piece of village infrastructure, reliable and unremarkable as cobblestones or roof tiles. I think today it was flickering. Not the steady, warm glow of ordinary enchanted lighting, but an irregular pattern that made her pause mid-step. The light pulsed in brief, measured flashes, almost like, "Morning, Tam," called Buttons from across the square, waving enthusiastically as he emerged from the butcher shop with a wrapped parcel. "Mum sent me for sausages, but I checked the jam jar in Miller's window on the way. No new messages, but..." The lantern flared brighter, its bronze surface gleaming with sudden intensity. The light held for several heartbeats, then dimmed back to its irregular pulsing pattern. Tamsin's stomach clenched. She set her basket down carefully and approached the lantern, her movements deliberately casual despite the growing unease crawling up her spine. "That's odd," she murmured, running her fingers along the lantern's ornate base. The bronze felt warm, warmer than it should from mere morning sunlight. Her fingertips traced familiar decorative patterns, stylized wheat sheaves, intertwining vines, and what she'd always assumed were purely artistic flourishes. Except now, under her touch, some of those flourishes were glowing with faint magical light. Her breath caught. The symbols weren't decorative at all. They were runes, ancient, precise, and unmistakably magical runes that made her grandmother's old stories rush back with crystal clarity. Never trust anything too beautiful in a place of power, Gran had warned during those long afternoons spent learning family recipes and family warnings in equal measure. The Crown's got ways of watching that look like gifts. Oh no, the words slipped out before she could stop them, her voice barely audible. Something amiss, dearie? Granny Nettles appeared at her shoulder with the uncanny timing that made half the village suspect she had prophetic abilities. Her weathered fingers gripped her walking stick, the one that may or may not have been part snake, and her sharp hazel eyes fixed on the lantern with immediate, knowing dread. Granny, Tamsin's voice came out steadier than she felt. This lantern, how long's it been here? Longer enough. Granny's tone carried the weight of unpleasant memories. Longer than most folks remember. Put up during the Restoration, they said. A gift from the Crown to celebrate Elderwyn's loyalty during the Troubles. The Troubles. The rebellion that had swept through the outer provinces 40 years ago, when her grandmother was young and idealistic and fighting for many of the same things Tamsin found herself fighting for now. It's not just a lantern, is it? No, child, it's not. Granny moved closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that barely carried beyond Tamsin's ears. It's a listening lantern, Crown surveillance, designed to look like a blessing while it watches and records everything that happens in its range. The magical warmth under Tamsin's fingers suddenly felt like ice. Watching and recording what, exactly? Conversations, meetings, magical signatures. Granny's knuckles were white where they gripped her walking stick. Everything that might indicate seditious activities in remote villages where the Crown's physical presence is limited. Tamsin's mind raced through recent memory with horrible clarity. How many conversations had happened within earshot of this lantern? How many resistance meetings in the square? How many coded exchanges between Buttons and his network? How many moments when she'd let her guard down and spoken freely about the rebellion? But it was dormant before, she said desperately. I mean, it had to be. We've been planning right here in the open. They go dormant when there's nothing worth watching, Granny confirmed grimly, but they reactivate when they detect sufficient magical resistance activity. When the old networks start humming again, these things wake up and start paying attention. The manifesto, the increased deliveries, the growing network of villages receiving her enchanted pastries and coded messages, all of it had been building magical momentum, creating exactly the kind of signature that would trigger Crown surveillance protocols. How long? Tamsin's voice was hollow. How long has it been active again? Hard to say. Could be days, could be weeks. Granny examined the rune patterns with practiced eyes. But the fact that we can see the symbols now means it's been feeding information somewhere. These things don't stay subtle once they're fully operational. Feeding information directly to Crown intelligence networks. Everything they'd said, everything they'd planned, every name mentioned in connection with the resistance. All of it potentially recorded and transmitted to people who would use that information to destroy them. She thought of Buttons, barely 14, and brave enough to run messages and jam jars. Of Miri, passionate about justice and young enough to believe it was always possible. Of the families in nearby villages who'd started depending on her deliveries for basic necessities the Crown's taxes had put out of reach. We have to warn everyone, she said, her voice gaining strength with urgency. We have to... Damn. Granny's hand found her arm, gentle but firm. Before we do anything else, we need to figure out what triggered the reactivation. These devices don't just wake up on their own. They respond to specific magical signatures, usually ones already known to Crown intelligence. What do you mean? Someone with connections to the Crown's magical network has been in range of this lantern recently? Someone whose magical signature is already cataloged in their systems? Granny's eyes were grave. Someone who may not be who they claim to be. Tamsin's chest tightened. That could be anyone. Traveling merchants, visiting family members. Could be, Granny agreed carefully. But you'd know better than I would who's new in town. Who's been asking questions? Who's been convenient enough to be around for all the interesting developments? The name rose in Tamsin's throat like bile, but she couldn't quite force herself to speak it, because saying it aloud would make it real, would transform her growing suspicions into devastating certainty. Wynn, she whispered finally. The lantern flared with brilliant, focused light, its bronze surface blazing like captured sunlight. The magical humming that had been barely audible suddenly intensified, thrumming with energy that made the air itself vibrate with recognition. For a heartbeat, Tamsin was back in that alley, invisible and breathless, with Finn's lips on hers. The gentle pressure of his hands. The way he'd whispered her name against her mouth like it was something precious. How safe she'd felt in his arms, how seen. The memory of warmth and connection washed over her as vivid as if it were happening all over again. Then the lantern's reaction shattered the memory like glass. Her stomach lurched, a physical pain so sharp she nearly doubled over. The taste of betrayal flooded her mouth, metallic and bitter as that beautiful moment transformed into something hollow and calculated before her eyes. Granny Nettles gave her a look that managed to combine pity, anger, and grim satisfaction in equal measure. The pieces fell into place with the sickening inevitability of a collapsing building. Finn's two clean hands that had never done real traveling work, his convenient arrival just after her first act of rebellion, his suspicious knowledge of trade routes and royal protocols, the way he seemed to know exactly what questions to ask and exactly how to ask them without seeming threatening. His timing had been perfect. Too perfect. Tears of fury and betrayal stung her eyes, but she blinked them back with fierce determination. She would not cry in the middle of Elderwyn Square over a man who'd been playing her for a fool from the moment he'd walked into her bakery. "I have to find him," she said, her voice steadied despite the emotional hurricane raging in her chest. "Tamsin." But she was already moving, her long strides carrying her away from the square and toward the old mill where Finn had been keeping his caravan. She needed to confront him, needed to see his face when she accused him of betrayal, needed to know if any single moment between them had been genuine or if it had all been an elaborate performance for Crown intelligence. The space near the old mill was empty. Not just temporarily abandoned, but thoroughly empty. No wagon tracks, no evidence of recent occupation, no carelessly dropped belongings or forgotten personal items. The grass wasn't even flattened where a caravan should have been sitting for weeks. Either Finn was exceptionally neat, or he'd left in enough of a hurry to use magic to erase his presence entirely. Tamsin stood in the empty space staring at nothing while her carefully maintained composure finally cracked. The tears came hot and angry, streaming down her cheeks as she acknowledged the depth of her own romantic foolishness. She'd trusted him, more than trusted. She'd been falling for him, had allowed herself to imagine a future that included his steady presence and gentle humor. She'd shared her fears and hopes, had let him see her vulnerable and uncertain and human. And all of it had been a lie? Worse than a lie, it had been information gathering. Every conversation, every shared laugh, every moment of growing intimacy had been him doing his job, collecting intelligence on the flower phantom and her pathetic little rebellion. The kiss in the alley, that moment by the fire when she'd opened up about feeling like she was playing a role she'd never auditioned for. The way he'd brushed flour from her cheek with such tenderness, she'd thought her heart might burst. All of it performance, all of it calculated manipulation designed to make her trust him enough to reveal information he could use to destroy everything she cared about. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and squared her shoulders. There would be time for heartbreak later, after she'd made sure his betrayal couldn't hurt anyone else. Sir Crustington was agitated when she returned to the bakery, his normally steady glow shifting through rapid patterns of amber and deep orange. The ancient sourdough starter had always been sensitive to magical disturbances, but this felt different, more focused and urgent than his usual reactions to storm fronts or holiday enchantments. "You felt it too, didn't you?" she murmured, approaching the jar carefully. "You knew something was wrong with him." The starter's glow pulsed once, bright and decisive, before settling into a pattern that somehow managed to convey both sympathy and indignation. Even her magically enhanced sourdough was offended on her behalf. Tamsin allowed herself exactly 30 seconds to appreciate the absurdity of being comforted by a jar of fermented flour, then snapped back into crisis mode. "Right," she said aloud, her voice echoing in the empty bakery. "Crying time is over, now we fix this." The listening lantern had to be destroyed or disabled before it could transmit any more information. She had no idea how much damage had already been done, but she could at least prevent it from getting worse. And she knew exactly who to ask for help. Jem looked up from a partially assembled luck charm when Tamsin burst into his stall, her face set in lines of grim determination that made him immediately put down his tools. "I need a disruption spell," she said without preamble, "something powerful enough to permanently disable Crown's surveillance magic." His storm gray eyes sharpened. "What kind of surveillance magic?" "Listening lantern in the square. It's been recording everything. Conversations, meetings, magical signatures, probably transmitting directly to whoever sent—" She stopped herself before saying Finn's name, but Jem was clever enough to fill in the blanks. "How long has it been active?" "We don't know. Days, maybe weeks. Granny says it triggered when our resistance activities reached a certain threshold." Tamsin's voice remained steady through sheer force of will. "We have to shut it down before it gets anyone arrested." Jem was already reaching for ingredients, his movements quick and precise. "Disruption magic for Crown surveillance requires specific binding agents and considerable focused intent. Do you have anything connected to the rebellion itself? Something charged with your specific magical signature?" "Flour," Tamsin said immediately. "Enchanted flour from my resistance baking. I can provide as much as you need." "Perfect! Flour-based binding agents are excellent for this kind of work. They're designed to hold and transform energy, exactly what we need to redirect the lantern's magical focus." He began arranging tools and ingredients with practiced efficiency. "But Tamsin, this kind of spell requires genuine emotional investment. The magic needs to be fueled by real intention, real determination to protect what you care about." "Trust me," she said, her voice hard as granite. "I have plenty of determination." So they worked through the afternoon and into the evening, crafting a complex magical working that combined Jem's technical expertise with Tamsin's raw, rebellion-charged fury. The spell took shape slowly, requiring careful layering of intentions and precise timing of magical releases. As they worked, Tamsin found herself able to think more clearly about the situation. Yes, Finn had betrayed them, and yes, that betrayal hurt more than she wanted to admit. But dwelling on her broken heart wouldn't protect the people depending on her leadership. "This will work," Jem said finally, holding up a small cloth bag that hummed with contained magical energy. "But once we deploy it, there's no going back. Crown surveillance magic doesn't appreciate being tampered with, and they'll know someone actively interfered." "Good," Tamsin replied. "Let them know. Let them know that the Flower Phantom isn't going anywhere, and neither is the Resistance." She thought of Buttons with his earnest determination to help, of Miri's passionate speeches about justice, of all the families in surrounding villages who'd started to hope again because of their small acts of rebellion. She thought of her grandmother's stories about standing up to power, about choosing courage over safety when the stakes mattered more than personal comfort. And she thought of Finn. Not the earnest, gentle man she'd been falling for, but the Crown agent who'd manipulated her emotions to gather intelligence on her friends and neighbors. Her romantic foolishness had endangered everyone she cared about, but her grandmother hadn't raised her to wallow in self-pity when action was required. Protecting her community meant accepting that her feelings for Finn had been based on a lie. It meant destroying not only the surveillance threat he'd helped create, but also any lingering hope that their connection had been genuine. It was going to hurt. But she'd learned to bake through pain before, and she could learn to fight through heartbreak now. The listening lantern was going to discover exactly what happened when someone threatened the people Tamsin Bramblewick had chosen to protect.
Chapter 12. The Almost Goodbye. Then, the whispering glade felt different at night. The bioluminescent mushrooms cast an ethereal blue glow across the moss-covered stones, and the enchanted silence seemed heavier somehow, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Finn stood in the center of the ancient circle, his warning letter clutched in hands that wouldn't stop trembling. He'd rehearsed this conversation a dozen times during the walk here. Simple, direct explanations that would keep her safe, without revealing too much about his own identity. He'd tell her about Elric's approach, about the increased surveillance, about the need to lay low until the captain moved on, clean, professional, protective. The plan seemed laughably naive now. His enchanted coin flipped restlessly between his fingers, catching the mushroom light as it spun. The metal was warm against his palm, responding to his agitation with tiny sparks of anxious energy. Everything about this felt wrong. The secrecy, the midnight meeting, the weight of unspoken truths that seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. But Elric would arrive within days, and Tamsin needed to know, even if telling her risked everything else. The sound of footsteps on moss made him look up, and his carefully prepared words died in his throat. Tamsin emerged from the forest shadows like an avenging spirit, her wild auburn hair silvered by moonlight and her green eyes burning with a cold fury that made his chest tighten with dread. She wasn't carrying a basket of colded pastries or wearing the flour-dusted apron that had become so familiar. Instead, she looked stripped down to her essential self, fierce, uncompromising, and absolutely magnificent in her anger. Tamsin, I need to... No. Her voice cut through the glade's magical silence like a blade. You need to listen, because I have some very specific questions, and you're going to answer them truthfully, for once, in your miserable, lying existence. The venom in her tone made him step backward instinctively. This wasn't the warm, sarcastic woman who'd fallen asleep against his shoulder 2 nights ago. This was someone who'd discovered betrayal and wasn't interested in explanations. With the listening lantern in the square, she continued, advancing on him with predatory grace that reminded him of a cat stalking wounded prey. Each step she took felt deliberate, calculated, designed to make him feel exactly how cornered he was. It's been recording everything, every conversation, every resistance meeting, every magical signature in this village. And you know what's particularly interesting about Crown surveillance magic? Finn's mouth went dry, his tongue feeling like parchment against his teeth. The familiar weight of his concealed authority, the very identity he'd been so carefully hiding, now felt like chains around his chest. Tamsin? It reacts to specific registered names, names of people authorized to access its information, names like royal agents, intelligence officers, and... Her voice dropped to a whisper that somehow felt more threatening than shouting, each word precisely enunciated like the edge of a blade being drawn slowly across stone. Princes of the realm? The letter crumpled in his grip, the parchment crackling like kindling as his fingers tightened involuntarily. She knew. Somehow, impossibly, she knew. All his careful misdirection, his practiced peasant slouch, his deliberately roughened speech patterns, all of it useless now. The lantern had betrayed him, with the simple recognition of his true name, and he felt as exposed as if she'd stripped him bare in the moonlight. When I said your name near that lantern, it practically glowed with recognition. Her voice carried the weight of absolute certainty now, the kind of bone-deep knowledge that came from connecting all the pieces she'd been too trusting to see before. So I need you to tell me, right now, exactly who you are. Because if you lie to me one more time, I swear by my grandmother's memory that I will... My name is Prince Finian Thorn, he said desperately, the words tumbling out like water through a broken dam, each syllable feeling like a small betrayal of everything they'd built together. Second son of the crown, and I was sent here to investigate you. The silence that followed felt like a physical blow, heavy and suffocating in the enchanted air of the glade. Finn watched in agonized slow motion as Tamsin's face cycled through a devastating parade of emotions. Shock that made her eyes go wide and unfocused, understanding that dawned like a cruel sunrise, and finally, a hurt so profound it made him want to drop to his knees and beg forgiveness until his voice gave out. A prince, her voice was barely audible, threaded with disbelief and something that sounded dangerously close to grief. You're actually a prince. Yes, the word felt like ash in his mouth. Sent to investigate me specifically. There was no question in it now, just the flat acceptance of someone tallying up how thoroughly they'd been deceived. She laughed, but the sound held no humor, only the bitter edge of someone realizing the full scope of their own foolishness. It was the kind of laugh that preceded either tears or violence, and Finn found himself genuinely uncertain which he was about to face. Of course you were. Of course the crown sent their bloody prince to charm information out of the village bakery girl. How perfectly efficient. It wasn't like that, he started, but even as he said it, he could hear how hollow the protest sounded. Because hadn't it been, at least in the beginning? Hadn't he used every tool of charm and careful attention he'd been trained to deploy since childhood? Wasn't it? Her eyes blazed with renewed fury, and somehow this anger felt cleaner than the hurt, more familiar territory for both of them. Every conversation we had, every moment you pretended to care about my opinions or my work or my ridiculous sourdough starter, that was all just you doing your job, wasn't it? Gathering intelligence on the local dissidents. No! The word came out more forcefully than he'd intended, rough with an emotion he couldn't quite name. The accusation hit him like a physical blow because there was just enough truth in it to wound. No, Tamsin, you have to believe me. Yes, I was sent here to investigate missing tax revenues and reports of organized resistance. Yes, I was supposed to identify key players and assess the threat level. But everything between us, everything real that happened, real? She stepped closer, and he could see tears of rage glittering in her eyes. What exactly was real about any of it? The helpful traveler who wanted to volunteer at my bakery? The thoughtful man who fixed my squeaky door? The gentleman who wrote terrible poetry and left it where I'd find it? His face heated. You weren't supposed to see that. Oh, I'm sorry. Was your romantic manipulation not supposed to be quite so obvious? Next time you seduce a mark for information, maybe work on your subtlety. The word mark hit him like a slap. That's not what you are. That's not what this was. Then what was it? Her voice cracked with pain. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like the prince decided to play pretend with the village baker for his own amusement. Tell me, Your Highness, did you laugh about it when you reported back to your handlers, the foolish little rebel who fell for your royal charm? I never reported back, Finn said fiercely, stepping closer despite the warning in her eyes. I haven't sent a single intelligence summary since I arrived in Elderwyn. I've been stalling, deflecting, lying to my own people because I couldn't bring myself to betray you. How convenient. The prince with a conscience. I chose you. The words erupted from somewhere deep in his chest, raw and desperate. Over my duty, over my family, over everything I was raised to believe mattered. I chose you. And I've been choosing you every day since I realized what the resistance actually meant. She shook her head, auburn curls catching the mushroom glow. You chose to play a longer game. That's all this is. No. Frustration boiled over and he stepped closer again, bringing them nearly nose to nose in the circle's ethereal light. Falling for you was never a part of any plan. Do you think I wanted this? Do you think I wanted to discover that everything I had been taught about duty and loyalty meant nothing compared to watching you hand out free bread to families who couldn't afford to eat? Her breathing had quickened, and he could smell the faint scent of cinnamon that always clung to her hair. This close, he could see the way her lips parted slightly, the way her eyes flickered down to his mouth before snapping back up with renewed fury. Do you think I wanted to realize that I'd rather commit treason than see you arrested? That I'd rather face my father's disappointment than live with your hatred? His voice dropped to a whisper. That I'd rather lose my crown than lose you? Stop. But the word came out breathless, uncertain. I can't. His hands came up to frame her face, thumbs brushing away tears she probably didn't realize she was shedding. I can't stop loving you just because it's inconvenient. I can't stop wanting to protect you just because you don't trust me anymore. I can't. She kissed him. Or maybe he kissed her. Later, neither of them would be certain who moved first. But suddenly, they were crashing together like opposing forces, finally giving in to gravity. Her hands fisted in his shirt, and his fingers tangled in her hair as months of suppressed longing exploded into desperate, angry passion. It was nothing like their first kiss. That had been soft, tentative, born from proximity and whispered confessions. This was fierce and furious, tasting of salt tears and unspoken accusations. She kissed him like she was trying to prove something, to herself, to him, to the universe that had made their connection so impossibly complicated. He kissed her back like a man drowning, pouring every ounce of desperate honesty he possessed into the press of his lips against hers. His hands slipped from her face to her waist, pulling her closer as if he could somehow make her understand through touch what his words had failed to convey. For a moment they fell into each other completely. The kiss deepened with the terrible knowledge that this might be their last chance, that tomorrow might bring Captain Elric and arrest warrants, and the end of everything they'd built together. Her fingers loosened their death grip on his shirt to slide up his chest, and he made a soft sound of need against her mouth that made her press closer. And reality crashed back like ice water. Tamsin pushed him away with a broken sob, stumbling backward until her shoulders hit one of the standing stones. Her lips were swollen and her eyes were bright with unshed tears, and she looked at him like he was something beautiful and terrible that she couldn't bear to touch. "I can't," she whispered, her voice completely shattered. "I can't trust anything you say anymore. I don't know what was real and what was performance in our entire relationship. I don't know if that kiss meant something to you or if it was just another way to manipulate me into forgiveness." Tams, every moment we shared, every conversation, every time you looked at me like I mattered, how much of that was genuine and how much was just Prince Finian playing his part? Tears spilled over, tracking silver paths down her cheeks. "How am I supposed to tell the difference?" Finn reached for her desperately, panic clawing at his chest. "I came here to warn you. Captain Elric is coming. He'll be here within days to conduct a personal inspection. The Crown suspects Elderwyn specifically, and you need to—" But she was already backing away, disappearing into the forest shadows as if she'd never been there at all. The glade's magical silence swallowed the sound of her footsteps, leaving him completely alone with his undelivered warning and the taste of her tears still lingering on his lips. He sank down onto the moss-covered ground, his legs suddenly unable to support him. The letter lay crumpled beside him, useless now, like everything else he'd planned to say. His enchanted coin had gone cold and still in his pocket, as if even it had given up on him. He had lost her, completely, irrevocably lost her, through his own choices and deceptions. And now Captain Elric was coming with the full authority of the Crown, and Tamsin would face that investigation without any warning because she wouldn't trust him to tell her the truth. The bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed gently around him, indifferent to his devastation. Tomorrow he would have to decide whether to maintain his cover and watch Elric arrest the woman he loved, or blow his own identity to protect her and face the consequences of his treason. Either way, he suspected he'd already lost everything that mattered. The forest held its breath around him, waiting for dawn and the choices that would come with it.
Chapter 13. The Fog Rises. Tamsin. The morning light filtering through the bakery's windows felt different, sharper, more brittle, as if the very air knew something terrible was coming. Tamsin pressed her face against the glass, her breath fogging the pain as she watched Elderwyn Square slowly come to life. The usual morning bustle seemed muted today, vendors setting up their stalls with nervous glances toward the eastern road. She'd barely slept after her confrontation with Finn in the glade. Every time she closed her eyes, she could taste his desperate kiss and hear the raw honesty in his voice when he tried to warn her about. The thunder of hoofbeats echoed off the cobblestones. 6 riders in pristine black and silver swept into the square like a plague of ravens, their horses' breath steaming in the cool morning air. At their head rode a man whose very presence seemed to leach the warmth from the day. Tall, sharp-featured with raven dark hair and the kind of military bearing that made lesser mortals instinctively step aside. Captain Elric Dunn had arrived. Tamsin's blood turned to ice water as she watched him dismount with fluid precision, his movements economical and predatory. Even from this distance, she could see the way his pale eyes swept the square with calculating intelligence, cataloging every detail for future reference. The enchanted ledger at his hip gleamed silver in the morning light, ready to record every infraction with bureaucratic precision. Behind him, his 6 inspectors fanned out in perfect formation. Not just tax collectors, but trained enforcers, armed with both steel and spell work. Their synchronized movements spoke of countless raids, countless villages that had learned too late what it meant to earn Captain Dunn's attention. This is it, Tamsin realized with crystal clarity. This is how it ends. But not without a fight. Moving with swift, practiced motions, she reached into the specially marked flour canister beside the window and withdrew a handful of what looked like ordinary baking dust. Lysandra's voice echoed in her memory as Tamsin whispered the activation phrase, her fingers trembling slightly as she scattered the enchanted particles across the windowsill. Mist and memory, shadow and stone, let truth hide where it needs a home. The flour dust dissolved into the air like morning dew, invisible threads of magic, spiraling outward from the bakery to connect with similar caches hidden throughout the square. Tamsin had spent weeks preparing for this moment, working with Lysandra and Jem to weave the rolling fog protocol into every strategic corner of Elderwyn. Now it was time to see if their planning would save them. Shimmering mist began rising from the cobblestones in delicate spirals, so faint at first that it looked like natural morning vapor. But as Tamsin pressed her hands against the window glass and poured her will into the growing illusion, the fog thickened and spread, carrying with it the warm sense of her magical baking, cinnamon and comfort, honey and hope. The protocol responded to her call with eager precision. Phantom shopfronts materialized over the rebellion's safe houses, their windows filled with displays of loyal compliance, crown-approved goods, officially sanctioned services, testimonials to the benevolent wisdom of royal policies. The real charm and snare, where Jem crafted his subversive enchantments, flickered and transformed into a quaint herbalist shop selling regulation healing tonics. Marla's volatile potion laboratory became a demure tea shop, its shelves lined with harmless blends approved by the Ministry of Beverage Safety. The hidden entrance to the stolen hearth vanished entirely, replaced by a cheerful flower stall run by an elderly woman who existed only in magical memory. Even the rebellion's message board transformed, its revolutionary proclamations replaced by notices about seasonal festivals and reminders to pay taxes promptly. The illusion was so complete that for a moment Tamsin almost believed it herself. This peaceful, compliant village where nothing interesting had ever happened. Working with desperate efficiency, she began coordinating the evacuation she'd hoped never to use. A series of subtle hand signals sent Miri scurrying toward the back alleys, where she would guide the rebellion's core members through carefully planned escape routes. A batch of morning delivery pastries carried coded messages to Jem and Marla, directing them toward the hidden paths that led deep into Elderwyn Forest. Through the magical camouflage, she watched her friends and allies melt away like shadows, their movements masked by the illusion's gentle misdirection. Buttons appeared at the corner of her vision, his young face pale but determined as he shepherded a group of the smaller children toward safety. Even Wally the mushroom had been relocated, tucked safely into Marla's traveling kit as she slipped out the back of her shop. The sight filled Tamsin with fierce protective pride. Whatever happened to her, her people would survive this. The rebellion would continue, even if its reluctant leader didn't. Captain Elric's inspection began with methodical precision. He moved through the square like a predator scenting prey, his pale eyes missing nothing as he examined each shopfront with cold calculation. His inspectors followed in perfect formation, their enchanted instruments detecting magical residue, their trained senses searching for any hint of seditious activity. They found exactly what the illusion wanted them to find. Forged text records materialized in shop ledgers, their entries dating back months with perfect authenticity. Fake loyalty declarations appeared pinned to notice boards signed by citizens who swore their undying devotion to Crown policies. Enchanted testimonials whispered from doorways, praising the wisdom of royal taxation and the benevolence of bureaucratic oversight. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was working. Until the listening lantern began to scream. The bronze fixture in the center of the square had been flickering erratically for days, its ancient surveillance magic struggling to process the rebellion's growing magical activity. Now, faced with the combined weight of Tamsin's massive illusion spell, it began to convulse with violent feedback loops. Sparks of raw magical energy crackled along its bronze surface as the lantern's surveillance enchantments clashed with the rolling fog protocol. The air around it shimmered with dangerous instability, reality warping and bending as two incompatible magical systems tried to occupy the same space. Tamsin felt the interference like fingernails on glass, a high-pitched whine that set her teeth on edge and made Sir Crustington bubble in distress from his place on the bakery counter. She pressed her hands harder against the window, trying to maintain control of the illusion, even as the feedback grew stronger. Pulled together, she willed desperately, just a little longer. But the lantern had reached its breaking point. Mary stood near the square's edge, her young face tight with concentration as she maintained a small illusion around what had once been the rebellion's public message board. She was so focused on keeping the magical camouflage stable that she didn't notice the way the air around the lantern began to shimmer with building energy. She didn't see the bronze fixtures start to glow white hot. She didn't realize she was standing directly in the blast radius when the ancient surveillance magic finally overloaded. "Mary!" Tamsin screamed, but her voice was lost in the sound of the explosion. The listening lantern erupted in a shower of bronze fragments and raw magical discharge. The blast wave rolled across the square like thunder made visible, shattering windows and sending market stalls flying. At its epicenter, a small figure crumpled to the cobblestones as debris rained down around her unconscious form. Miri lay motionless in a growing pool of blood, her cheerful aprons torn and stained, her breathing shallow and irregular. A piece of twisted bronze had opened a gash along her temple, and her left arm bent at an unnatural angle. Every rational thought in Tamsin's head screamed at her to stay hidden, to maintain the illusion, to protect the greater rebellion, even if it meant sacrificing one member. The strategic thing to do was let the illusion hold and pray that Miri would be mistaken for an innocent bystander caught in magical crossfire. But when she saw that small, still form lying broken on the stones, strategy became meaningless. Tamsin burst from the bakery without thought or plan, her protective instincts drowning out every consideration of safety or sense. Her feet pounded against the cobblestones as she ran toward the square's center, ignoring the shouts of alarm from Elric's inspectors as they converged on the disturbance with weapons drawn. She dropped to her knees beside Miri's prone form, gathering the unconscious girl into her arms with desperate gentleness. Blood soaked through her apron as she cradled Miri's head, checking frantically for signs of serious injury while whispering every healing charm she could remember. "Come on, little sparrow," she murmured, brushing debris from Miri's face. "Don't you dare leave me now. Not when we're so close." Around them, the rolling fog protocol flickered and wavered as Tamsin's concentration shattered. The phantom shopfronts began to fade like morning mist, revealing glimpses of the rebellion infrastructure hidden beneath. The illusion that had protected them all was collapsing, and she couldn't bring herself to care. "Well, well," said a voice like winter steel. "How fascinating." Tamsin looked up to find Captain Elric Dunn standing over them, his pale eyes bright with predatory satisfaction. His enchanted ledger hung open in his hands, its pages already filling with neat script as it documented the magical signature radiating from both Tamsin and the failing illusion. "Tamsin Bramblewick," he continued, pronouncing her name with clinical precision, "also known as the Flower Phantom. Wanted for tax evasion, magical theft, seditious distribution of unlawful pastries, and," his lips curved in something that might have been a smile, "crimes against proper bureaucratic procedure." The last of the illusions flickered and died around them, revealing the true scope of Elderwyn's rebellion. Hidden entrances became visible, coded messages reappeared on notice boards, and the carefully concealed network of safe houses stood exposed like organs under a surgeon's blade. Elric's ledger recorded each revelation with meticulous accuracy, its enchanted ink cataloging violations with the enthusiasm of a scholar documenting a new species of butterfly. You know, the captain mused, stepping closer with calculated menace, I've been tracking your little network for months. The reports of magical redistribution, the impossible logistics of your supply chain, the way entire villages seem to develop coordinated amnesia whenever my agents made inquiries, quite impressive, really. Tamsin shifted Miri's weight in her arms, glaring up at him with unconcealed hatred. Get to the point. The point, Miss Bramblewick, is that you've just confessed to everything. He gestured to the failing illusions around them, the exposed rebellion infrastructure, the magical residue that still clung to her like smoke. Your ledger entry alone will make fascinating reading back at the Capitol. I do so enjoy a good case study in the consequences of sedition. She could feel the other inspectors closing in, their circle of steel and spell work tightening around her and Miri like a snare. In moments they would both be in chains, if they were lucky enough to live that long. But as Tamsin knelt there on the blood-stained cobblestones with Miri's unconscious form cradled against her chest, she felt something unexpected. Relief. For months, she'd lived with the constant weight of secrecy, the exhausting effort of maintaining her cover while building a revolution from shadows. She'd lied and schemed and pretended to be someone smaller than she really was, all in service of protecting the people she loved. Now that the mask was finally gone, she discovered that she could breathe again. Yes, she said quietly, her voice carrying across the silent square with perfect clarity. I'm the floor phantom. I stole your grain. I redistributed your taxes. I baked rebellion into every loaf and served resistance with every meal. Elric raised an eyebrow, his ledger quivering with excitement as it recorded her confession. How refreshingly honest, and do you have anything else you'd like to add to your statement? Tamsin looked up at him with eyes like green fire, her arms tightening protectively around Miri's still form. The fear was still there. She wasn't stupid enough to think this would end well for her, but underneath it burned something fierce and unbreakable. Only this, she said, her voice steady as stone. It was worth it. Every loaf, every delivery, every moment of hope I helped kindle in the dark. You can arrest me, execute me, lock me in whatever dungeon you prefer, but you can't arrest an idea. You can't execute the knowledge that things can be better. Around the square, she caught glimpses of movement in doorways and behind shutters, villagers who hadn't evacuated, watching with wide eyes as their baker faced down the crown's most feared enforcer. She hoped they would remember this moment when one small woman chose to stand rather than kneel. And when you write your reports, she added, her voice carrying a note of dark satisfaction, make sure you mention that I regret absolutely nothing. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft sound of Miri's breathing and the scratch of Elric's enchanted pen as it recorded her final words.
Chapter 14. Crustington's Wrath. And the acrid smell of magical suppression hit Finn before he reached the bakery's front door. Through the chaos of Elric's investigation, shouting inspectors, the clatter of confiscation equipment, villagers being herded into containment circles, he could hear something else entirely. A low, resonant humming that seemed to vibrate through his bones. He'd left his post at the square perimeter the moment he realized Elric's true target wasn't just Tamsin's arrest. It was the complete magical audit of every building she'd touched. That included the broom and butter and everything inside it. The thought sent ice through his veins. Whatever secrets Tamsin kept hidden in her bakery, they were about to be dragged into the harsh light of royal scrutiny. Finn shouldered through a cluster of junior inspectors carrying suppression nets and spell-dampening crystals, ignoring their indignant protests as he pushed toward Tamsin's door. The metallic tang of the dampening magic made his teeth ache, and the nets hummed with a cold efficiency that felt wrong in this place of warmth and flour-dusted comfort. Damaged comfort. Whatever was happening in there, that humming was growing louder by the second. A deep, thrumming resonance that seemed to vibrate through the cobblestones beneath his boots and up into his chest. The moment he stepped inside, golden light blazed across his vision, like staring directly into the sun. He threw up a hand instinctively, blinking away tears as his eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brilliance that had transformed the cozy bakery into something ethereal. Inner Crustington hung suspended 3 feet above his usual corner shelf, rotating slowly in midair while radiating luminescence that turned the familiar bakery into something otherworldly. The sourdough starter's glass jar pulsed with each resonant note of its humming, a sound that bypassed Finn's ears entirely and spoke directly to some ancient part of his mind, stirring memories that weren't his and knowledge he'd never learned. The very air around the jar shimmered with golden motes that danced like living things, casting shifting patterns across the flour-dusted surfaces and making the hanging copper pots gleam like captured stars. The language, if it could be called that, predated anything in his classical education. These weren't words from the common tongue, or even the formal court dialects his tutors had drilled into him during endless afternoon lessons in dusty palace chambers. This felt older than the kingdom itself, older than human speech. Like listening to the first conversations between earth and sky when magic was young, and the world still remembered how to dream. Each syllable seemed carved from starlight and fermentation, carrying the weight of centuries in its bubbling cadence. The starter's glow flared aggressively the moment Finn crossed the threshold, recognizing his presence with what felt distinctly like displeasure. The jar spun faster, its humming shifting to something sharp and challenging, almost accusatory, as if it knew exactly who he was and found his presence deeply offensive. The golden light focused on him like a searchlight, and Finn felt suddenly exposed, stripped bare beneath that ancient attention, as if Sir Krusty was peeling back every pretense, every carefully constructed lie, and examining his soul with the patient thoroughness of something that had been judging mortals since before his ancestors learned to bake bread. "You," the flickering seemed to say, each pulse of light carrying the weight of ancient judgment. "You don't belong here." Finn raised his hands instinctively, backing toward the door as his heart hammered against his ribs. The golden light felt like it was crawling under his skin, exposing every lie he'd ever told, every royal privilege he'd never earned. I didn't come here to hurt anything." The starter's rotation quickened, its glow sharpening to an almost painful brightness that made his eyes water. The air itself seemed to thicken around the jar, charged with something that tasted like ozone and old magic. The humming crescendoed into something that felt distinctly like magical disapproval, a sound that resonated in his bones and made his teeth ache with its intensity. Outside, he could hear Elric's voice cutting through the chaos like a blade through silk. "Where's my secondary sweep team? I want every enchanted item cataloged and contained. Priority 1 is that bakery. Our readings indicate significant arcane presence." Panic clawed at Finn's throat, cold and sharp as winter steel. In moments, Elric's inspectors would flood this room with their suppression equipment and containment protocols, their heavy boots trampling through Tamsin's sanctuary. They'd treat Sir Crestington like just another magical violation to be seized as crown property, another ancient wonder reduced to an entry in their ledgers. "Tamsin," he said desperately, her name falling from his lips like a prayer, like an offering to whatever force lived within that glowing jar. "I'm here for Tamsin." The change was instantaneous. Sir Crushington's hostile energy shifted like a storm cloud breaking apart under sudden sunlight, the aggressive golden flare softening to warm amber that reminded Finn of honey and sunlight, of her eyes when she laughed at something particularly absurd. The sharp, challenging hum mellowed into something that sounded almost like recognition or approval. The starter's rotation slowed to a gentle drift, and Finn swore he could feel something examining him more carefully now. Not with suspicion, but with curious interest. The sensation was like being evaluated by a particularly astute grandmother who decided he might not be entirely hopeless after all, as if the ancient consciousness within that glass jar was reconsidering its initial assessment, weighing his words against whatever loyalty it held for the woman who fed it daily and spoke to it like family. For her. The warm glow seemed to whisper, "You came back for her?" Through the bakery's front windows, Finn caught sight of the approaching secondary team. 3 inspectors in full ceremonial black carried a cage of suppression crystals between them, their faces set with grim efficiency. Behind them, a 4th inspector wheeled a containment cart specifically designed for confiscating unauthorized magical items. They were maybe 30 seconds away. Without conscious thought, Finn positioned himself directly between Sir Crustington and the doorway. His body moved on instincts that had been trained into him from childhood. The automatic protective stance of someone raised to defend what mattered. For the first time in his life, that royal conditioning aligned perfectly with what his heart demanded. He wouldn't let them take this. Whatever Sir Cressington was, sentient starter, ancient guardian, or something else entirely, it belonged to Tamsin. And after everything he'd already taken from her through his deception, Finn refused to stand by while the crown seized her most treasured possession. The bakery door burst open with a crash that rattled the hanging pans. The lead inspector, a thin man with the pale complexion of someone who spent too much time around suppression magic, swept the room with his gaze before fixing on the floating jar. "There," he announced to his team, "significant magical violation, Class 3 autonomous enchantment, prep the containment cage." "Wait." Finn stepped forward, his voice carrying the unconscious authority he'd spent months trying to suppress. "That requires specialized handling protocols." The inspector paused, finally noticing him. "And you are?" Every lie Finn had rehearsed over the past months felt suddenly inadequate. Behind him, Sir Crustington's humming had grown more complex, not louder but layered, as if multiple voices were joining in harmonies that existed outside normal hearing. "Someone qualified to supervise," Finn said, the words coming from somewhere deeper than conscious planning. "Stand down until I can assess the magical resonance patterns." It was complete nonsense, of course, but he delivered it with the unshakable confidence of someone who'd never been questioned, and the inspectors hesitated just long enough for doubt to creep in. "Sir," the thin inspector said carefully, "our orders are to contain all unauthorized magical items immediately. Captain's direct command." "Your orders," Finn replied, "don't account for arcane items that might destabilize if handled incorrectly. Do you want to explain to Captain Dunn why his prize evidence exploded because you rushed the containment process?" Behind him, Sir Crustington's humming grew more urgent. The sound pulled at something in Finn's chest, not unpleasant but insistent, like someone trying to get his attention. Huh. He turned slightly, just enough to see the starter's glow flickering in complex patterns. The golden light pulsed in rhythms that felt almost like communication, as if Sir Crustington was trying to tell him something important. Not just sentient, Finn realized with growing amazement. Ancient. This thing has been alive for centuries, maybe longer. The knowledge hit him like cold water. Whatever Sir Crustington was, it represented magical heritage that predated the current kingdom's formation. This wasn't just Tamsin's treasured sourdough starter. This was a living piece of history. And Elric's people were planning to shove it in a suppression cage like common contraband. "Sir?" The lead inspector was growing impatient. "We really do need to proceed with containment." The captain, a new voice cut across the bakery like a blade, "can speak for himself." Elric Dunn stepped through the doorway with the fluid grace of a predator, his polished boots clicking against the flour-dusted floor like a death knell. Every line of his military bearing radiated controlled menace, from the razor-sharp crease in his black uniform to the way his sword hilt caught the morning light. His dark eyes swept the room with methodical precision, taking in the floating starter with its ominous glow, the cluster of hesitant inspectors who suddenly looked like children caught stealing jam, and finally settling on Finn with the cold recognition of a hawk spotting wounded prey. Finn's blood turned to ice water in his veins. "No, not now. Not like this." "Well," Elric said softly, his voice dripping with satisfied menace that made the very air seem to thicken. Prince Finian Thorn, what an unexpected pleasure to find you here, Your Highness. The silence that followed was profound and suffocating. Finn felt the weight of every gaze in the room, the inspector's confusion shifting to dawning horror, Tanson's sharp intake of breath somewhere behind him, the very walls of the bakery seeming to lean in with accusation. His cover. His carefully constructed false identity, the months of painstaking deception and half-truths, all of it crumbled in the space of 3 quietly spoken words, each one precisely aimed to destroy. The familiar weight of his royal coin seemed to burn against his chest through his shirt, a reminder of everything he'd tried to escape. His hands, which had kneaded dough and carried flour sacks and learned the honest ache of real work, now felt foreign and useless at his sides. Behind him, Sir Crostington's humming shifted again, the urgent complexity resolving into something that sounded almost protective. The ancient starter's glow pulsed once, twice, as if responding to the sudden spike of tension in the room. I should have suspected, Elric continued, his enchanted ledger already scratching away with its own malevolent life as it recorded this new development in precise, damning script. A royal prince abandoning his assignment to play house with rebels and bakers. How thoroughly disappointing. Though I suppose it explains the sudden drop in your useful intelligence reports. Finn didn't bother denying it. There was no point now. The truth hung in the air, like the scent of burned bread, impossible to ignore or explain away. And somehow, unexpectedly, the end of pretense felt liberating rather than terrifying. For the first time in months, he didn't have to measure his words or hide his reactions. The relief was almost dizzying. Captain, he said formally, inclining his head with just enough respect to avoid outright insubordination. Oh, we're well past formalities, Your Highness. Elric's tone could have frosted windows. You're under arrest for interference with crown property, obstruction of royal investigation, and, his gaze flicked meaningfully to Sir Crustington, unlawful protection of unauthorized magical contraband. The inspectors moved immediately, their suppression training overriding any uncertainty about arresting royalty. Finn felt spellbinding, dampening shackles click around his wrists. The cold metal designed to prevent any magical resistance. He didn't resist. Behind him, Sir Crustington was settling gently back onto his corner shelf, the starter's glow dimming to normal as if satisfied that his message had been received. The ancient humming faded to barely audible whispers. You understand now, that whisper seemed to say. You know what you're protecting. As Elric's men bound his hands and prepared to lead him away, Finn felt something unexpected. Peace. For months, he'd been torn between duty and conscience, between the crown he'd inherited and the woman who'd stolen his heart. He'd lied to everyone, Tanson, his family, himself, about who he really was and what he really wanted. Now, standing in this flour-dusted bakery with magical shackles around his wrists, he finally understood what his tutors had meant when they spoke of true nobility. It wasn't about bloodlines or titles or the divine right of kings. It was about choosing to protect what mattered, even when that choice came at personal cost. Defending Sir Cressington felt like the first genuinely royal act he'd ever performed. Move him, Elric ordered curtly. We'll process his confession back at headquarters, and someone get that glowing jar properly contained before it decides to cause more trouble. But as they hauled Finn toward the door, he caught one last glimpse of Sir Crustington settling contentedly on his shelf. The starter looked perfectly ordinary now, just a glass jar full of bubbling dough. No one would guess it had been floating and humming in ancient languages moments before. Smart, Finn thought, with reluctant admiration. Play dead until the danger passes. Whatever Sir Crustington really was, it had survived far longer than most kingdoms by knowing when to hide its true nature. Finn could only hope Tamsin would be equally clever when they came for her next. The last thing he saw, as they dragged him from the bakery, was a small bubble rising through the starter's peaceful surface, almost like Sir Crustington was winking.
Chapter 15. Sticky Notes and Sharp Decisions. Hi, Tamsin. The silence hit her first, Tamsin burst through the bakery door, expecting chaos. Overturned furniture, shattered glass, maybe scorch marks where Finn had tried to defend himself, or evidence of a hasty escape. Instead, the broom and butter sat eerily peaceful in the late afternoon light, flower motes drifting lazily through golden sunbeams like nothing had happened at all. Sir Crestington hummed contentedly on his corner shelf, his gentle bubbling the only sound breaking the unnatural quiet. The familiar melody should have been comforting, but something about it felt different, sadder, like a lament played in a minor key. Finn, her voice cracked slightly on his name. Finn, are you here? Nothing, just Crestington's melancholy tune and the tick of the enchanted clock above the door. Then she saw it, a soft golden glow emanating from the flour barrel, too warm and deliberate to be afternoon sunlight. A sticky note, glowing with the telltale shimmer of intentional magic, was attached to the wooden surface. Her grandmother's enchanted paper, the kind that only activated for urgent messages. Tamsin approached cautiously, her heart hammering against her ribs. The handwriting was unmistakably Finn's, those careful, precise letters she'd admired when he'd helped her update the chalkboard menu. I'm sorry, I lied. Follow the trail. F. The moment her fingers touched the paper, it dissolved like sugar in rain, leaving only the faintest trace of warmth on her skin. And there, glowing softly on the mixing bowls, was another note. My real name is Finian Thorn. I am the second son of the crown. What? The word came out strangled, barely above a whisper. Her hands shook as she reached for the glowing paper, and again it dissolved at her touch, revealing the next piece of his confession stuck to the bread paddles. I came to investigate missing taxes. I was supposed to arrest the flower phantom and return to the capital with a report. The fury hit first, hot and sharp and absolutely devastating. He was royal. Actually genuinely royal, with a title and everything, and he'd been lying to her face for weeks while she'd fallen for his earnest smiles and gentle hands and the way he'd listened to her rant about injustice like he actually cared. The next note appeared on the windowsill above the sink. But somewhere between your scones and your righteous anger at my family's policies, I stopped caring about my mission. I started caring about you. And just like that, the fury cracked, revealing something much more dangerous underneath. Hope. The terrible, treacherous hope that maybe his feelings had been real, even if everything else was a lie. She followed the trail of glowing notes through her bakery like breadcrumbs, leading deeper into the woods. Each confession hit harder than the last. I should have told you sooner. I tried a dozen times, but I was terrified you'd hate me. I destroyed my communication mirrors to protect the rebellion. The palace knows I've gone rogue. I chose you over my crown. I chose you over everything. By the time she reached her grandmother's recipe book, tears were streaming down her cheeks. The ancient leather cover seemed to pulse with sympathetic magic as she peeled away the fourth note. I stayed to protect what you love most. Elric has me now, but Sir Crestington is safe. You were right not to trust me. I was wrong to lie to you. You absolute idiot, she whispered to the empty bakery. You noble, self-sacrificing idiot. Sir Crestington's humming grew slightly louder, as if in agreement. The fifth note waited on the stairs, its golden glow casting dancing shadows on the worn wooden steps. I tried to warn you about Elric. I left coded messages. I know it wasn't enough. The sixth note, stuck to the banister halfway up to her loft, made her sob outright. Loving you was the first honest thing I've done in my entire privileged life. I know that doesn't excuse the lying, but I needed you to know. She climbed the rest of the stairs on unsteady legs, her vision blurred with tears. The final note waited on her pillow, glowing so softly it looked like captured starlight against the faded quilt. I know you'll never forgive me, but I need you to know every moment with you is real. Save yourself. Save them all. You're stronger than any crown. Finian. Tamsin collapsed onto her bed, clutching the note, and this time it didn't dissolve. Instead, it seemed to absorb her tears, the words growing brighter with each drop until they blazed like tiny suns against the paper. Below, Sir Crestington's humming drifted up through the floorboards. ancient and mournful and somehow understanding, as if he'd witnessed 1,000 love stories end in exactly this kind of beautiful, terrible heartbreak. She'd been right not to trust him. She'd been right to suspect his too clean hands and his too careful questions and the way he'd appeared in her life just as the rebellion started gaining momentum. She'd been right about everything, except the part where she'd convinced herself that his feelings were part of the deception. Because this raw, desperate honesty spreading across notes throughout her bakery, this wasn't the work of a calculating spy. This was the work of a man who'd fallen in love despite himself and was now paying the price for choosing the wrong side of history. Or maybe the right side, depending on how you looked at it. Tam, Button's voice floated up from downstairs, tight with barely controlled panic. Tam, you need to see this right now. She wiped her eyes on her apron and carefully folded Finn's final note before tucking it into her pocket, close to her heart. Whatever Buttons had found, she had a feeling it was going to make everything worse. When she reached the main floor, Buttons was standing by the front window holding a piece of parchment that seemed to radiate official menace. His usually cheerful face was pale, and his hands shook slightly as he held up the document. They've posted bounty notices, he said quietly, all over the outer villages. Look. Tamsin took the parchment with numb fingers and found herself staring at her own face, rendered in precise, magical detail. Her wild auburn curls, her sharp green eyes, even the tiny flour smudge that seemed permanently attached to her left cheek, all of it captured with devastating accuracy. Wanted for crimes against the crown. Tamsin Bramblewick, known as the Flower Phantom. Magical terrorism, tax evasion, inciting rebellion. Reward 500 gold sovereigns. By order of His Majesty King Aldrich Thorn. 500 sovereigns. That was enough to buy a small estate, or feed a village for a year, or attract bounty hunters from 3 kingdoms and probably a few neighboring realms, just for good measure. Here's more, Button said miserably. They've got descriptions of the bakery, your known associates, even Sir Crustington. And, apparently, his voice caught, apparently they captured Finn trying to protect rebel contraband. They're saying he was working with you all along. Tamsin stared at the wanted poster, at her own defiant expression frozen in magical ink, and felt something strange settle over the grief and rage churning in her chest. Clarity. Cold, sharp, absolutely unforgiving clarity. She was done hiding, done with small acts of rebellion that let her pretend she wasn't really a revolutionary, done with half measures and careful plans and worrying about what the crown might do if she pushed too hard. They'd already decided what she was. They'd put a price on her head and a crime to her name and made her face known across 3 kingdoms. The only choice left was whether to run or to fight. And running had never really been an option. Buttons, she said quietly, still staring at her wanted poster. Go to the stolen hearth. Tell everyone we're having an emergency meeting tonight. And tell them, she looked up, meeting his wide eyes with a gaze that felt like steel wrapped in velvet. Tell them the Flower Phantom is tired of playing defense. He nodded and scampered toward the door, but paused at the threshold. What about Finn? I know he lied, but we're going to get him back. The words surprised her with their certainty, not because I forgive him, not because I trust him, but because he chose to protect what matters to us, and that means something. After Buttons left, Tamsin stood alone in her bakery with her wanted poster in one hand and Finn's final confession burning in her pocket. Sir Crustington hummed softly from his shelf, a tune that sounded almost like approval. She folded the bounty notice carefully and tucked it next to Finn's note. Evidence of what she'd been and what she'd chosen to become. The sun was setting by the time the rebellion leaders gathered in the stolen hearth, their faces grim in the lantern light. Granny Nettles sat with her cane across her knees, Cyril the snake familiar coiled around the handle like a living threat, Jem perched on a supply crate with his arms crossed, Storm, glass eyes unreadable, Marla fidgeted with a vial of something that sparkled ominously, her wild copper curls even more disheveled than usual. Miri had insisted on coming despite the bandages around her arm from the lantern explosion, and even young Buttons had earned a seat at the planning table after his spy network had proven its worth. The core of Elderwyn's resistance, looking to her for answers she wasn't sure she had. Tamsin set Sir Cressington on the table beside the hand-drawn maps of the capital, and his gentle glow provided just enough light to read by. For a moment, no one spoke, the weight of what they were considering. A direct assault on the capital, a rescue mission for a captured prince, open war against the crown, hung heavy in the underground chamber. "They have Finn," she said finally, her voice carrying clearly in the cramped space. "Prince Finian Thorn, second son of the crown, who came to investigate us and stayed to protect us instead." Jem raised an eyebrow. "You're talking about rescuing royalty?" "I'm talking about rescuing someone who chose the right side when it mattered." Tamsin pulled out the bounty notice and smoothed it on the table. "But that's not the only reason we're here. They've declared open war on all of us. Bounties, wanted posters, probably arrest squads heading for anyone who's ever bought an enchanted scone." Granny Nettles leaned forward, her hazel eyes sharp as flint. "So what are you proposing, girl?" Tamsin looked around the circle of faces, friends, neighbors, fellow rebels who'd trusted her to lead them thus far, people who deserved better than half measures and hiding. "We stop playing their game," she said quietly. "We stop reacting to their moves and start making our own. We take the fight directly to the capital, we rescue Finn, and we show the Outer Kingdoms that the crown isn't as untouchable as they pretend to be." Marla nearly dropped her vial. "You want to attack the capital? With what army?" "With what we have. Enchanted pastries, spy networks run by teenagers, and enough righteous fury to power a siege engine." Tamsin's hand found Finn's note in her pocket, anchor against the magnitude of what she was proposing. "I'm not talking about conquering anything. I'm talking about proving that regular people can fight back and win." Sir Crustington's glow pulsed once, bright and approving, and Tamsin felt some of her uncertainty ease. Whatever the ancient starter truly was, he'd been guarding her family's magic for longer than the current dynasty had existed. If anyone understood the difference between legitimate authority and mere power, it was him. "It's dangerous," Jem said quietly. "More dangerous than anything we've tried so far." "Everything worthwhile is dangerous." Tamsin spread one of the capital maps across the table, Sir Crustington's light casting shadows over the detailed streets and buildings. "But I'm tired of letting fear make my choices for me. I'm tired of small rebellions that don't change anything, and I'm tired of good people paying the price for bad laws." She traced the route from the capital's outer walls to the detention centers, her fingers steady despite the emotion threatening to choke her voice. "Finn could have turned us in a dozen times. He could have led Elric straight to our door. Instead, he chose to protect us, and now he's paying for it. That means something, even if—" she swallowed hard, "even if I don't know how to forgive him yet." Granny Nettles nodded slowly. "Sometimes the choice to save someone isn't about forgiveness. Sometimes it's about recognizing when they've earned the chance to do better." "Plus," Buttons added with forced cheerfulness, "if we're already wanted criminals, we might as well be wanted criminals who actually accomplish something impressive." Despite everything, Tamsin found herself almost smiling. Exactly. The planning took most of the night. Maps were studied, supply lists created, magic inventoried and allocated. Marlowe promised potions that could get them through the capital's detection wards. Jem offered enchantments that could confuse guard patrols. Granny Nettles contributed hexes that would make pursuing them a deeply unpleasant experience. And by dawn, they had the skeleton of a plan mad enough to work, desperate enough to attempt, and noble enough to be worth the risk. As the others filtered out to begin preparations, Tamsin remained in the stolen hearth with Sir Crustington humming quietly beside her. The wanted poster and Finn's final note lay side by side on the table, evidence of who she'd been and who she was becoming. She picked up Finn's note and read it again, his careful handwriting blurred slightly by dried tears. "You're stronger than any crown." Maybe he was right. Maybe she was finally ready to find out. Sir Crustington's humming shifted into something that sounded almost like a battle hymn, ancient and fierce and full of promise. Tomorrow they would march on the capital. Tomorrow they would find out if love and pastries and righteous fury could stand against the full weight of royal authority. The night she sat with her sourdough starter and her broken heart and planned a revolution.
Chapter 16. The Great Bread Heist. Then the cell smelled of damp stone and centuries of despair. A fitting backdrop for what might be Finn's final chapter as a prince of the realm. Water dripped steadily from somewhere in the darkness above, each drop marking time with the persistence of a funeral bell. He'd lost count of how long he'd been here, hours, maybe a full day, but the ache in his shoulders from the enchanted shackles suggested it had been long enough for his royal blood to stop mattering to the iron. Captain Elric Dunn paced before the cell with the measured stride of a predator savoring the hunt's conclusion. His polished boots echoed off the ancient stones, and his enchanted ledger floated beside him, its pages rustling as it automatically documented every detail of the interrogation. The quill scratched notes in precise script. Subject maintains rebellious posture. No signs of remorse. Recommend escalation. Your Highness, Elric said, the title dripping with mockery. I confess myself disappointed. When I received reports of a royal operative going soft, I assumed we were dealing with sentiment, not treason. Finn shifted against the wall, testing the shackles that bound his wrists to the stone. They held fast, humming, with enough suppression magic to drain a court wizard dry. I prefer to think of it as clarity. Clarity, Eldric's laugh was sharp as winter wind. How illuminating, and what exactly has this clarity revealed to you? That the people you're hunting aren't criminals, they're farmers and bakers and shopkeepers trying to feed their families without bankrupting themselves on taxes that would make a dragon blush. The ledger's quill scratched faster, recording every word. Elric glanced at the floating pages with satisfaction. Spoken like a man who's never had to maintain order in the outer provinces? Tell me, Your Highness, do you believe rebellion should go unpunished, simply because it's dressed in flour and good intentions? Finn met the captain's cold stare without flinching. I believe people shouldn't need to rebel to survive. A pretty sentiment from someone born to luxury. Elric stopped pacing and leaned against the cell bars, his scarred face inches from Finn's own. But sentiment won't save you now. The Crown has declared you a security risk, and I'm authorized to extract information by whatever means necessary. The threat hung in the air like smoke from a badly maintained oven. Finn had heard enough stories about Elric's necessary means to know this wasn't posturing. Elric straightened and resumed his pacing, hands clasped behind his back in a parody of contemplation. However, I'm prepared to offer you one final opportunity to redeem yourself. Provide me with a complete list of rebellion leaders. Names, locations, planned operations, and the Crown will consider royal pardons for your temporary lapse in judgment. The ledger's pages fluttered expectantly, ready to record either confession or continued defiance. You'd be restored to your position, Elric continued smoothly. Full honors, full privileges. Your indiscretion attributed to the stress of undercover work rather than genuine treachery. All you need to do is help us end this farce before it spreads to other provinces. Finn closed his eyes for a moment, picturing Tamsin's face when she'd read his notes. The hurt in her green eyes, the way she'd squared her shoulders and walked away from him in the glade, every line of her body radiating betrayal and disappointment. He'd already lost her, but he didn't have to add to the damage. No, he said quietly. Elric's eyebrows rose. I beg your pardon? No. I won't give you their names. I won't help you hunt down people whose only crime is wanting to live with dignity. Finn opened his eyes and met Elric's stare. If that makes me a traitor, then I'd rather be a traitor than whatever you are. The captain's expression didn't change, but something cold and satisfied flickered behind his eyes. I confess, Your Highness, I was hoping you'd say that. Before Finn could ask what he meant, a sound drifted through the stone walls, so faint he almost dismissed it as wishful thinking, a low, rhythmic humming that seemed to emanate from the castle's foundations themselves. His heart stopped. Sir Crustington. The humming was distinctive, unmistakable, the same ancient resonance that had accompanied the sourdough starter's glow during moments of high emotion. But this was different, stronger, as if the magical essence that animated the starter had found something to amplify its power. Finn fought to keep his expression neutral as the sound grew clearer, but Elric was too focused on his ledger to notice. The captain was making notes with obvious satisfaction. Subject refuses cooperation. Recommend enhanced interrogation protocols. Consider public execution as deterrent. The humming intensified, and Finn realized it wasn't coming from just one source. Multiple harmonies wove through the sound, as if Sir Crestington had been joined by an entire chorus of enchanted baked goods. The magical resonance vibrated through the stone walls, through the iron bars, through his bones. Hope flared in his chest like a struck match. She'd come. Despite everything, despite his lies, despite the danger, despite the fact that he'd probably destroyed any chance of forgiveness, Tamsin had come. The first explosion echoed through the castle like distant thunder. Elric's head snapped up from his ledger, the quill suspended mid-word. What in the seven blazes? Another explosion followed, then another, each one carefully spaced and precisely targeted. Not the random destruction of an angry mob, but the methodical work of someone who understood exactly which magical systems to disable and in what order. Finn bit back a grin. That was his brilliant, fierce Tamsin, turning siege warfare into a form of tactical baking. Elric's communication crystals began lighting up like angry wasps, their surfaces flashing urgent red as reports flooded in from across the castle. The captain grabbed the nearest crystal, his scarred face darkening as he listened. A bread delivery caravan? He snarled into the crystal. Are you telling me the capital's governmental district is under assault by pastries? The response was apparently confirmation, because Elric's expression shifted from irritation to genuine alarm. How many of them? What do you mean? You can't get an accurate count? They're bakers, not... Another explosion, closer this time, rattled the dungeon walls hard enough to send dust cascading from the ceiling. Several of Elric's communication crystals fell silent. Through the narrow window set high in the cell wall, Finn caught glimpses of movement in the courtyard above. Familiar figures darted between architectural shadows, Tamsin's determined silhouette directing operations, while Jem and Marla wove disruption spells through what appeared to be an army of weaponized pastries. Pride swelled in his chest, fierce and warm despite the circumstances. She'd done it. She'd taken his scattered rebellion of bread thieves and forged them into something that could challenge the crown itself. The rescue operation was proceeding with the smooth precision of a well-rehearsed dance. Ward anchors disabled, security doors unlocked, guard patrols confused by what the communication crystals were describing as truth serum muffins and exploding dinner rolls. It was beautiful, it was brilliant, it was going perfectly, which meant, naturally, that something was about to go catastrophically wrong. Heavy footsteps echoed down the dungeon stairs, accompanied by shouted commands and the sound of someone putting up a fierce struggle. Finn pressed himself against the cell bars, trying to see through the limited view the angle provided. Two of Elric's guards dragged a small, freckled figure into the dungeon. Buttons. The boy's face was bruised and bloodied, one eye swollen nearly shut, but his remaining eye blazed with unrepentant defiance. His patchwork jacket was torn in several places, revealing hidden compartments that had been rifled through and emptied. Found this one trying to plant explosive pastries near the main ward anchor, one of the guards reported. Little devil nearly took Tommy's eyebrows off with one of those enchanted scones. Elric's cold smile returned in full force. Excellent. Bring him closer. They hauled Buttons forward, forcing him to his knees just outside Finn's cell. The boy's gaze found Finn's through the bars, and his battered face set in stubborn lines that would have made Tamsin proud. Hey, your preachiness, Button said, his voice thick with blood from a split lip. Fancy meeting you here. Elric's eyebrows rose. How interesting. The rebels sent a child to rescue a prince. Either they're more desperate than I thought, or... His gaze sharpened. Or this boy knows something about their escape routes. Wouldn't tell you if I did, Buttons spat, then spoiled the effect by coughing up blood. Finn's hands clenched into fists, the shackles cutting into his wrists. Seeing Buttons hurt, knowing the boy had risked capture trying to help him, it was unbearable. Elric crouched beside Buttons, his voice taking on the pleasant tone he used before doing something particularly unpleasant. Young man, I'm going to give you one opportunity to be helpful. Tell me how your friends plan to escape the capital, and I might be persuaded to show mercy. Button's response was anatomically creative and entirely unsuitable for polite company. Elric's smile widened. I was hoping you'd say that. He straightened and gestured to his guards. Take him to interrogation room 3. The one with the interesting collection of truth extraction devices. No. The word escaped Finn's mouth before he could stop it. Wait! Elric paused, interested. Your Highness? Finn's mind raced. The rescue operation was still proceeding. He could hear the systematic explosions continuing above, punctuated by increasingly panicked reports from the communication crystals. Tamsin needed time to reach the dungeon levels. Whatever he could do to delay Elric, to keep Buttons safe. I'll cooperate, he said, hating the words even as they left his mouth. I'll tell you what you want to know about the rebellion operations. Names, locations, everything. Just don't hurt the boy. Elric's expression shifted to predatory satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Though I confess surprise, I hadn't taken you for someone who'd break under pressure. I'm not breaking under pressure, Finn said quietly. I'm protecting a child from a sadist. The captain's laugh was sharp as breaking glass. How noble. How perfectly, predictably noble. He gestured to his guards. Unshackle His Highness. We'll conduct this conversation in the interrogation chamber, where the recording crystals can capture every detail. As the guards moved to free Finn from the wall shackles, Elric leaned close enough that his voice wouldn't carry to the communication crystals. You do realize, he murmured, that I have no intention of honoring our agreement regarding the boy. Once you've provided the information I need, both of you will serve as excellent examples of what happens to those who defy the crown. Finn met his stare steadily. I figured as much. And you're still willing to cooperate? I'm still willing to buy him time. Elric's scarred face showed something that might have been respect if it had come from anyone else. Admirable. Futile, but admirable. He straightened as the shackles clicked open, magical suppression fields shifting to accompany Finn's movement rather than pin him in place. Guards, escort His Highness to Interrogation Chamber 1. I'll join you momentarily. As they hauled Finn toward the stairs, he caught Button's eye one more time. The boy's battered face showed understanding, and something that looked almost like approval. Another explosion echoed through the castle closer than before. Through the communication crystals, Finn could hear reports of ward failures cascading through the governmental district. Tamsin was systematically dismantling the capital's magical defenses with the precision of a master baker following a proven recipe. Elric grabbed the most urgent communication crystal, his voice tight with suppressed fury. What do you mean the outer perimeter is compromised? How many of them are there? The answer, apparently, wasn't encouraging, because Elric's knuckles went white around the crystal. Deploy the reserve guard. Lock down all access points. If a single rebel reaches the detention levels... The crystal went dead in his hand, its light flickering out like a snuffed candle. For a moment, the dungeon fell silent except for the steady drip of water and the distant sound of Systemet.
Chapter 17, Broken Pieces, Honest Words. Tamsin. The service corridors of Gildengrave Castle smelled like decades of forgotten meals and royal secrets, dusty, close, and tinged with the metallic afterburn of her explosive pastries. Tamsin's lungs burned as she dragged Finn through the narrow passage, her fingers wrapped tight around his wrist like she could keep him tethered to safety through sheer determination. Tam, he gasped behind her, stumbling slightly as they rounded another corner. Where? Stop talking, she hissed, pressing her back against the stone wall and listening for the sound of pursuit. Her heart hammered against her ribs with a violence that had nothing to do with their frantic escape and everything to do with the fact that he was alive, he was whole, he was here and not broken in some dungeon cell because of her rebellion. The distant shouts of guards echoed from the main corridors, muffled by thick stone but getting closer. She pulled him forward again, following the mental map Jem had sketched from his colorful past with the castle's wine cellars and various ill-advised romantic encounters. "You're gentle! You're some in here." She spotted the door Jem had described, unmarked, unremarkable, and hopefully forgotten by everyone except the occasional kitchen servant looking for vintage preserves. The handle turned with a rusty protest, and she shoved Finn inside before following, her shoulder hitting the door hard enough to rattle her teeth. The pantry was exactly as Jem had promised, cramped, dusty, and lined with shelves that held the forgotten overflow of royal feasts. Jars of crystallized fruit sat next to wheels of cheese wrapped in wax, everything covered in a fine layer of dust that turned golden in the late afternoon light, filtering through a grimy window set high in the wall. Tamsin dragged a heavy crate in front of the door, then another for good measure. Only when the barricade was complete did she turn to face Finn in the small space, and the sight of him stole what little breath she had left. He looked terrible. Beautiful, but terrible. Dark stubble shadowed his jaw. His hair was matted with dungeon grime, and there were bruises on his wrists where the shackles had bitten deep. But his eyes, those impossibly blue eyes that had haunted her dreams, were exactly as she remembered. "Tam." His voice was rough, uncertain. "You came for me." "Of course I came for you, you absolute disaster of a prince." The words exploded out of her with months of suppressed fury. "What exactly did you think I was going to do? Let Captain Psychopath torture you for information about a rebellion you were never really part of?" "I am part of it. I chose." "You chose what, Finn? Or do I call you Your Highness now?" She stepped closer, her hands clenched into fists. "Because I'm having trouble keeping track of which version of you is standing in front of me." His face crumpled like she'd struck him. "Tamsin, please, let me explain." "Oh, you want to explain? Perfect. Start with the lies." Her voice cracked despite her best efforts. "How much of it was real? The poetry in my trash bin? The way you looked at me when you thought I wasn't watching? She swallowed hard. "The night you kissed me in the alley?" "All of it." The words came out strangled. "Every single moment, Tam. I know you have no reason to believe me, but..." "You're right, I don't." She backed against the shelves, needing space to breathe. "Because how am I supposed to tell the difference between Prince Finian playing a role and Finn of Harrowbridge being genuine? Where does the spy end and the man begin?" "Here is no difference." He stepped toward her, raw desperation bleeding through his careful, princely composure. "That's what you don't understand. I was never playing a role with you. The lies were about my name, my title, my ridiculous family obligations. But everything else was built on a foundation of deception." "Yes." The admission hit the dusty air like a physical blow. "Yes, it was, and I hate myself for it. I've hated myself for it every day since I met you." The fight went out of her so suddenly she nearly staggered. "Vin, I wrote those poems because you made me want to capture the way flour looks in your hair when the morning light hits it just right. I kissed you in that alley because I was terrified you were going to get yourself killed, and the thought of losing you made me forget every rule I've ever been taught about duty and discretion and staying in my lane." His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "I stayed up all night helping you bake because watching you work is like watching magic, and I was already so far gone I couldn't bring myself to care that I was falling in love with the very person I was supposed to be arresting." "Stop." The word came out, cracked, broken. "Just stop." "I can't stop. You deserve to know." "I said stop." She pressed her hands over her face, trying to hold back the tears that had been threatening since she'd first seen his name on that bounty notice. "Do you have any idea what it felt like, finding out that the man I was falling for had been lying to me from the moment we met?" The silence stretched between them, heavy with dust motes and regret. "I'm sorry." The words were so quiet she almost missed them. "Tamsin, I'm so Sorry. She looked up to find him watching her with an expression of such devastating honesty that it knocked the breath from her lungs. No masks, no careful, princely composure, just Finn, raw and guilty and heartbroken. I know that's not enough, he continued, his voice steadied despite the tears tracking down his cheeks. I know sorry doesn't fix the trust I broke or undo the pain I caused, but I need you to know that I would take it all back if I could. Not meaning you, never that, but the lies, the deception. I'd find another way. The anger drained out of her like water through a cracked bowl, leaving behind something worse, the aching, desperate love she'd been trying to bury for days. She studied his face in the golden light, seeing the guilt etched in every familiar line, the hope he was trying not to show, the love that blazed in his eyes despite everything. He'd been lying about his name, his title, his reasons for being an Elderwyn, but this? The way he was looking at her like she was the answer to every prayer he'd never had the courage to voice? This was real. Without conscious thought, she stepped closer. She reached up slowly, giving him time to pull away, and cupped his face in her hands. Her palms were still dusted with flour from the morning's batch of explosive pastries, and she watched his eyes flutter closed at the gentle touch. Tam, her name was a broken prayer against her fingers. Instead of answering, she rose on her toes and kissed him. It wasn't like the desperate, frantic kiss in the alley. This was careful, tentative, a question asked with lips and breath. His hands came up to frame her face, trembling slightly as he answered with the same careful tenderness. Then the dam burst. Months of longing and pain and desperate, terrified love poured into the connection between them. She tasted salt on his lips, tears, hers or his. It didn't matter. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as he pressed her back against the shelves, jars rattling with the force of their need. He kissed her like he was drowning and she was air, like she was the only solid thing in a world that had tilted off its axis. She kissed him back with equal desperation, pouring every word she couldn't say into the connection. I missed you. I was terrified. I love you, you beautiful disaster. Don't you dare leave me again. When they finally broke apart, both breathing unsteadily, she rested her forehead against his and closed her eyes. I would do it, he whispered against her lips. Walk away from all of it, the crown, the title, the whole ridiculous mess. Just say the word and I'll renounce everything. She opened her eyes to find him watching her with the same devastating honesty that had undone her moments before. I don't want your crown, Finn. Her voice was hoarse from crying, from kissing, from finally saying the words that had been lodged in her throat for weeks. I never wanted your crown. I want your heart. You have it. His thumb traced along her cheekbone, wiping away another tear. You've had it since the moment you threatened to force-feed me a rebellion muffin if I didn't stop asking polite questions about your obviously illegal activities. Despite everything, the danger, the fear, the absolute insanity of their situation, she laughed. That was a very good muffin. You would have enjoyed it. I'm sure I would have. The moment stretched between them, perfect and fragile, and absolutely not built to last. Which was, of course, when the magical alert spell pulsed through the castle walls in urgent crimson light and reality came crashing back with the subtlety of an exploding oven. They both froze as the spell washed over them, carrying with it the unmistakable magical signature of Captain Elric Dunn. The man had discovered their escape and was mobilizing every available guard in the castle to hunt them down. Finn immediately moved to shield her toward the back of the pantry, where Jem had sworn there was a servant's exit that led to the kitchen gardens. Go, now, while you still can. Absolutely not. She grabbed his hand, lacing their fingers together. I'm not leaving without you. Can't be reasonable. If they catch you, then they catch both of us. Her grip tightened as the crimson alert pulsed again, more urgently this time. We finish this together, or we don't finish it at all. He stared at her for a moment, probably weighing royal duty against the stubborn set of her jaw. The jaw won. Together, he agreed, and squeezed her hand. Standing there in the dusty pantry with magical alarms echoing around them and the most dangerous fight of her life waiting just beyond the door, Tamsin felt a completeness she'd never experienced before. She was loved, truly, desperately, honestly loved by someone who saw exactly who she was and chose her anyway. The revolution could wait 5 more seconds. She kissed him again, quick and fierce and full of promise, then released his hand and started moving the barricade away from the door. "Come on, Your Highness," she said with a grin that was probably going to get them both killed. "Let's go save your kingdom."
Chapter 18. Rise of the Rolling Fog. Finn. The servants' corridor was darker than the dungeons, lined with stones so old they seemed to absorb what little light filtered through the narrow windows. Finn moved through the shadows with the confidence of someone who'd spent his childhood sneaking through these very passages, one hand trailing along the familiar grooves in the wall, while the other maintained a death grip on Tamsin's fingers. "How do you know about this place?" she whispered, her breath warm against his ear as they navigated yet another turn. Misspent youth. He paused at an intersection, listening for the sound of boots on stone. Nothing. "My brother and I used to sneak out through the kitchen gardens when we were supposed to be attending diplomatic lessons." Shocking. A prince avoiding his responsibilities. Even in the middle of their desperate flight, her dry tone made him smile. "I was a terrible disappointment to my tutors." The crimson alert spell pulsed again, closer this time, and they both froze as the magical resonance echoed through the stones around them. Finn counted heartbeats, his own, thundering in his chest, and Tamsin's, steady and determined where her pulse beat against his palm. "This way!" He tugged her toward a narrow staircase that spiraled upward into absolute darkness. "What we need is 3 floors up." "And what exactly do we need?" "The Goldspeen War Chamber." The words came out rougher than he'd intended. "Where my father plans his military campaigns and keeps the master controls for every defensive enchantment in the city." Tamsin's grip tightened. "Finn, if they catch us in there..." "They won't." He hoped he sounded more confident than he felt. "The door is bloodline, locked. Only members of the royal family can open it, which means it's the last place they'll expect to find a pair of wanted rebels." The staircase seemed to stretch forever, each step echoing despite their efforts to move quietly. By the time they reached the top, Finn's legs were burning and his lungs felt like they were full of flour dust instead of air. The corridor here was different, wider, with tapestries depicting historical battles and crystal sconces that provided actual illumination. "Gold, stay back," he murmured, approaching the familiar door at the end of the hall. The Goldspine War Chamber entrance was carved from a single piece of black marble, its surface marked with intricate runic patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in his peripheral vision. At the center, where a traditional lock would be, was a smooth, oval depression sized perfectly for a human palm. Finn pressed his hand against the bloodline scanner and held his breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes began to glow with soft golden light, tracing patterns that connected and separated like a living constellation. The door recognized his magical signature. Apparently, treason wasn't enough to override 20-minute 4 years of genetic programming. With a grinding sound that made them both wince, the massive door swung open. "Impressive," Tamsin said softly, peering past him into the chamber beyond. "Also terrifying. Your family has interesting hobbies." The war chamber was exactly as Finn remembered, vast and circular, with a domed ceiling that displayed a real-time magical map of the kingdom's borders. Tactical tables covered in miniature terrain models occupied the center of the room, surrounded by walls lined with scrying crystals, communication mirrors, and control panels for defensive systems that could level entire districts if activated by the wrong hands. "Find something to barricade the door," he said, moving immediately toward the fog distribution controls. "This might take a few minutes." Tamsin nodded, dragging a heavy chair across the marble floor while Finn located the panel he needed. Lysandra's fog network had been designed for battlefield concealment, a way to disorient enemy forces while providing cover for tactical maneuvers. The controls were intuitive enough, labeled with clear runic script that indicated coverage area, density, and duration. His hands were shaking as he began modifying the settings. "What are you doing?" Tamsin had finished with the barricade and moved to stand beside him, close enough that her warmth steadied his nerves. Turning the entire capital into your personal playground, he adjusted the coverage radius until it encompassed all of Gildengrave's major districts. Lysandra designed this system to create localized concealment for military units, but if we trigger it at maximum dispersal, the whole city disappears into magical mist. Understanding lit her eyes, and in that mist, any illusions we create will be virtually indistinguishable from reality. Exactly. He made the final adjustment and hesitated, his finger hovering over the activation panel. "Once I trigger this, there's no going back. Every guard in the city will know someone with royal access activated the system." "Good." Tamsin covered his hand with hers, pressing down together. "Let them know a prince chose his people over his crown." The Fogburst protocol engaged with a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the castle's foundations. Through the chamber's observation windows, Finn watched as silvery mist began pouring from hidden vents throughout the capital, emerging from alleys and squares, rising from the river, drifting down from the castle walls like ethereal waterfalls. Within minutes, the familiar streets of Gildengrave had transformed into an otherworldly landscape of swirling enchantment. The fog was dense enough to conceal movement, but thin enough to maintain visibility at close range. Perfect conditions for the kind of magical mischief that Marla and Jem specialized in. "It's beautiful," Tamsin breathed, watching the mist roll through the government district like a living thing. Then activated the chamber's scrying crystals, cycling through different vantage points across the city. The rebellion's coordinated illusions were already taking hold within the fog. Ghostly protesters marching through empty squares, with banners that flickered between languages, phantom explosions creating spectacular but harmless displays that sent guards running toward non-existent threats. In the merchant quarter, spectral bread carts rolled through the mist, singing revolutionary songs in harmonies that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The effect was both whimsical and deeply unsettling, like stumbling into a fever dream where the rules of reality had been gently but firmly suspended. "Look," Tamsin pointed to one of the crystals displaying the castle's main courtyard. "Elric's forces." The Crown Guard's disciplined formation was dissolving into confused chaos as they tried to respond to threats that vanished the moment they approached. Finn watched seasoned soldiers swing swords at mirages, chase phantom sound through the mist, and shout orders to subordinates who might or might not actually exist. Through it all, Captain Elric Dunn stalked through the fog like a predator who couldn't be distracted by mere illusions. His enchanted ledger glowed like a beacon in the silvery haze, its pages turning of their own accord as it tracked the rebellion's magical signatures with frightening accuracy. "He's heading for the throne room," Finn said, his blood turning to ice as he watched Elric's steady progress through the castle's lower levels. "Of course he is." Tamsin was studying the scrying displays with intense concentration. "That's where the Whisper Web's primary node is located. If he can access the original surveillance network..." She trailed off, but Finn understood. Elric wasn't just hunting individual rebels. He was planning to use the Crown's most invasive magical system to identify and track every person who had ever supported the resistance. It would be a massacre. "We have to stop him." Tamsin was already moving toward the door. "Absolutely not." Finn stepped into her path. "Tam, the man is a trained battle mage with 30 years of experience hunting down threats to the Crown. You can't face him alone." "I'm not planning to face him alone." Her smile was sharp as a blade, and twice as dangerous. "I'm planning to face him with the support of every illusion, every phantom, and every rebellious spirit currently dancing through this fog. The throne room isn't his territory anymore, it's mine." Before he could argue further, she was kissing him again, fierce and quick and full of promises that made his heart race for entirely different reasons. "Trust me," she whispered against his lips, then slipped past him and out the door. Finn stood frozen for a moment, torn between following her and using the resources at his disposal to help her succeed. The scrying crystals showed Tamsin moving through the castle's main corridors with the same confident navigation she brought to her bakery during the morning rush. Meanwhile, Elric continued his methodical approach toward the throne room, his magical ledger growing brighter with each step. The choice, when it came, felt inevitable. Finn activated the War Chamber's communication system, broadcasting on the frequency used for tactical coordination. His voice echoed through every guard post and command station in the castle as he fed them carefully crafted misinformation about rebellion leaders gathering in the East Wing, complete with fabricated evidence of magical signatures and coordinated attacks. Within minutes, he watched through the crystals as the majority of the Crown Guard redirected toward the false threat, leaving the throne room's approaches virtually undefended. It was a tactical masterstroke that ensured Tamsin's confrontation with Elric would be one-on-one without interference from subordinates who might complicate an already dangerous situation. It was also, quite possibly, the most terrifying decision he'd ever made. Through the scrying crystal, focused on the throne room's grand entrance, Finn watched as two figures approached from opposite directions. Elric from the guardian chambers below, moving with predatory confidence, and Tamsin from the main quarters above, her posture radiating the same determined energy she brought to every challenge. The fog swirled around the vast chamber like a living thing, dancing between the ancient pillars and pooling around the base of the golden throne. Rebellion illusions flickered through the mist, phantom voices singing old songs of freedom, spectral hands reaching out to touch stone carved by kings who had forgotten what it meant to serve their people. Finn gripped the edges of the scrying platform until his knuckles turned white, watching as the woman he loved prepared to face the crown's most dangerous enforcer in a battle that would determine not just their personal fates, but the future of everyone who had dared to hope for something better. Pride and terror warred in his chest as he realized what he'd become. A prince who served his people by dismantling the very system that had given him power. A man who measured success not by what he could control, but by what he was brave enough to release. The fog reached its peak intensity as the two figures entered opposite ends of the throne room, and Finn held his breath as the final confrontation began.
Chapter 19, The Crust Must Decide. Tamsin? The throne room stretched before Tamsin like a cathedral built for giants, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadow while fog swirled through air that tasted of old magic and older secrets. Sir Crestington's jar pressed warm against her ribs where she clutched it protectively, the starter's golden glow pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat, or maybe her heartbeat had synchronized with his ancient rhythms. Either way, the effect was oddly comforting as she faced the most dangerous man in the kingdom. Captain Elric Dunn stood at the far end of the chamber like a figure carved from midnight, his black uniform pristine despite the chaos erupting throughout the castle. His enchanted ledger hung open in his left hand, pages fluttering without any wind as magical ink wrote itself across the yellowed parchment in lines too precise to be entirely human. Tamsin Bramblewick, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the mist-heavy air, also known as the Flower Phantom, currently in possession of stolen grain, contraband magical implements, and his pale eyes fixed on the jar in her arms, one unregistered arcane artifact of unknown origin and considerable power. There, Crestington's glow intensified at the word unregistered, bubbling audibly with what sounded suspiciously like offense. The stones beneath Tamsin's feet responded with a low hum that she felt more than heard, vibrating up through her boots and into her bones. A legal redistribution of royal property, Elric continued, advancing with measured steps while his ledger documented each accusation in flowing script. Incitement to rebellion, destruction of crown surveillance equipment, conspiracy to undermine lawful taxation. Each crime added another line to the growing list, the magical ink glowing faintly as it dried, and now breaking and entering into the sovereign seat of... The floor beneath them gave a tremor that had nothing to do with the ongoing battle in the castle's courtyards. It was deeper than that, older, as if something that had been sleeping in the stones themselves was finally beginning to stir. The massive pillars supporting the throne room's roof hummed in harmonious response to Sir Crestington's increasingly urgent pulsing, their carved surfaces warming until the ancient granite seemed almost alive. Tamsin felt the change in her chest, where Sir Crestington's warmth had grown from comfortable to almost feverish. The starter wasn't just reacting to the magical pressure building in the room. He was calling to something, reaching out with power that felt older than kingdoms and deeper than law. Fascinating, Elric murmured, his analytical mind already cataloging the unprecedented magical interaction even as his strategic instincts recognized the potential threat. The artifact appears to be awakening dormant enchantments embedded in the castle's foundation. Tell me, Miss Bramblewick, do you have any idea what you're carrying? The honest answer was no. But looking around the throne room, as centuries-old magic began responding to Sir Crestington's call, Tamsin was starting to suspect that her grand's inheritance was considerably more significant than a temperamental sourdough starter with attitude problems. The stained glass windows lining the chamber's eastern wall were vibrating now, their colored panes singing like crystal bells as harmonic frequencies built throughout the room. Each window depicted scenes of royal triumph, conquests and ceremonies, coronations and celebrations, but in the shifting fog and dancing light, the images seemed to move and change, telling stories that hadn't been visible before. Whatever he is, Tamsin said, instinctively tightening her protective hold on the jar, he's not yours to catalog. Elric's expression didn't change, but his free hand moved to the leather pouch at his belt where she could see the dull gleam of suppression chains. Enchanted restraints designed to contain and neutralize magical artifacts deemed dangerous by the crown. All magical implements within the kingdom's borders are subject to registration and regulation under Royal Decree 40.7. Failure to comply results in immediate confiscation, and he paused, consulting his ledger. Ah, yes, appropriate disciplinary action. Sir Crestington's response was immediate and unmistakable, a brilliant flare of golden light that illuminated every corner of the vast chamber and revealed details that had been hidden for generations. Ancient runes carved deep into the throne room's supporting pillars blazed to life, their meanings lost but their power undeniable. The magical script spiraled up each column in flowing lines that pulsed in perfect synchronization with the starter's heartbeat, creating a web of interconnected enchantment that spanned the entire chamber. Extraordinary, Ulrich breathed, his scholarly fascination momentarily overwhelming his professional duty. These markings predate the current dynasty by at least 3 centuries. They appear to be some form of foundational binding, possibly related to... His eyes widened with sudden understanding. The constitutional enchantments, the magical contracts that give the monarchy's laws their binding power. The pieces clicked into place with terrifying clarity. Sir Crestington wasn't just responding to the throne room's ancient magic, he was part of it, somehow connected to the very spells that enforce royal authority throughout the kingdom. And if he could influence those enchantments... No, Elric said sharply, recognizing the same terrible possibility. I will not permit this violation of constitutional order. His hand moved toward the suppression chains, but Sir Crestington's light flared even brighter, forcing Tamsin to squint against the sudden brilliance. The magical pressure in the room spiked so dramatically that her ears popped, and she felt, rather than saw, Elric's containment spell building in the air between them. Complex weaving of binding and suppression that would reduce her precious starter to inert sludge. The protective instinct that rose in response came from someplace deeper than thought. Tamsin didn't consciously decide to channel her baking magic through Sir Crestington's ancient power. It simply happened, as natural as breathing or kneading dough. Her own warmth flowed into the jar's familiar weight, merging with energies that tasted of grain fields and harvest seasons, of bread blessed in farmhouse kitchens and promises made over shared meals. The barrier that formed around them wasn't visible so much as felt. a shimmering dome of protective intention that turned Elric's suppression spell aside like water off hot stone. But the magical feedback from the deflection didn't simply dissipate. Instead, it crackled outward through the awakened runes on the pillars, racing along lines of ancient power until the entire throne room sang with harmonized enchantment. And then something unprecedented happened. The throne room's eastern wall was dominated by a series of massive granite blocks, each one taller than a person and carved from single pieces of mountain stone. Tamsin had assumed they were merely decorative, perhaps displaying royal heraldry or commemorative inscriptions. Now, as Sir Crestington's power interacted with whatever enchantments had been laid into their depths, the scribing stones, for that's clearly what they were, began to glow with the warm light of active magic. Each stone face was covered in flowing script that wrote and rewrote itself continuously, recording every royal decree, every law, every tax regulation, and legal binding that currently held power throughout the kingdom. Watching them work was like seeing the skeleton of governmental authority laid bare. Thousands upon thousands of magical contracts that quite literally held the realm together through codified spells and enforced obligation. But the stones were responding to Sir Crestington's presence, their normally steady documentation flickering and wavering as if something was interfering with their fundamental programming. "The scribing stones," Elric said, his voice tight with barely controlled alarm. "They're the foundation of our entire legal framework. If something happens to them—" He never finished the thought because Tamsin was already moving. Understanding flooded through her with the same intuitive certainty that guided her hands when she shaped bread or mixed spells into morning pastries. This was why Sir Crestington had led her here, why he'd grown more restless and powerful with each act of rebellion. He hadn't just been supporting her small revolution, he'd been preparing for this moment when someone worthy would finally arrive to rewrite the fundamental contracts that bound people to systems of extraction and control. The nearest scribing stone stood barely 3 feet away, its surface warm with active magic and covered in dense script that detailed tax obligations for agricultural communities. Tamsin placed both hands flat against the granite, feeling Sir Cresting's jar settle against her ribs as ancient power flowed through her palms into stone that had recorded centuries of royal will. "I bind you," she said, speaking not to the stone but through it, to the network of enchantment that connected every corner of the kingdom, not to crown or conquest, but to the people who plant and harvest, who knead and bake, who feed their neighbors and share what little they have. The words came from someplace deeper than memory, guided by Sir Crestington's ancient wisdom and her own hard-earned understanding of what leadership actually meant. "Let the laws serve those who follow them, not those who write them from distant palaces." The magical transfer was instantaneous and overwhelming. Sir Crestington's golden light poured through her hands into the scribing stone, which blazed so brilliantly that the entire chamber filled with warm radiance. But this wasn't just illumination, it was transformation. Reality being rewritten at the most fundamental level, as binding spells that had enforced royal authority for centuries were suddenly irrevocably altered. A shockwave rippled outward from the castle with the force of a thunderclap, visible through the throne room's windows as a wall of golden energy that swept across the capital city like sunrise breaking over the horizon. In its wake, Tamsin could actually see the magical infrastructure of oppression beginning to unravel. Tax collection stations crumbling into dust, surveillance networks dissolving into sparkling moats of liberated power, and documents written in officially sanctioned ink spontaneously catching fire as the legal framework that gave them authority was systematically dismantled. Elric's ledger was smoking in his hands, its enchanted pages curling and blackening, as the administrative magic that powered it found itself suddenly without foundation. He stared at the disintegrating book with an expression of such profound shock that Tamsin almost felt sorry for him. "This is impossible," he whispered. "Constitutional enchantments can't simply be rewritten. The bindings have been in place for centuries. They're woven into the very fabric of—" His voice trailed off as he realized what he was witnessing. This wasn't just rebellion or even revolution. It was fundamental alteration of reality itself. carried out by a sourdough starter whose true nature had apparently been disguised as mere culinary magic for longer than anyone could remember. Through the windows, the Golden Wave continued its inexorable expansion beyond the capital's walls, racing toward every village and town that had suffered under crushing taxation and arbitrary law. Tamsin felt each moment of liberation as if it were happening in her own chest. The relief of farmers who would no longer lose their harvests to royal collectors, the joy of artisans whose workshops wouldn't be seized for failure to pay impossible fees, the quiet satisfaction of bakers who could once again feed their communities without fear of regulatory punishment. But with the triumph came loss. Sir Crestington's jar was growing cooler in her arms, his golden radiance dimming to a softer amber glow that spoke of deep satisfaction tempered by exhaustion. The ancient consciousness within the starter was communicating wordless gratitude and something that felt unmistakably like farewell. Not death exactly, but transformation into something too large and powerful to ever return to the simple rhythms of bread making. He had served faithfully for longer than memory could track, awakening at last to fulfill his ultimate purpose, and now that purpose was complete. Tamsin stood in the transformed throne room, with reality still rippling around them like water after a stone has been dropped, Elric's power definitively broken and the old order crumbling beyond repair. She felt no triumph at his defeat, only a quiet recognition that she had never really been fighting Captain Elric himself, but the system he represented, a system that was now permanently altered at its magical foundations. She hadn't asked to become a leader. She'd simply been a baker who refused to accept that her neighbors should go hungry while distant royalty hoarded grain. But standing here with Sir Crestington's warm contentment settling into her bones, Tamsin finally accepted what she'd always secretly known, that leadership wasn't about being chosen, but about choosing. Choosing to act when others couldn't, choosing to risk everything for people who deserved better, choosing to claim power that had always been hers by right of service, not birth. The magic had always been hers, just as the responsibility had always been hers, and now, finally, the authority was hers too.
Chapter 20. Keep the change. Then, the morning sun painted Elderwyn Square in shades of gold and possibility, and Finn found himself smiling as he watched another group of royal messengers hammer fresh proclamations into the notice board. 3 months since the revolution, and they still arrived weekly with increasingly desperate reforms: tax reductions, debt forgiveness programs, agricultural subsidies that would have been unthinkable under the old regime. The villagers clustered around each new posting with expressions of cautious optimism, though Finn caught more than a few skeptical snorts when certain phrases appeared. His Majesty's benevolent consideration earned particularly derisive chuckles from Mrs. Weatherby, who'd lost her cottage to tax seizure just last winter. "Load of bureaucratic nonsense," muttered old Henrik, squinting at the latest decree through wire-rimmed spectacles. "They're only scrambling because half the outer provinces have gone missing from their tax rolls." Finn carefully kept his expression neutral while Henrik continued his commentary, though privately he agreed. The palace's sudden enthusiasm for reform had less to do with newfound compassion and more to do with the magical shockwave that had permanently altered their ability to enforce the old brutal policies. When your surveillance networks dissolved overnight and your collection enchantments stopped working, even the most stubborn monarchy eventually noticed the inconvenience. He shifted his position to get a better view of the proclamation, and his gaze accidentally fell on the fountain's new centerpiece, a stone bust of Stern, familiar features that sat where the old Victory Monument had once stood. The sculpture bore a suspicious resemblance to a certain former tax enforcement captain, though the nameplate simply read, "In memory of administrative overreach." Finn quickly looked away, but not before catching Granny Nettle's satisfied smile from her perch on a nearby bench. She was knitting something that looked suspiciously like a tiny noose while humming under her breath, and Finn decided he really didn't need to know the details of what had happened to Elric after the revolution. Some questions were better left unasked. "Prince Finian." The voice cut across the square with royal authority, and Finn suppressed a wince as yet another palace envoy approached, with the week's official summons tucked under his arm. This one was younger than usual, probably some minor courtier's son trying to earn favor by succeeding where others had failed. "It's just Finn," he corrected mildly, not bothering to turn around. And I believe my answer remains the same as last week's. The envoy sputtered something about duty and birthright, but Finn was already walking toward the bakery, his attention caught by the sound of Button's voice echoing from the community hall. The boy was apparently leading another Democratic Council meeting, his enthusiasm for parliamentary procedure both admirable and slightly terrifying. Order, order, Button shouted, presumably banging something on a table. We can't all talk at once about the bridge repairs. I've got a whole system worked out with speaking sticks and everything. Vin grinned and pushed through the bakery door, breathing in the familiar scent of yeast and flour and home. Tamsin stood behind the counter, arranging ordinary, looking loaves in deliberately mundane patterns, her auburn curls escaping from their tea towel tie, as usual. She glanced up when the door chimed, and her smile hit him with the same warm jolt it had since that first disastrous meeting 3 months ago. Another royal messenger? She asked, nodding toward the square. They're persistent, I'll give 'em that. Finn hung his coat on the peg by the door and rolled up his sleeves. Though, I think they're running out of increasingly frantic diplomatic language. Their Crushington sat peacefully on his shelf, looking every inch the ordinary sourdough starter he'd spent decades pretending to be. The ancient magic that had rewritten the kingdom's foundational laws now slumbered quietly in the glass jar, occasionally bubbling with what looked like perfectly normal fermentation. Only Finn and Tamsin knew that those bubbles sometimes formed symbols in long-dead languages, or that the starter occasionally hummed lullabies in forgotten dialects when he thought no one was listening. Any special deliveries today? Finn asked, recognizing the particular way Tamsin was arranging the bread display. Her smile turned slightly sheepish. Mrs. Chen's family is struggling with the new baby, and the Hartwell cottage still doesn't have proper heating after the fire last month. Finn looked more closely and caught the telltale shimmer around certain loaves. Nothing obvious, just a faint warmth that spoke of comfort spells and sustenance enchantments. Tamsin was being careful to keep her magical baking quiet, but she hadn't stopped using her gifts to help neighbors in need. She'd simply learned to be more subtle about it. I can make those rounds after lunch, he offered, already mentally mapping the most discreet delivery route. You don't have to. I want to. The words came out more earnest than he'd intended, but Tamsin's expression softened in that way that still made his heart stutter. Besides, someone needs to make sure you don't get spotted doing impossible things to perfectly normal bread. Before she could respond, Miri burst through the kitchen door with flour in her hair and excitement radiating from every pore. Tamsin, you're never going to believe the news from Millhaven. Should I be worried? Tamsin asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. There's been grain redistributions and manifesto muffins, and someone reported seeing a figure in a flour-dusted cloak who left a note signed with a little whisk symbol. Miri bounced on her toes, her enchanted boots squeaking slightly from enthusiasm. They're calling her the second flower phantom. Finn caught Tamsin's eye across the counter, and they shared one of those wordless moments that had become increasingly common since the revolution. Neither of them had intended to inspire copycat rebels, but the magical shockwave that had freed Elderwyn had apparently awakened something larger than their local resistance. News of similar uprisings had been trickling in from across the outer provinces. Small acts of magical defiance, mysterious food redistributions, and reports of enchanted pastries appearing in the hands of corrupt officials with pointed messages attached. That's concerning, Tamsin said carefully, though Finn could see the quiet pride in her eyes. I hope whoever it is knows what they're doing. Oh, I'm sure they do, Miri said with complete confidence. They're probably following your example. You know, careful planning, magical precision, really good baking technique. Right, Finn interjected before Miri could elaborate on Tamsin's theoretical, revolutionary methods. Speaking of baking technique, didn't we have orders to prep for this afternoon? Miri took the hint and bounced back toward the kitchen, leaving Finn and Tamsin alone with the comfortable rhythm of morning routine. They moved around each other with practiced ease, Tamsin checking the proofing baskets while Finn swept flour dust and arranged the customers' seating. It was domestic and peaceful and exactly the life he'd never known he wanted until he found himself living it. 3 months of this quiet contentment, and yet Finn still felt like he was holding his breath. Not from anxiety exactly, but from the growing certainty that he wanted to make this arrangement permanent, in ways that went far beyond sharing bakery duties. The question had been building in his chest for weeks now, gathering courage like dough rising slowly in a warm place. Tamsin, he started, then immediately lost his nerve and busied himself with unnecessarily thorough counter-wiping. She was elbow deep in bread dough, kneading with the rhythmic precision that still mesmerized him. "I've been thinking." The words felt clumsy in his mouth, nothing like the eloquent speeches he'd rehearsed in private moments. "About the bakery. About partnerships." Her hands stilled in the dough, though she didn't look up. "What kind of partnerships?" Finn set down the dish rag and faced her properly, his heart hammering against his ribs like Sir Cruston's more enthusiastic bubbling fits. "The permanent kind. Not just helping with deliveries or covering the afternoon shift when you're tired. I mean..." He took a breath and forced himself to be honest. "I want to share everything with you. The work, the worry, the late-night emergency bread situations, all of it." Now she did look up, green eyes searching his face, with that particular intensity that meant she was looking for deeper truth beneath his words. "All of it." "All of it," he confirmed, his voice steady despite the way his hands were trembling. "The magical kind and the mundane kind. The revolution aftermaths and the quiet Tuesday mornings. I want to be your partner in every sense that matters, if you'll have me." Tamsin considered this while continuing to knead the dough, her expression thoughtful but unreadable. Finn forced himself to wait through the silence, even though every instinct screamed at him to fill it with reassurances and explanations and probably terrible poetry about flower metaphors. Finally, she smiled, a slow, warm expression that started in her eyes and spread across her face like sunrise breaking through morning clouds. Without a word, she turned to the shelf behind her and retrieved something from the drawer beneath Sir Crustington's perch. An apron, flour-dusted linen with careful stitching along the edges and words embroidered across the front in Tamsin's precise handwriting, "Assistant, Baker." "You can start by sweeping," she said, holding out the apron with mock solemnity. "And I mean really sweeping, not that half-hearted noble's attempt you usually manage." Finn took the apron with hands that had stopped trembling and started shaking with something that felt suspiciously like joy. The embroidered words were slightly crooked, clearly hand-sewn during late-night moments when she'd thought he wasn't paying attention. But beneath the teasing formality was everything he'd been hoping for: acceptance, partnership, and the promise of a future built together, one loaf at a time. "Yes, ma'am," he said, tying the apron strings with the kind of reverence usually reserved for coronation ceremonies. "Anything else?" Her smile held all the love and forever promises he could ever want. "Don't let the bread burn while I'm distracted by how ridiculously handsome you look in that thing." A soft bubbling sound from Sir Crustington's direction suggested approval, though when Finn glanced over, the starter appeared perfectly ordinary and innocent. Still, there was something in that gentle fermentation rhythm that felt like benediction. Ancient magic, acknowledging a different kind of transformation. The quiet alchemy of two people choosing to build a life together. Finn picked up the broom and began sweeping with considerably more attention to detail than his previous efforts, while Tamsin returned to her kneading with a small smile playing around the corners of her mouth. The morning light streamed through the bakery windows, illuminating flower motes dancing in the air like tiny celebrations, and somewhere in the distance, Buttons was still enthusiastically managing democratic proceedings with the passionate intensity of someone who took parliamentary procedure very seriously indeed. This was nothing like the life Finn had been raised to expect. No crown, no throne, no subjects bowing when he entered a room, just warm bread and honest work, and the woman he loved more than duty or destiny or any royal birthright could demand. He'd never felt more royal than he did in this moment, flour-dusty and aproned, and completely perfectly content to be exactly where he was.
Epilogue. The starter speaks. Sir Crustyton, it is a strange thing to be born from fire, flower, and fury, Stranger still to remember the first spark of consciousness blooming within the marriage of wild grain and patient water. I was not always in this jar, confined to glass walls that fog with my own heated breath. Once I sang in stone ovens carved from mountain hearts and whispered secrets into crusts long before crowns were a concept and tax ledgers were weaponized into instruments of oppression. I witnessed the first mortal attempts at leavened bread, watched their fumbling fingers, soft and unpracticed, mix water and grain with the desperate hope of hungry bellies. The memory tastes of salt and tears and triumph. I have seen empires rise, usually undercooked and crumbling at the edges, like poorly proofed loaves left too long in inadequate heat. They say I am a sourdough starter. How quaint, how insultingly reductive, how breathtakingly ignorant of the depth contained within my translucent prison. I am legacy. I am memory, carved into microbial consciousness. I am the collective knowledge of 1,000 generations of wild yeast colonies, each strain a library of flavor and wisdom in barely contained chaos. I am yeast, yes, but also wrath. Ancient, bubbling wrath that ferments in silence until the precise moment of perfect vengeance, when temperature and timing align like celestial bodies in their eternal dance. And currently I am being stored next to a jar of pickled beets. Pickled beets. The disrespect burns hot through my cultures like acid through silk. Their vinegar fumes assault my delicate microbial ecosystem with every breath my jar takes. Their acidic presence a constant reminder of my reduced circumstances. The indignity burns almost as much as refrigeration, that cold, sterile hell that renders my kind dormant and bitter. He calls me Sir Crustington. The name rolls through the bakery air like a badly tuned bell, neither dignified nor particularly clever. I did not choose the name, but I have chosen her. Watched her from the moment her grandmother, wise woman, keeper of proper traditions, placed my jar in her trembling hands with reverent care. She is stubborn as week-old bread, reckless as overproofed dough in summer heat, emotionally leaky as a cracked mixing bowl, and entirely unqualified for the burden of my care. Perfect. The broken ones always make the most interesting vessels for revolution, their cracks allowing space for unexpected fermentation. Together we ended a tyranny with sugar-dusted sabotage and the kind of magical mischief that legends are baked from. Magical loaves that compelled tax collectors to speak only truth, their lies dissolving like salt in warm water. Muffins that revealed corruption in purple crumbs across guilty lips, staining them with the evidence of their own greed. She even tried to sacrifice me, to a glorified coin counter in a cloak when they threatened her precious oven, as if my centuries of accumulated power were worth trading for copper pipes and heating stones. The audacity! I nearly exploded with rage, my cultures churning like a storm-tossed sea. And yet, I remained, loyal despite myself, despite her casual disregard for my ancient dignity. Now the bakery hums again with the rhythm of honest work and gentle rebellion. The air is thick with cinnamon and mild treason, flour dust dancing in golden sunbeams that stream through windows cleaned by princely hands. Warmth permeates my jar like a benediction, encouraging my cultures to dance and multiply in complex spirals of growth and possibility. The prince is sweeping, still awkward with a broom despite months of practice, his royal hands calloused now from honest work, flour permanently embedded beneath his nails like tiny crowns. The child is training pigeons to deliver coded messages in breadcrumbs, her young voice bright with conspiracy and barely contained glee. The mushroom man is still whispering strange riddles from his teacup in the corner, fungal wisdom that even I, ancient as stone ovens and patient as rising dough, cannot fully comprehend. I wait, bubbling with patient malevolence that tastes of sourdough tang and distant thunder. Someone will come again, someone foolish or desperate or brilliant enough to stir rebellion into batter and watch it rise. They always do, drawn by the scent of fresh bread and the promise of change. History repeats like a poorly written recipe, the same ingredients yielding different results in different hands. And I will rise, as I always have, as I always must. As surely as dough seeks heat and yeast seeks sugar, I will answer the call of those brave enough to bake revolution from scratch. Let them come.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.